Chapter 4491. Xiongbaishan's small request made Lin Fei a little surprised. In fact, he was not very surprised by this small request. He could also see that Xiong must have been quite frightened. Otherwise, he would not have made such a request. The important thing was that 100 million mid-grade spirit stones really made Lin Fei have some ideas. Who asked him to be short of spirit stones recently? With spirit stones, things would naturally be easier. He could also get 100 million mid-grade spirit stones from Humeili. To Lin Fei, it was definitely not too much. He definitely had to go to Chaos City. The more spirit stones, the better. Xiong seemed to be worried that Lin Fei had other ideas and added another sentence. Going to my place in Chaos City is actually not contradictory. It can be said to be along the way. It's just a little detour. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to go to Chaos City. That place had the most primitive heavenly wood. No matter what, he had to make a trip there. I don't believe that sending you back is worth 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. If you have any ideas, just say it. Of course, Lin Fei did not believe Xiongbaishan's words. 100 million to escort, no matter who it was, would be tempted. There were a lot of dangers along the way. Of course, to Lin Fei, this little bit of danger was nothing. What he cared about was whether Xiong was hiding something else. If Lin Fei couldn't figure this out, he wouldn't be escorting Xiong. At this moment, Xiong also gritted his teeth. I would like to ask Senior to help me complete a training mission while escorting me, so that I can sit on the successor's position. As long as I sit on this successor's position, not to mention 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, I can even help you get 300 to 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. In a forest outside the Dark Spirit Trade Union, 5 people fell out. These 5 people were the 5 people who attacked previously. At this moment, there was a sword wound on their bodies. As it swept across their bodies, drops of fresh blood continuously dripped down. These people were all overshadowed, and their faces were filled with fear. I didn't expect Dark Spirit Trade Association to have such an expert. He managed to injure us with just one move. If the 5 of them worked together, they wouldn't have to be afraid even if they encountered someone in the middle or late stage of the insightful Void Realm, unless that person had cultivated 2 great Daos. Up until now, they really hadn't encountered such a thing, but this young man made them feel the aura of death the moment he attacked. This was something that hadn't happened before, so they couldn't sit still. After all, they had accepted the mission to eliminate Xiong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the spirit stone. What do we do now? That guy is very strong. Even if we joined hands, we still wouldn't be a match for him. We were just a little bit off. Speaking of this, they gritted their teeth. It was indeed a pity. If they were given a little more time, they would definitely be able to heavily injure Xiong. After all, they knew that Xiong did not have much lifespan left. As long as Xiong dared to resist, they wouldn't even need to kill him. It was a pity that they failed at the last moment. It was a pity. That Xiong can't possibly hide here forever. He will definitely go back. You should know that the successor selection of the Xiong clan is about to begin. Unless Xiong is willing to miss this opportunity, we can just wait outside. But for safety's sake, we have to find some experts here. That way, we will have a chance to eliminate Xiong. As they recuperated, they sent a message to the organization. This wasn't a small matter, so they had to prepare for a rainy day. Lin Fei knew that Xiong had some ulterior motives. He looked over coldly. Xiong lowered his head. Senior, please help me. As long as you can escort me back and help me obtain the successor position, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Humeili, who was at the side, knew about this matter. Senior Lin, there are indeed rumors that the Xiong clan is going to compete for the successor position. This is no different from choosing a crown prince. However, Xiong has a lot of brothers and sisters. He has 30 to 40 brothers and sisters. Each of them has a certain amount of power, so the competition is very intense. Lin Fei wasn't very surprised. However, he didn't like Xiong Badian, so he tricked him. It's not that I can't send you back, but 100 million is too little. I want 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones. As long as you can afford it, I'll send you back and help you get the qualifications to be the successor. Lin Fei had nothing to do anyway. Moreover, he was going to Chaos City, so he naturally hoped to have more spirit stones. With more spirit stones, he would be able to do well in Chaos City. Now, it was up to Xiong Badian to take out something that could move him. Even though 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones weren't a lot, they could stop 90% of the people if he wanted to take them out. Even Hu Meili secretly sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing it. Xiong Badian also took a deep breath. Senior, don't worry. As long as I can become the successor, I will help you gather 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones. This is my promise to you, Xiong Badian. Xiong Badian also threw caution to the wind. This time, he had suffered a heavy loss. However, if he had the help of a senior, he might be able to turn his luck around. Therefore, he was prepared to take a gamble. Lin Fei laughed. If you can't get the successor position, wouldn't I have come here for nothing? Xiong Badian shook his head. Even if I can't get the successor position, I will return my life to you. Anyway, it's all thanks to you that I'm still alive. Lin Fei looked at Xiong Badian. You're quite straightforward. You even know to return my life. However, I like what you said. I'll accompany you then. However, not now, but in a few days. Hu Meili vaguely guessed something. Senior, could it be that you want to catch all the assassins outside in one fell swoop? Lin Fei poured himself another cup of tea. I heard that assassins are quite rich. Now that I'm a pauper, I naturally have to have some ideas. I can only say that they're unlucky. Xiong Badian, who was listening at the side, also felt relieved and said, they will definitely come. He took the spirit stones from us brothers and sisters, so he will definitely gather his men. At most, in 3 to 5 days, they will definitely be waiting outside. Hu Meili also broke out in cold sweat for these people. They had really offended someone. Now that he was being targeted by someone, if he left now, he could still live. However, if he really stayed outside, he would definitely die. Hu Meili felt that those people would definitely be guarding outside. Then I'll arrange for someone to watch their every move. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. As long as they stay outside, it doesn't matter if they watch or not. Anyway, they're still here. Chapter 4492. Lin Fei stayed at the Black Spirit Chamber of Commerce for another 5 days. During these 5 days, the entire Heiyu Mountain would be quiet. Hu Meili was also very busy. She gathered 100 million mid-grade spirit stones for Lin Fei and successfully obtained the Great Path Hearts. After obtaining the Great Path Hearts, Hu Meili disappeared again. No one knew what Hu Meili went to do. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. He already knew that there were people outside. There were quite a few of them. There were more than a dozen of them, and they all hid their auras very well. However, after they were hit by Lin Fei's sword, they had already left behind Lin Fei's means. They could clearly sense the traces of those people. Okay, everyone is here. We can go now. After all, I still have to go to Chaos City. Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. Xiong Badian had been waiting outside. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. After all, none of those people outside were easy to deal with. Now, he was a commander without an army. These people could make him suffer a lot if they attacked. Now that they were leaving, Xiong Badian was finally relieved. Nothing could make him feel more relaxed than this. Because the day was getting closer and closer. There was a forest outside the Black Spirit Chamber of Commerce. At this time, there were more than a dozen experts hiding outside the forest. These people were all here to kill Xiong Badian. Some of them were especially good at defense. They were the best to use them to stall that young man. They knew that Xiong Badian would definitely come out. He would definitely not wait that long. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to be the successor. One had to know that Sage King was the top powerhouse in the spiritual world. There were only a few Sage Kings in the entire spiritual world, but any Sage King had great influence. And the Xiong family's influence was naturally not small. Therefore, the selection of the successor was even stricter. Therefore, as long as Xiong Badian wanted to be the successor and lead the entire Xiong family, he would definitely come out. Once he became the successor of the Xiong family, he would definitely become a Sage King within 100 years. Otherwise, he would not be able to lead the family at all. This situation was not only happening in the Xiong family. It was the same in other families. I can feel Xiong Beishan's aura. He's coming out. Everyone, keep a close eye on him. Lin Fei and Xiong Badian came out. He could sense those auras. As for Xiong Badian, he was filled with confidence. He had really met a benefactor. Lin Fei laughed as he walked into the woods. Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Isn't this unnecessary? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Xiong Badian stood beside Lin Fei, and in the next breath, the dozen experts instantly took action. A huge formation came crashing down. At the same time, a huge bell came crashing down. Clearly, they wanted to trap Lin Fei first. The remaining people immediately charged towards Xiong Badian. It was another close-range assassination. Their teamwork was very good, and the power was even greater than the last time. No matter who saw it, they would secretly suck in a breath of cold air. Xiong Badian wasn't as flustered as before. After all, Senior Lin was here. With Senior Lin here, he definitely wouldn't be in trouble. Xiong Badian was filled with confidence in Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at them calmly. It's fine if you guys left, but it's a pity that you guys aren't smart. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. Coincidentally, I'm in need of money, so I can only think of something from you. When the people who attacked heard this, they were all stunned. They thought for a long time. They didn't understand why this person would say such a thing to them. They were all assassins. Was he going to rob them of their belongings? Wasn't that a little too much? No one had ever dared to speak to them like that. However, as soon as this person made his move, they felt a dangerous aura blow past them. It was chilly. Immediately, they felt that something was wrong. That was because they didn't feel such a chilly feeling usually. When they lowered their heads to look at themselves, they realized that they had been split into two and were falling off one by one. They didn't even see how he did it. In the end, they were just corpses. Plop plop plop. One by one, the corpses fell onto the ground. The scene was filled with the stench of blood. Xiong Badian took in a breath of cold air. He knew that Senior Lin was strong, but he didn't expect him to kill all the assassins in the blink of an eye. Since I've accepted your money, I naturally have to help you vent your anger. I wonder if my price is acceptable? Lin Fei laughed and teased. World Dominator nodded subconsciously. Senior Lin, you're really mighty. These assassins are famous for being cruel. I didn't expect them to be defeated. Xiong Badian said, and his actions didn't slow down. He took all the rings off their bodies. Even the treasures he had on him were stowed away, not missing a single one. He placed them in front of Lin Fei. Xiong Badian didn't expect that the people who were chasing after him would die just like that. This feeling was really great. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept the rings. He then checked them. Needless to say, these people were quite profitable. He had earned a total of 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a profit. The matter is settled. Lead the way. Lin Fei and Xiong Badian left the Dark Spirit Merchant Union. When Humeili returned and heard the news, she sighed. Looks like this Xiong Badian is really lucky to have encountered such an opportunity. I'm afraid he might even have the chance to become the future successor of the Xiong clan. Even he himself is a little surprised. Hu Meili's intuition had always been accurate. She felt that the possibility was quite high. No matter what, Xiong Badian was really lucky this time. With Xiong Badian leading the way, Lin Fei passed through a few counties and finally arrived at Tianxia County. Tianxia County was one of the stronger counties. Xiong family was located in Tianxia County. However, this Saint King wasn't the ruler of Tianxia County. There were a few Saint Kings in Tianxia County. After Lin Fei entered Tianxia County, he felt a few strong auras. If they weren't Saint Kings, what else could they be? It gave one a palpitating feeling. As for the rest, there wasn't anything else. It seems like this county is quite strong. It's much stronger than the one I brought back then. Lin Fei laughed. After reaching Tianxia County, Xiong Badian felt more at ease. Although there were some troubles along the way, they were easily resolved. Therefore, Xiong Badian was very grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Without him, he would have been finished. Not to mention appearing here, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those assassins. Senior, that is my family. Chapter 4493. Xiong Baishan's clan was very big, unlike the other clans, which were all in a big city. Xiong Baishan's clan built a big city. The name of the city was Xiongfeng City. It was also very big in Tianxia Prefecture. When he entered within 1,000 miles of Xiongfeng City, Lin Fei felt waves of pressure. It turned out to be a super formation. Senior, we can only walk on the official road because there are formations set up within 1,000 miles. The deeper we go, the greater the pressure. Also, there are people from my clan who are constantly patrolling. Even if you are a disciple of the Xiong clan, you have to obey the rules. As long as you come within 300 miles of Xiongfeng City, you will be attacked by the Xiong clan. Xiong Badian said apologetically. After entering this place, Lin Fei knew that this Xiongfeng City was quite strong. In this Xiongfeng City, Lin Fei felt a total of 2 strong auras. This meant that there were 2 sage kings in this Xiongfeng City. One was Xiong Baishan's father, and the other was a sage king who was slightly weaker. He could vaguely display the strength of a sage king. Therefore, this Xiongfeng City was very strong. With such a strong backing, Xiong Badian indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After all, no one was willing to offend a sage king. No, it was 2 sage kings. A sage king could destroy a first-rate force. As long as the first-rate force did not have a sage king, it would not have any ability to resist. But with a sage king, it was different. Of course, no first-rate force would be willing to offend a sage king. The revenge of a sage king was very scary. Therefore, under normal circumstances, sage kings would not easily attack each other. But if they were to attack, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Lin Fei landed. Xiong Badian took out his communication talisman. It didn't take long before another team arrived. When this team arrived, they half-knelt in front of Xiong Badian. Senior, these are my people. Seeing that it was full, Lin Fei smiled. This guy had some foundation. No wonder his brothers and sisters wanted to attack him. This team was quite strong. The 5 people in front were all insightful emptiness realm experts. Even though they were both at the early stage of the insightful void realm, it was still not easy. After all, not everyone could grasp the power of the Great Tao. When they came over and saw young master, they were all delighted. The time was getting closer and closer, but their young master had yet to return. They had also heard rumors that they wanted to assassinate their young master. However, when they saw the young man beside him, they understood. Perhaps it was this young man who protected her all the way back. Xiong Badian personally brought over a demonic beast mount. Senior, please take a seat first. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. After that, Xiong Badian sat on another mount. He headed for Xiongfeng City. The 5 insightful emptiness realm experts behind Xiong Badian looked at each other. Do you know who this young man is? I really don't know. However, It looks like young master is very respectful towards this person. I can't tell how strong this person is. The 5 of them were the most outstanding people by Xiongbaishan's side. She had always brought them with her. This time, he actually brought a young man with him. This made them a little unhappy. Especially since this person seemed to be a Golden Core Realm cultivator. This made them even more confused. However, in front of young master, they didn't dare to show any changes in their expressions. Not long later, Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of Xiongfeng City. This city was built with black stones and looked like a ferocious beast. It gave a strong visual impact. Just from this, Lin Fei could tell that as a king sage, he was ambitious. Of course, it wasn't a small matter to be able to build a city in the Tianxia province. He entered Xiongfeng City. Lin Fei realized that it was very lively here. When Xiong returned, he was as relaxed as a tiger returning to the forest. The pressure on his body also disappeared. Xiong kept introducing information about Xiongfeng City. Not long later, a residence appeared in front of him. This is my residence. It's absolutely safe. So Xiong had his own residence and didn't live with his family. At this moment, there was a long queue at the entrance of the residence. The news of Xiong returning to Xiongfeng City spread immediately. After all, Xiong was loved by the king sage. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to seeing if they could become the successor. However, when they heard that he hadn't returned for a long time, they couldn't help but worry. Everyone knew that the king sage's brothers and sisters weren't easy to negotiate with. They would play tricks from time to time, but the king sage allowed it. Therefore, when Xiong didn't return, everyone thought that something had happened. Now that he was back, they realized that the fight would become more interesting. Lin Fei stayed in one of the courtyards in the residence. The courtyard was very quiet. No one would disturb him. Ever since he came, Xiong had been busy with things and going in and out of the residence. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He just needed to help Xiong when the time came. Since he was paid to do things, and since Lin Fei didn't have any money on him, he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. While Xiong was busy, the few insightful emptiness realm experts had some ideas. This was because Xiong had treated this young man with the highest level of hospitality. It was something that they had never enjoyed before. Therefore, they naturally had some ideas in their hearts. On this day, Xiong wasn't at home, so they came together to have a good chat with the young man. Actually, they were just testing him. If he was really a golden elixir expert, they wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. After all, they were the most important people to the young master, not an outsider. They had no choice. Following young master Xiong gave them a good life, good benefits, good resources, and fast cultivation. If someone else had the upper hand, they would want to kill them. Therefore, they came together today. Once they entered the courtyard, they saw Lin Fei sitting under a tree and drinking tea. He wasn't in a hurry and was very calm. The more he was like this, the more they disliked him. This was because they could smell the fragrance. This was a spiritual tea that was worth 1,000,000 per gram. Even they couldn't bear to drink it, let alone a whole pot. Not to mention a whole pot of it. This kind of differential treatment made them even more angry and unwilling. Why? They wanted to come in even more. Chapter 4494. When these people came in and saw the scene in front of them, they were even more unhappy. Even for them, it was rare for them to have a chance to drink such good tea. On the other hand, this brat could drink a pot of it leisurely. He was simply mocking them. After Lin Fei drank a cup of tea, he put it down. I see that you guys are not very friendly. Could it be that you want to have a good chat with me while Xiong is not around? What kind of person was Lin Fei? He could tell what these people were thinking with one look. It was nothing more than jealousy and envy. Ever since they came to Xiong residence, they had enjoyed the best service and hospitality. Naturally, these insightful emptiness experts had their own thoughts. Brat, I don't know what method you used to confuse Xiong Badian, but in front of me, you are still too inexperienced. An older insightful emptiness expert walked out. This insightful emptiness expert had already reached the intermediate stage of the insightful emptiness realm. He was also the most powerful expert by Xiong Baishan's side. His words naturally carried some weight. He stared at Wang Xian. Yes, you are a newcomer and you don't even know how to greet us. You are still enjoying yourself here. Do you really not care about us? I think you should quickly stand up and give up your seat. Obediently wait for us to punish you. Don't act like you are the most powerful person in the future. Each of them took a step forward and stared coldly. It seemed that if Lin Fei did not make a decision, they would attack. Just their aura alone was quite frightening. Who was Lin Fei? They did not care about him at all. You want me to lower my head in front of you? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lin Fei slammed the table lightly and a sword light swept over. The 5 insightful emptiness experts looked at him with disdain. How could he make them lower their heads with such a method? However, when the sword light landed on their defenses, after a crisp sound, the 5 of them instantly groaned. The sword light landed on their bodies, pierced through their treasured armor, and sent them flying. All of them fell at the door. I'm not interested in playing any tricks with you. I'll let you suffer a little today. If there's a next time, I don't mind killing the 5 of you in front of Xiong Badian. The 5 of them fell at the entrance of the courtyard. The sword wound on their bodies had directly cut through their flesh. They were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. If the power was just a little bit stronger, wouldn't they have died on the spot? Terrifying. They finally realized that the person in front of them was not a gold core cultivator at all, but a gold core cultivator in the insightful void realm. He hurriedly got up. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. They were all unbelievably well behaved. They all knew that some powerful insightful emptiness experts could kill people in the same realm as them alone. That was the case for the 5 of them who were in the insightful void realm. Even if they were in the middle stage of the insightful void realm, it was nothing at this moment. They had never felt that the power of a sword light could be so strong. It was unbelievable that it could actually pierce through their flesh. It was a little unrealistic just thinking about it. After the 5 of them left, Lin Fei took another sip of tea. This top-grade spirit tea was indeed quite good. As for these 5 people, Lin Fei did not take them seriously at all. If they were not the subordinates of Xiong Badian, they would have died just now. Now, Lin Fei's sword skills were shockingly fast. They could not block it at all. If he went all out, they would definitely die with one sword. What Lin Fei wanted to do was to complete this task so that he could go to Chaos City. He was most interested in Chaos City. He had a lot of time now. The training task of the sky-reaching church required him to cultivate to the insightful void realm. Although it only gave him 3 years, of course, in Lin Fei's opinion, it did not need 3 years at all. He could break through to the insightful void realm at any time, but he felt that the current gold core realm was pretty good. He could deceive many people. If he could survive in Chaos City, Lin Fei did not intend to return to the sky-reaching church. After all, although the sky-reaching church had a lot of resources, it was not easy to get sky-reaching divine wood. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to put it aside first and take a look at Chaos City first. From the moment he entered the sky-reaching church, Lin Fei had never thought of becoming a disciple for life. It was nothing more than those benefits. If there was a place with more benefits, Lin Fei naturally would not mind. That night, Xiong Badian knew about this matter. He rushed over as soon as possible. Senior, I'm really sorry. I didn't know those bastards dared to find trouble with you. Thank you for being merciful and not killing them. Xiong Badian was very clear about Lin Fei's strength. Killing 5 insightful void realm experts was as easy as eating and drinking. Xiong Baishan's heart was full of cold sweat. I don't care about those people. After all, they are also your people. If they were others, they would have been dead by now. When will your successor selection begin? Don't waste too much of my time. Lin Fei was indifferent. Xiong Badian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Although Senior Lin did not look very good, it seemed that he was not really angry. If he was really angry, those people would not be alive. I have already scolded all of them. In the future, they will not find trouble with you anymore. As for the successor selection, it will be completed in 5 days. 5 days was not a long time. Lin Fei could afford to wait. Then come back in 5 days. Lin Fei waved his hand, gesturing for Xiong Badian to leave. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment before saying, Senior, I just received a piece of news regarding the heavenly tree. I think you should know about it. The heavenly tree. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched slightly. He seemed a little surprised. Tell me about it. When he was in the heaven-reaching church, Lin Fei already knew that there were many heavenly tree left outside. Although the heaven-reaching church had taken back a lot of them, not all of them were actually taken back. Some of them were kept as a collection by some experts from time to time. Therefore, they would appear outside from time to time. Xiong Badian said, in our masculine wind city, there is a training field called the Life and Death Field. This is a place where you can spend a lot of money to gain experience. But today, there is a young master from another place who has brought along a heavenly tree. He has even arranged for an expert to defeat many of our masculine wind city's experts. As long as he is defeated, he will be able to obtain the heavenly tree as well as a lot of spirit stones. Chapter 4495. The Life and Death Arena was a special place in the Xiongfeng city. It was not opened by the Xiongfeng city, but by a stronger force. It existed in many places. A life and death arena like this was usually used to resolve conflicts. Of course, it was also used for training. Anyone who wanted to improve their strength would come to the life and death arena. If he won, he would live. If he died, he would die. It was very simple and clear. Of course, it became a place for many young masters to spend their time. Most of them would bring their subordinates, the so-called death warriors. Ordinary people would not be able to afford to fight with others and place heavy bets on them. Therefore, when Lin Fei heard about the heavenly wood, he was definitely interested. Therefore, he asked Xiong Badian to bring him here. The moment they entered the life and death arena, it was very noisy. The life and death arena was no different from the fighting arenas that Lin Fei had seen before. It was divided into 2 levels. The lower level was filled with ordinary cultivators, while the upper level was filled with private rooms. One could see what was below. Xiong Badian brought Lin Fei to a private room upstairs. This was a private room that Xiong Badian frequented. After entering, one could see what was below from above. The people below could not see what was above. The person in the arena was Ma Ke's man. He was quite strong. He actually cultivated 2 great Dao, one for attack and one for support. He was very strong. God knows how many people he stopped. Xiong Badian said from the side. Lin Fei also looked over. There was indeed an inconspicuous person standing on the arena. He looked very ordinary. If Xiong Badian had not mentioned him, Lin Fei would not have known. This guy actually cultivated 2 great Dao, one for attack and one for support. This way, his strength increased very quickly. He's so strong that he managed to come up here. Lin Fei chuckled. Not just anyone can deal with a person like this. Xiong Badian laughed bitterly and said, Ma Ke is purely here to humiliate the Xiongfeng city. He even allowed 1 to 3 insightful emptiness realm experts to fight together. Unfortunately, none of them could defeat him. Xiong Badian pointed towards the distance. Do you see that? His heavenly wood and spirit stones are over there. In fact, Lin Fei had already noticed the heavenly wood just now. After all, once the heavenly tree was placed there, it would be hard not to notice it. The tree of life in his body was already restless, itching to devour this heavenly tree. As for the card beside it, it was the spirit stone card. This spirit stone card was golden in color. As for the golden spirit stone card, one must have at least 10 million mid-grade spirit stones stored in it. Only 100 million mid-grade spirit stones and above could have a purple color. Since there's no one else going up, I'll go meet this guy and earn some money. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he had a belly full of anger today. He almost offended Senior Lin Fei. How was he supposed to explain this? For a moment, he even wanted to kill those 5 guys. Of all the people he could have offended, he actually offended Senior Lin. Was he not afraid of being killed by Lin Fei? As soon as Lin Fei came down, he heard a voice coming from one of the boxes. Are there no experts in masculine Wind City? That's too disappointing. Didn't I just find a decent underling? That's too disappointing. What a miserable day, I'll be the one getting the prize. Lin Fei knew that this was Mark the moment he heard this. He should be showing off on purpose. Isn't that the hobbies of these young masters? The person on the stage patted his chest with an expressionless face. Who else wants to come up and try? I can let him have 3 moves first. I promise I won't fight back. Many people in the surroundings were furious. As people of the masculine Gale City, they really couldn't keep their faces. However, this person was extremely strong. He was not someone ordinary people could deal with. This guy already had the strength of an intermediate Void Realm cultivator. Yet, his offensive and defensive abilities were much stronger. He was a very unique existence. Therefore, he was not easy to deal with. I heard that you're going to let him have 3 moves first. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. He walked towards the life and death ring. At this moment, everyone noticed this person. However, when they saw this person, they were slightly stunned. Isn't this the person that Xiong Badian brought back? I heard that he's Xiong Baishan's new underling. It can't be. He's just a golden core cultivator. Could he be at the peak of the golden core realm? So what if he's at the peak of the golden core realm? Could he still be a match for this person? You're thinking too much. Masculine Wind City wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Therefore, when Xiong Badian brought someone back, everyone knew clearly. Although they didn't find out the details, they knew that this person was definitely recruited by Xiong Badian. He was a golden core cultivator. Even if he was at the peak of the golden core realm, it was nothing. If he was at the nascent soul realm, he might be able to do it. However, in this place, the nascent soul realm was useless. Many people in the private rooms were talking about it. Of course, some of these boxes were Xiong Baishan's brothers and sisters. When they saw a golden core cultivator going up, they sneered. This younger brother is really interesting. For the sake of face, he actually sent a golden core cultivator up. Is he not afraid of losing face all the way to his grandmother's house? Lin Fei didn't think too much this time. With such a person purely seeking death, Lin Fei was really happy to send him on his way. In any case, he could earn some money first. When this person saw that it was a golden core cultivator, he was even more disdainful. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can't kill me after 3 moves, then you'll fall on this arena. I only need 1 move. This ordinary young man raised a finger. Lin Fei said very seriously, 3 moves should be enough. In any case, I'm also an expert who uses a sword. When this was said, it was unknown how many people laughed. Even Ma Ke's laughter could be heard from the boxes. You guys are really powerful. You actually sent a golden core cultivator who uses a sword. Do you really think that a sword expert is invincible? Everyone was very angry with Ma Ke, but they couldn't do anything. After all, Ma Ke had a considerable background. There was also a Sage King expert behind him. Lin Fei walked onto the life and death ring. Ripples appeared. The array was activated. Okay, now I'll give you 3 moves. Remember, only 3 moves. If you still can't kill me after the 4th move, then I'll kill you. Lin Fei took a step forward and slashed his sword at the other party's body. A layer of defense appeared on his opponent's body, and his entire body turned golden. Lin Fei slashed a second time. This time, like before, his opponent shook it off. My defense is a metal defense. It's terrifyingly strong. You want to kill me with just this bit of strength? You're really thinking too much. Now, you only have one move left. Lin Fei took another step forward and slashed with his sword again. Then, he returned to his original place. It seems that your metal defense isn't that great. As soon as he said this, the person opposite him fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was covered in blood. Chapter 4496. Silence. The whole place was silent. No one would have thought that the guy who defeated a few experts in Xiongfeng City would be killed in one move. In fact, this sword looked very ordinary to everyone, as if it had no power at all. But under such circumstances, Ma Ke's men were killed just like that. That scene instantly gave them a great shock. Almost every box was in a state of shock. Of course, only Xiong Baishan's box. That was not surprising at all. Xiong Badian knew Senior Lin's strength. No matter how strong Ma Ke's man was, how could he resist? Senior Lin's attack was simply wishful thinking. After a short while, Ma Ke's angry voice was heard. Xiongfeng City, I didn't expect there to be such a swordsman expert. I have learned something new. Everyone could hear the anger in Ma Ke's voice. There was no doubt that Ma Ke wanted to kill someone. Who knows who is on the inner platform? He is quite strong. He is obviously in the Golden Core realm, but his swordsmanship is outstanding. I really don't know. Could it be a rogue cultivator? If it is, it will be a great deal. Whoever recruits him will definitely make a lot of money. I think this person came with Xiong Badian. Could he be Xiong Baishan's man? Oh yes, I heard that Xiong Badian was being chased outside and almost couldn't come back. In the end, he came back. Maybe it was this young swordsman who helped him solve the problem. Those who could sit in the box were naturally people from Xiongfeng City. They were all well-informed people. Soon, they came to a conclusion. This person was Xiong Baishan's man. Therefore, everyone admired Xiong Badian even more. He went out at this time and actually found such an expert. No wonder he let him fight. They were happy to give Ma Ke a hard slap in the face. At this time, in another box, Ma Ke was in a bad mood. His body was filled with demonic energy and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. There were 3 experts standing next to Ma Ke, and each of them was terrifyingly cold. Master, let me go down and fight with him. No matter what, I have to chop off his dog head. One of the more sturdy experts stood out. Ma Ke glanced at him coldly. If you don't chop off his dog head, I'll be the first to destroy you and your family. Ma Ke was indeed quite angry. He also had a Saint King behind him. Therefore, he was also a tyrannical overlord in the Tianxia province. However, he just couldn't stand the people of Xiongfeng City. Therefore, he would come here to show off when he had nothing to do. This time, he had recruited a few experts and was originally in a good mood. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. Xiongfeng City had unexpectedly produced such a powerful swordsman, which was really hard for him to accept. Therefore, Ma Ke had to get his face back. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed. Once he left the masculine Wind City, all kinds of rumors would spread. They said that he, Mark, had suffered a loss in masculine Wind City. This was naturally not what Ma Ke wanted to see. Ma Ke's voice resounded in the life and death arena again. Kid, your swordsmanship is not bad. I wonder if you have the guts to fight me again. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. As soon as Ma Ke's voice came out, the people in the other private rooms were stunned. Everyone could see that Ma Ke was not willing to give up. Lin Fei had already taken all the spoils of war. How fragrant. He did not expect to get another piece of heavenly wood here. After hearing this voice, he laughed coldly. I heard that young Master Ma Ke is the son of a Saint King. How can you take out 10 million mid-grade spirit stones? That is too little. After all, if I am killed by you, all the things on me will be taken back by you," Lin Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he searched the dead expert's body for a while and took away a storage ring. "If you want to fight with me, you need at least 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, I will not fight." Lin Fei was not a fool. 10 million mid-grade spirit stones for a fight. How could that be possible? No matter what, it would at least be 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. He could see that Ma Ku was definitely a rich man. Since he was a rich man, he definitely had to fish for it. It did not matter if you were the son of a saint king. In this Xiongfeng city, even the son of a saint king had to be obedient. This was something that Lin Fei knew better than anyone else. When the people in the other boxes heard this, they secretly took in a breath of cold air. They did not expect young Master Xiong Baishan's new subordinate to be so arrogant. Just like Xiong Badian, he actually had the cheek to offer 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was an addiction. On the other side, Ma Ku's expression did not change. "Isn't it just 50 million mid-grade spirit stones? No problem. However, it is not one fight, but 3. Do you dare to fight?" Ma Ku was also quite smart. If this person was not a match for him, then he would let the second expert go. If not, then he would let the third expert go. After 3 experts, the unlucky one would still be Lin Fei. At that time, he would definitely be able to kill Ma Ku. Don't think that just because Ma Ku was the son of a saint king, he was not stupid. He was still very smart. 3 fights, that's 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. As long as you can afford it, I naturally have no objections. I don't like other things, but I like mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words spread in the life and death arena. In an instant, everyone remembered this young man. These words were indeed a little too arrogant. After taking so many mid-grade spirit stones, he still dared to set his eyes on the 150 million mid-grade spirit stones. How strong did he think he was? They did not think that Ma Ku was a fool. At that time, the unlucky one would definitely be this kid. "Since you want to court death so much, then I shall fulfill your wish. 3 fights, 150 million mid-grade spirit stones." From one of the boxes, a paper card flew out and landed on the notary table. When the crowd saw this scene, they all took in a breath of cold air. Ma Ku was indeed a rich person. He actually took out a purple card. The minimum was 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. After the notary checked it, he confirmed it. "The bet is established." "That's enough." As soon as the staff member finished speaking, a figure flew out of the private room. No, it was 3 figures that flew out in a row. One of them landed on the life and death arena. The remaining 2 people stood below with cold gazes. Even though they were just standing there casually, everyone could feel a terrifying killing intent from them. Ma Ku really brought experts, and he even brought several of them. This was beyond everyone's imagination. The son of a sage king was indeed arrogant. "I see that your sword technique is very powerful. If you have the ability, you can kill me in one move." Chapter 4497. The person who came up had an ugly face. One look was enough to shock people's souls. Lin Fei was a little curious about Ma Ku. As expected, the people around him were all powerful. Especially this ugly person who actually knew how to use mental attacks. He began to cultivate this technique. Therefore, anyone who fought with such a person would be able to imprint their ugly appearance in the depths of their soul before they even started fighting. It would affect their state of mind. It would affect their combat ability. It could be said that this person was a little vicious. Lin Fei laughed. "It's very easy to kill you with one sword. However, just you alone won't be enough. The other 2 should come together too. After all, I think it's easier to take 150 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go. What do you think?" Lin Fei's words undoubtedly provoked the person opposite him. Even the 2 people below the stage were the same. Of course, this included Ma Ku, who was in the private room. Maku had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to say such words to him. He hadn't heard such words in a long time. The last time someone was so arrogant in front of him, he had already turned into a pile of dirt. After that, he didn't even dare to fart. It seems like you're really looking for death. Then, I'll fulfill your wish. The two of you come together and kill him. The judge of the life and death platform naturally wouldn't have any objections. Anyway, this was a place for life and death training. If they won, they would win. If they lost, they would just be a corpse. It was a very easy thing to do. The other two went up too. After the two of them came up, the three of them instantly formed a formation. When the formation appeared, the surrounding people exclaimed. 3 Origin Formation. What the hell, there's actually such a formation. Once the formation is activated, their strength instantly soars. I'm afraid they have the strength of a late-stage Void Realm expert. The three of them all released their Dao and seemed very shocked. Everyone felt that they wouldn't be able to withstand their attacks. The three of them also made their moves. The 3 moves merged into one and a huge shadow was summoned. A palm slapped down. In the face of the power of this palm, everyone held their breath. It's a pity that Xiongbaishan's newly recruited subordinate definitely can't withstand it. That's for sure. With his strength, how could he possibly withstand it? I reckon he'll be done for in one move. Maku is really shameless. He just said that, and he actually has the cheek to send all 3 of them up together. Many people in the private room were filled with hatred towards Maku. After all, no one liked Mark. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had a faint smile on his face. He turned around and sent a palm strike. They collided heavily. Then, a ray of sword light that was like a bright moon directly flew past the 3 of them. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast. Everyone only saw a flash of light, and then the arena became quiet. The formation formed by the 3 of them had already disappeared. The 3 of them knelt down with a thud. In an instant, the entire life and death arena became quiet again. It was unbelievably quiet. They found it even more difficult to accept and stood up one after another. Heavens! How is this guy so strong? Just how did he do it? When did his swordsmanship become so strong? He can even kill an insightful emptiness realm expert so easily. Seems like Xiongbaishan's brothers and sisters are in trouble this time. This guy is too strong. Even I can't see through him. At this moment, many people in the other private rooms also stood up. They didn't even see how this guy attacked. This was the scariest thing. Xiongbaishan had found a powerful helper. If he could take down the successor, he would probably have a higher chance of winning. If he had a 50% chance of winning, he might have an 80% chance now. This guy was too strong. In fact, in a private room on the left, a young man stood up. His face was similar to Xiongbaishan's. He smashed the table with a palm strike. Bastard! Where did Xiongbaishan find such a powerful helper? This is bad. I have to tell my brothers and sisters about this. Just now, no one thought that Xiongbaishan's subordinates could withstand the attacks of the 3 of them. However, the outcome was unbelievably fast. The 3 of them were killed. In Maku's private room, he was filled with anger. After a path flew out, everything in the private room was smashed into pieces. Maku pushed the door open and walked out. His face was filled with anger. He strode out of the life and death arena and stared coldly at the young man. You're good. Really good. You actually dared to kill so many of my men. You must be satisfied with the 150 million middle-grade spiritual stones. Lin Fei had already taken 150 million middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to what he had obtained previously, he now had more than 300 million middle-grade spiritual stones. In addition to what he had just received, he had more than 400 million middle-grade spiritual stones. It could be said that he was a pretty good nouveau riche. Lin Fei smiled. I have to thank young Master Ma Ku for giving me such a big gift. In fact, I've been very poor recently. If there's such a good thing in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely help you settle it. When the surrounding people heard this, they almost rolled their eyes. Can't you see that Mako has gone crazy? He almost wanted to kill someone. How dare you say such things in front of him? At this time, Mako was so angry that he started to laugh. I quite like what you said. I'll give you 200 million mid-grade spirit stones. How about you be my subordinate? With your strength, it's not worth it to follow others. But if you follow me, I can help you earn more mid-grade spirit stones. No one would have thought that Mako would offer a price that no one could refuse in the blink of an eye. 200 million middle-grade spiritual stones. It would be good if his subordinates could get 10 to 20 million at most. Now that it was 200 million middle-grade spiritual stones, many people even wanted to jump out. They were very willing to serve young Master Mako. However, when they thought about his strength, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Hence, they could only be envious and jealous. When would such a good thing happen to them? In the private room, Xiongbaishan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Mako to be so evil. He even had the cheek to offer money to take Senior away. For a moment, he wanted to rush down. In the end, he held back. He knew that he had promised Senior that once he became the successor, he would definitely receive more than this amount of spiritual stones. Lin Fei laughed, as expected of young Master Mako. You are very generous. You gave me 200 million medium-grade spirit stones right off the bat, but I am not in need of money now. When I am in need of money, I will definitely look for you. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4498. Mako's gaze became even colder. No one knew better than him that the other party had rejected his offer. This was the first time he raised the price to 200 million medium spirit stones. As the son of the Sage King, Mako was very favored. A mere 200 million mid-grade spirit stones was nothing to him. After all, the experts around him were all recruited at a price of 30 to 40 million medium-level spirit stones each. It was still every year. Because of this, Mako never lacked experts around him. However, the swordsmanship of the young man in front of him was very powerful. At least, Mako could not tell. He was also very clear that even if he fought with this guy, unless he used the Sage King's treasure, he would not be able to withstand the other party's attack. This guy must be a fast swordsman and his strength must be very strong, which was why he could kill this expert. 500 million medium spirit stones is the highest price I can offer. As long as you follow me, you will definitely have a good life. Even if you like the daughter of a rich family, I can get her for you. Mako was not willing to let this young man go. No matter what, such an expert had to follow by his side. Only then would he have enough face. As for the people who died, it was nothing. It could only be said that they were not strong enough and died in vain. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. 500 million medium spirit stones. Even for them, it would take a very long time before they could earn that much. It was very rare to see someone like Mako, who could casually throw out 500 million medium spirit stones to recruit someone. They could not wait to come up, so everyone looked at the young man to see what he would choose. Many people in the private room were even more looking forward to this expert being poached by Mako. In that case, it would be difficult for Xiongbaishan to inherit the position of the Sage King. After all, the competition was very fierce this time and everyone was looking for external help. And an external expert like Xiongbaishan would definitely make them fear him and they could not wait for Mako to poach him. Lin Fei also underestimated this Mako. He was actually so generous and willing to take out 500 million medium spirit stones. It was a pity that Lin Fei still rejected. He shook his head. Young Master Mako, you're really generous. You can't even get me 200 million middle-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, I don't lack spirit stones now. I can only apologize. Mako coldly stared at him, then turned around and left. No one would have thought that Xiongbaishan's subordinate would be able to reject the temptation of 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. If it were them, they definitely wouldn't have been so quick to refuse. they wouldn't have been able to remain so calm. Of course, they also understood one thing. This person had completely offended Maku. Who is Mark? That was the son of the sacred king. Offending the son of the sage king would not end well. It might disappear at any time. This kind of thing was not rare, and they were all very clear about it. After Maku left, Xiong Badian also walked down. Many people congratulated Xiong Badian. Young Master Xiong, you've really found yourself a good helper. Where did you find this helper? Do you have any other fellow disciples? Introduce them to us. This sword technique is too powerful. As a sword expert, even I can't see through it. How would Xiong Badian dare to say anything else? His face was full of smiles. He came to Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei shook his head slightly, gesturing for him not to greet him. After all, he didn't want people to think too much, because the harvest this time was definitely big enough. Xiong Badian knew this as well, so he said a few perfunctory words and left the life and death arena with Lin Fei. Back in the mansion. Congratulations, Senior, for obtaining so many spirit stones. I'm afraid that Maku is going to cry from anger. Although Xiong Badian didn't say anything, everyone subconsciously thought that he would definitely get the qualifications to be the successor this time. And it was the kind that had a high chance of winning. Therefore, ever since he returned, Xiong Baishan's expression was very good, and he was always smiling. Something like this hadn't happened for a very long time. This is also a good thing that you've done. If not for you, I wouldn't have gotten so many spirit stones. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get the successor's position. Lin Fei said with a smile. Xiong Badian was also very tactful, and didn't disturb Lin Fei's rest. He turned and left. When he went out, he was in a very good mood. And after Xiong Badian left, Lin Fei also smiled. I didn't expect to obtain so many mid-grade spirit stones in Masculine Wind City. Maku is really a good person, even better than Xiong Badian. Lin Fei had already broken through the 500 million middle-grade spirit stones mark. With such a sum of spirit stones, he could buy a lot of things. Therefore, this trip to Chaos City was definitely a big harvest. Lin Fei let the Divine Tree of Life absorb the Divine Tree of Life again. This time, after the Divine Tree of Life absorbed the Divine Tree of Life, Lin Fei was slightly stunned. This Divine Tree of Life actually had a little change. A technique landed in Lin Fei's mind. After looking at this technique, Lin Fei frowned slightly and smiled. I didn't expect the Divine Tree of Life to have such a magical use. To actually give me a technique, and an offensive one at that. Although Lin Fei's strength had improved very quickly and he had a strong physical body, he was still delighted after seeing this technique. This technique was called Holy Strike. Just the name itself sounded very domineering. As long as this Holy Strike was used, it could instantly mobilize all the power of the Divine Tree of Life and turn it into a terrifying attack. No one would be able to withstand it. This Holy Strike was not an ordinary attack. When it was used, it could instantly explode with a power that was 100 times stronger. That was the most terrifying thing about it. Lin Fei had never expected the Divine Tree of Life to give him such a generous gift. That's right. This was a truly generous gift. No matter who received this technique, they would not be able to sit still. Fortunately, Lin Fei was experienced and knowledgeable. Even though he was excited, he still managed to suppress his emotions. Initially, I was still worried that I didn't have any killing weapons on me. With this Holy Strike, I'll be able to kill gods and Buddhas if they come. There's nothing to worry about anymore. With such a generous gift from the Divine Tree of Life, Lin Fei also realized one thing. He had been constantly obtaining this Divine Tree of Life. Perhaps he might even obtain more techniques. Even when Lin Fei was at his peak, he had never obtained a technique like this. It was simply too different. Therefore, he had to go to Chaos City. As long as there was a Divine Tree of Life, Lin Fei would not miss it. If that was the case, the number of high-grade spirit stones he had on him would seem a little small. It would be an astronomical figure. Chapter 4499. Peng 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 peng. In a courtyard, everything in the room was smashed into pieces. The decorations in the courtyard were very high class. It could be said that every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Be it the decorations or anything else, they could not withstand the force and were smashed into pieces. The person who was angry was none other than Ma Ku. It was Ma Ku. Ma Ku had never thought that he would be unable to recruit a person after offering 500 million middle-grade spirit stones. He had also heard that this person was Xiong Baishan's subordinate and that he had just been recruited. If not for this person, Xiong Badian would not have been able to return to Masculine Wind City and would have been killed by his brothers and sisters. But it was this person who had a huge impact on Ma Ku. The few subordinates that he had brought along were all annihilated, and he had even lost a lot of middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, to him, the loss of spirit stones was nothing. Ma Ku was a little embarrassed, and that was the thing that made him feel the most uncomfortable. If he was recruited, it would be good to have such an expert by his side. But now that he was unable to recruit this person with 500 million middle-grade spirit stones, Ma Ku had a crazy idea. He had to destroy this guy. He definitely could not let this guy continue to grow. No matter what, he had always been in the Golden Core realm, but his swordsmanship was extremely terrifying. If he was allowed to continue to grow, he would become very terrifying in the future. He could kill an insightful Void Realm expert so easily. If he reached the insightful Void Realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the insightful Void Realm? As the son of a Sage King, Ma Ku was still very rational. Therefore, he knew that this person had to be destroyed, and he could not let Xiong Badian become the successor. Everyone knew that Xiong Badian was arrogant and despotic. If he had such a subordinate, he would be able to hold his position in the future. In the long run, once Xiong Badian became a Sage King, this young man would also become an existence comparable to a Sage King. By then, he would be able to fight against a few Sage Kings, and it would affect the situation of the Underheaven County. Therefore, this young man had to die. Your mission tonight is to kill this young man. No matter what you do, don't let him live past tonight. Ma Ku said softly. There was a fluctuation in the void. A figure walked out. Young master, are you sure you want to do this? If you do this, you will be completely against Xiong Badian. Ma Ku laughed heartily. Xiong Badian, that brainless guy, what can he do if I kill him? Do you think he can take revenge on me? Even if I let him use a finger, he's still not my match. Ma Ku did indeed have this confidence because he had already cultivated 3 great Daos. No one knew that he had cultivated 3 great Daos. Because in front of outsiders, he had always shown that he had 2 great Daos. Xiong Badian was simply too far off from him. There was no comparison at all. An old man with a head full of white hair walked out of the void. However, it was precisely this person who was extremely terrifying. He was an expert who cultivated 3 great Daos. These 3 great Daos were all rank 6 great Daos and had already protected Ma Ku for several decades. No one had ever been able to defeat him, which was why Ma Ku had asked the old man beside him to kill him. Since young master has said so, I'll bring this person's head back today for young master to see. Night fell. The entire Xiong Feng city became silent. It was the same for Xiong Baishan's residence. A shadow silently passed through the formation and came into the residence. This old man was like a ghost. Without any hesitation, he entered a room. This old man was good at breaking formations, which was why normal formations couldn't stop him. For formations like Xiong Baishan's, it was even easier for him to pass through. After entering, he saw the young man. He sighed softly in his heart. Who asked this young man to reject Ma Ku's good intentions? If not, he would definitely have a bright future if he followed Ma Ku. Even when he got close, he couldn't see through this person's strength. Other than speed, there was nothing else. Of course, this strength was also very strong and a little shocking. He couldn't imagine what kind of accumulation this Golden Core realm fella had. However, from the moment he killed those few Paradise Realm experts, he knew that this person was really strong. For such a person, once he stepped into the Paradise Realm, he would definitely be able to achieve the miraculous abilities of the Paradise Realm experts. The more that was the case, the more such a person couldn't exist. If not, it would definitely have a huge impact on the Underheaven County. There would also be a huge change in the situation. Such a person had to die. After thinking for so long, do you feel that it's a little regretful to kill me? Just at this moment, the person in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. His lips curled up and he smiled. The old man didn't mind. Seems like you are quite vigilant. Of course, Lin Fei was very vigilant. He was much more vigilant than most people. Especially since his strength had improved by quite a bit. In fact, after his god of life grew taller, there was a magical effect. Lin Fei would be able to detect the presence of any powerful life forms within a certain range of the tree of life at the first possible moment. It didn't seem like much, but to Lin Fei, he would know what kind of experts there were in his range. No one could hide it. After all, if a person was strong, his life force would naturally be strong too. This was the best proof. That was why Lin Fei knew that the old man was here when he came in. No, before he even came in. That was because his life god tree could only cover a slightly larger area than a mansion. Of course, that was enough. At the very least, no one would be able to assassinate Lin Fei while he was resting. I know who sent you. Isn't it that Ma Ku? He is not bad to have such an expert by his side. From the moment he rejected Ma Ku, Lin Fei knew that Ma Ku would definitely come to deal with him. As a disciple of a saint king, he would definitely be smart. One could imagine that if he couldn't recruit such a person, he would definitely become a terrifying person in the future. So Ma Ku would definitely have some thoughts. After all, he wasn't from Masculine Wind City. If he missed today, then it wouldn't be easy to deal with Lin Fei in the future. So someone would definitely come tonight. Who knew that it would be an expert? It seems like you know too much. The old man pointed. 3 grade 6 Daos flew out and turned into a finger which tapped onto Lin Fei's body. This finger was really quick and it pierced through space. There were even threads of laws within. Chapter 4500. This old man was very strong. He attacked. The power of the 3 great paths swarmed over. Other than being domineering, it was still domineering. It was simply unbearable. It landed on Lin Fei's body as if it was going to completely destroy Lin Fei's physical body. It was simple and straightforward. To the old man, this finger was called the heaven-shocking finger. Under this finger, the physical body would cease to exist. However, when his finger landed on Lin Fei's body, nothing happened as he expected. Instead, Lin Fei's lips curled up into a faint smile. As expected of an expert by Ma Ku's side. The power of this finger is really strong. Ordinary insightful emptiness experts would have their physical bodies destroyed by this finger. It's a pity that I can't do anything else, but my physical body is quite strong. Lin Fei laughed. When the old man heard this, his expression changed slightly. He knew that the power of his finger was unable to destroy Lin Fei's physical body. Lin Fei had completely withstood it. Lin Fei's physical body was as strong as a rock. He knew that this person definitely had a great background. There were not many people in the spiritual realm who could cultivate such a physical body. He knew that he was in trouble. Lin Fei was definitely a hidden expert. He definitely had a strong background. Maybe, he had at least a few sage kings supporting him. The void rippled and the old man was ready to enter the void. He had to tell Ma Ku about this and bring him away from Masculine Wind City. He definitely couldn't stay here any longer. If he stayed any longer, he might get into trouble. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Since you have already attacked, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I haven't even used my ultimate move. Whoosh whoosh. In the void, many green vines instantly wrapped around the old man. The old man's expression changed again. He kept destroying these vines. However, these vines became very strong. One after another, he couldn't break them in time. Even the defense of the Great Path couldn't stop these vines. In the blink of an eye, he was tied up tightly. He was dragged away. This was also a skill that Lin Fei had just learned. It allowed him to control the divine tree of life and capture powerful life force within a certain range. The old man was indeed very strong, but he was truly unable to withstand the attacks of the tree of life. As such, he could only obediently become nourishment. Looks like this Ma Ku is quite highly regarded by the saint ruler to have arranged for such an expert. Looks like I'll have to have a good chat with him. Lin Fei also walked into the void. Ma Ku moved to another courtyard. There was a cup of top-grade spirit tea in front of him, and he drank several cups in a row. However, he was still unable to completely suppress the irritation in his heart. He was waiting for the news now. The only thing that he was looking forward to was that once the experts beside him made a move, that young man would regret it no matter what. Who wouldn't be tempted by 500 million mid-grade spirit stones? Unfortunately, he had met such a guy who was not moved by his middle-grade spirit stones. This made him a little unhappy. Since he was displeased, he could only kill the other party. He had also solved a problem for Underheaven County. Drinking tea alone, don't you feel lonely? Why don't I drink with you? Suddenly, a person appeared in the courtyard. Ma Ku's heart shook. He turned around and gave off a strong attack. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, causing the void to explode. This was Ma Ku's strongest technique, 3 heads and 6 arms. There weren't many people who grasped it in the entire spiritual world, and it was even harder to use it. This was also a technique that Ma Ku wouldn't use unless it was necessary. The void in front of him was indeed broken. But a hand was placed on Ma Ku's shoulder. An endless amount of power pressed down on him and he knelt on the ground. The entire ground turned into ruins. Lin Fei sat in front of him. He opened a teacup and poured a pot of spirit tea before drinking it slowly. Kid, you aren't bad. You actually tried to assassinate me after losing the spirit stones. I really don't know what your brain is thinking. After all, you are the son of the saint ruler. Lin Fei smiled. But to Ma Ku, he was in a state of shock. His head felt numb and his back was covered in cold sweat. You are actually fine. Ma Ku was clear about the person beside him. He had taken care of him for decades. Who knew how many problems he had solved for him? But now, Lin Fei actually appeared here. Needless to say, the person he sent was definitely dead. The winner takes all. I, Ma Ku, have lost. You can do whatever you want to me, but I have a saint ruler's treasure on me. If you have the determination, then I don't mind taking you down with me. Ma Ku was direct. His face was a little ashen white, but his attitude was okay. Now, Ma Ku was regretting. Why did he make such a mistake? If he knew that this fellow was hiding his strength, he definitely wouldn't have sent someone. In the blink of an eye, all the experts around him were dead. Even his own life couldn't be guaranteed. Lin Fei put down the teacup. Don't worry. You are the son of a saint ruler. Why would I kill you? I don't want to be hunted down by a saint ruler. But you arranged someone to assassinate me. I am in a bad mood and my spirit has been affected. What do you think I should do? Although Ma Ku looked very calm, he was actually very flustered in his heart. It was true that he had a sage ruler's treasure, but the other party had this kind of ability. If he also had a sage ruler's treasure, then if they were to fight, the one who would die might still be him. Ma Ku didn't want to die here. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and threw the ring on his hand over. All my treasures are here. I don't know if it's enough. Lin Fei didn't expect Ma Ku to be so decisive. This was the best person he had seen in the spiritual realm. Lin Fei glanced at Ma Ku's ring. There were quite a lot of things inside. Not to mention other things. There were 100 million high-grade spirit stones and 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. There were also many other scrolls. There was even an item that emitted the aura of a saint ruler treasure. It should be those saint ruler treasures. Lin Fei nodded. You're quite a clever person. Seeing how clever you are, I won't kill you. I'll also return this Saint Ruler's treasure to you, just in case you get killed when you go out. That Saint Ruler treasure was thrown back in front of Ma Ke by Lin Fei. For a moment, Ma Ke wanted to cry. This was a Saint Ruler treasure. You don't even want it. This fellow must have a Saint Ruler backing him up. It wasn't as simple as 1 or 2. Did he have to bully people like this? Chapter 45:01. Ma Ke's strength was indeed very strong, especially with his 3 heads and 6 arms. It was not something that just anyone could stop. Especially that frontal attack, it was like a torrential storm. If he couldn't block it, he would be killed. Of course, meeting Lin Fei was Ma Ke's bad luck. After Lin Fei left, Ma Ke left in the middle of the night. Ma Ke left without saying anything. No one knew why Ma Ke left in the night. Because Ma Ke knew that if people found out that he didn't have any helpers by his side, he would definitely be in big trouble. If he was unlucky, even returning to his own territory would be a difficult thing. Don't think that he could do whatever he wanted in the World County, but there were many people who wanted to deal with him in the dark. For example, his brothers and sisters. Although they wouldn't kill him, it was very possible that he would be bedridden for 3 to 5 years and his strength would regress. He also hated this fellow in his heart. He was actually so strong that he thought he was just an ordinary expert. He was really taken aback. If he knew this would happen, he would have left this masculine wind city and wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. His net worth was stripped in a night. Luckily he still had a Sage King's treasure. Otherwise, he would really have no place to reason with. Lin Fei got what belonged to him from Ma Ke without anyone noticing. One had to say that this Ma Ke was really a piece of fat meat. If he met other people, he wouldn't dare to make a move at all. But who was Lin Fei? He really didn't care. If he could rob him once, he could rob him a second time. Lin Fei had that much confidence. This also caused Lin Fei's family to become extremely wealthy in an instant. His desire to head to Chaos City became even stronger. And the only thing he had to do now was to help Xiong Badian obtain the rights to be the successor. Other things were just a small matter. In the next few days, Xiong Badian was considered to be famous in masculine Wind City. Everyone knew that he had an expert who defeated Ma Ke's underlings, and Ma Ke left in the middle of the night. Of course, this news only spread the next day. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Although they didn't do it themselves, it was definitely something worth celebrating to be able to make Ma Ke leave overnight. Who didn't know that Ma Ke had always swaggered around in the masculine Wind City? Very few people made him leave in a sorry state. Xiong Badian was one of them. Therefore, in the past 2 days, Xiong Badian's influence inexplicably rose. Even Xiong Badian himself was a little confused. When did he become so popular? Especially when he saw his brothers and sisters, their faces were a little ugly. Xiong Badian grew happier and happier. He had to show off in front of his brothers and sisters. It made them feel as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Senior Lin, tomorrow is the qualifier. Xiong Badian came to Lin Fei's courtyard. A pot of herbal tea was served. This was the best, and Xiong Badian would send it over almost every day. He wanted to take the opportunity to pull some strings. Fei was quite satisfied with the spiritual tea. He poured himself a glass. Do you know what the selection is about? Lin Fei had taken a huge piece of meat from Ma Ke and the heavenly wood. Therefore, he was in a good mood recently. He had a faint smile on his face. Xiong Badian shook his head. I have no clue about this matter. After all, my father never lets others guess what he is doing. I can only wait until tomorrow. Lin Fei was just asking casually. No matter what the test was, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Since you don't know, then forget it. Go back and have a good sleep. After tomorrow, you will be the future heir. Xiong Badian nodded and left. After Lin Fei refined the heaven and earth herbs and the heavenly wood, his physical body improved by a huge amount. Now, his physical body was already at the hollowness realm. On the second day, Xiong Badian came when the sun rose. That night, Xiong Badian didn't sleep well. After all, the position of heir was quite important. He never thought that one day he would get the position of heir. And right now, Senior Lin was his greatest helper. He had also received some news that his brothers and sisters had paid a huge price this time. They had found quite a number of experts to assist them. As for finding external experts, the family had no objections. Being able to find external experts was also a kind of ability. Being able to find external experts was also a kind of performance. Lin Fei had been sitting in the courtyard for a long time. After staying for so many days, I can finally leave. Lin Fei stood up. He followed Xiong Badian to the Xiong family's ancestral home. The residence of Xiong Feng City was located in the center of the city. It was a very special place. It was an ancient house. According to Xiong Badian, the people of the Xiong clan all came out from this ancient house. Lin Fei hadn't even walked into the ancient house, but he could already feel that it was different. There were already quite a number of people standing in the ancestral home. The most eye-catching ones were Xiong Baishan's brothers and sisters who were around the same age as him. All of them stood up straight and their expressions turned solemn. When they saw Xiong Badian enter, their expressions changed. Especially when most of their gazes fell on Lin Fei. They had been investigating Lin Fei for the past few days, but no matter how much they investigated, they couldn't find any clues. It was as if Lin Fei had appeared out of thin air. The only thing they knew was that he came from a faraway county. There were only 10 county cities in the entire spiritual realm, but the distance between them was very far. Therefore, they were very afraid of this young man and did not investigate him clearly. But they knew that it was extremely rare for someone to be able to kill Ma Ku and the other 2 experts and make Ma Ku leave in the middle of the night. More importantly, this person stayed in Xiong Baishan's courtyard and didn't come out. That was the most annoying thing. They were all prepared to talk to this person. If they could successfully poach him from Xiong Baishan's side, it would definitely be something to be proud of. At that time, they would be able to obtain the position of heir with half the effort. Unfortunately, they were thinking too much. As for the higher-ups of the Xiong family, they also noticed this person. Everyone knew how strong the experts around Ma Ku were. Now, they actually couldn't see through this golden core guy. He was clearly just a golden core, but his swordsmanship was quite outstanding. He came and went without a trace, and his strength was so great that they couldn't withstand it at all. This was something that they had analyzed after the fact. Hence, they were really looking forward to the heir selection this time. Would Xiong Badian become the heir, or would it be someone else? Chapter 4502. Xiong Badian brought Lin Fei to the side and didn't squeeze towards the crowd. The surroundings seemed empty too. Right now, Xiong Badian seemed to have been pushed out by his siblings. But this time, Xiong Badian wasn't too bothered. After all, he had a high chance of winning. Hence, he secretly sent a message over. Senior Lin, that loud voice is my eldest brother, Xiong Wudi. This name was given to him by my father. He is also the most talented person in the Xiong family and has cultivated 2 great Daos. Beside my eldest brother, Xiong Wudi, is my second brother, Xiong Tianxia. He is also talented and has cultivated 2 great Daos. The one on the left with long hair is my third brother, Xiong Sihai. He has also cultivated 2 great Daos. Xiong Badian introduced them one by one. One had to admit that the sons of the Sage King had terrifying potential. Especially Xiong Baishan's eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, all of whom had cultivated 2 great Daos. They were all of high quality. Compared to them, Xiong Badian couldn't be any more ordinary. Only Xiong Badian looked more like a Sage King. This was an advantage that his siblings couldn't compare to. Hence, Xiong Badian was quite popular in the family. But because of this, he was targeted by his siblings. Now, all of them seemed to be standing together against Xiong Badian. They had no choice. Who asked Xiong Badian to recruit such a powerful expert? With such a powerful expert around, if they didn't do anything, then they would have wasted their status as the sons and daughters of the Sage King. Lin Fei glanced at them indifferently. It's fine. They're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Although the people around them are very strong, the position of successor will still be yours in the end. No one can take it away from you. Lin Fei had already seen that these people were strong. But no matter how strong they were, they couldn't be stronger than him. But Lin Fei was different. As long as he controlled the God Tree of Life within a certain range, he could devour a person's essence, spirit, and life completely. He didn't see the expert beside Maka being devoured just like that. Other than that, the God Tree of Life could also confine people. After being confined within a certain range, they would no longer be able to fight. At that time, Lin Fei would be able to decide whether he wanted to live or die. It couldn't be any simpler. Therefore, Lin Fei quickly closed his eyes and rested. When the siblings looked at Lin Fei, they all had strange expressions on their faces. At a time like this, he still closed his eyes and rested. He really didn't take them seriously. Don't worry, young master. No matter how strong that golden core kid is, can he snatch what I have in my hands? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His cold gaze swept across Lin Fei. Xiong Wudi didn't care much about his younger brother, Xiong Batian, but he didn't expect his younger brother to bring him such a gift. Of course, the most important thing was that this mysterious golden core kid was very rich. According to their estimates, he had at least hundreds of millions of mid-grade spirit stones on him. Just the thought of it was a big fat fish. When we kill him, we must take his ring. Don't let anyone else take it away. Xiong Wudi had already sentenced him to death. Because the siblings had already discussed in private, their biggest enemy now was the golden core expert besides Xiong Batian. His swordsmanship was outstanding and powerful. Therefore, they had to deal with this mysterious swordsman first. As for Xiong Batian's younger brother, he just cultivated a great path. Such a great path could be easily dealt with. There was no need to worry at all. Young master, don't worry. It's easy for me to kill this kid. It just so happens that I've cultivated a new kind of poison. It's extremely poisonous and can kill insightful emptiness experts. It's just the right time to try it on him. Similar words kept happening around the few young people from the Xiong family. None of them looked up to the golden core kid. They had already done some research. As long as they had the right medicine, there was nothing they couldn't solve. And now, they were just waiting for it to start. An hour later, a white-haired figure walked in. After the white-haired figure came in, the ancestral home became quiet. Xiong Batian sent a voice transmission over. Senior Lin, this is the great elder of the Xiong family. He's in charge of everything in the family. Today's assessment should be announced by the great elder. Lin Fei looked at the great elder with a little surprise. This great elder was actually an expert who had cultivated 5 great Daos. That was a little impressive. The great paths were quite well proportioned. They were all rank 4 great paths. No wonder he was able to hold the position of the great elder. The great elder had a lot of influence in the family. When he came over, everyone quieted down and no one spoke. Their expressions were filled with respect. He came to the front. I see that almost everyone is here today. Let's start the selection of the successor. After all, you are the geniuses of the clan, the proud sons of heaven. However, the clan can only have one successor, so you have to show your abilities. Whoever wins will be the successor. This is the rules set by the clan head. The great elder was obviously referring to the Sage King. After all, they rarely showed themselves after becoming Sage Kings. No one knew where these Sage Kings were usually. Therefore, the great elder's position in the family was self-evident. Now, let me announce the contents of your assessment. This was decided by the family head himself. Everyone's heart tightened when they heard this. While they were looking forward to it, they were also a little nervous. The great elder flipped his hand, and a scroll appeared in his hand. After the scroll was opened, a mountain river diagram appeared in front of everyone. However, when the mountain river diagram appeared, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Great Elder, could this be the Immortals' Ruins battlefield left behind by the family head? The Great Elder said calmly. That's right. This is the Immortals' Ruins battlefield left behind by the family head. This is a battlefield that was refined by the family head using a supreme mystic art. There are actually quite a few Immortals' Ruins battlefield like this in our spiritual realm. Many families have them, but they are rather rare. When everyone heard about the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, their expressions changed. The Sky Pride started to get nervous. After all, everyone had heard of the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Xiong Badian explained immediately, this Immortals' Ruins battlefield is actually a place where immortals fought a long, long time ago. However, their deaths brought about a huge change and formed a place similar to a forbidden zone. However, there are many things in the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Therefore, many experts would refine these places into treasures and use them for training. Chapter 4503. Lin Fei had learned something new. He didn't expect the Xiong clan to have such a treasure. It was actually called the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. However, such a treasure did give Lin Fei a lot of feelings. This was because he felt a dangerous and terrifying aura from the mountain and river diagram. It was more terrifying than any other place. This was unexpected. I didn't expect such a thing to be so powerful. As expected of a treasure that only a sage king would have. Such a thing could probably be used to suppress people. Lin Fei was extremely interested in such a place. He naturally wanted to take a look. He wanted to see how powerful these people were. The Great Elder continued, the content of your assessment is to enter the Immortal Ruins battlefield. In the central region of the Immortal Ruins battlefield, the family has already left behind a clan medallion. Whoever obtains the clan medallion will be the successor. As for how you find it, it's up to you. During this period of time, killing is strictly forbidden. Otherwise, you'll be abolished. The Great Elder's last sentence was a little cold. After all, these were the sons of sage kings. They were the hope of the clan in the future. Naturally, they didn't want to see any casualties in such a fight. Therefore, they had to take precautions. Everyone's faces lit up. Looking at the external helpers, they were all elated. Fortunately, they had found helpers this time. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult. There would probably be dozens of people entering this time. When the time comes, the fight would be even more intense. Alright, I will now send everyone into the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Inside the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, there are techniques and mystic arts left behind by the previous immortals. You have to be careful. Although they won't kill you, they will injure you and disqualify you. You have to be aware of this. After the Great Elder's gaze swept across them, everyone nodded. The Great Elder cast a spell. The Tri-River diagram moved and expanded infinitely. Instantly, an entrance of flowing light appeared. Next, a series of light beams shrouded over and landed on everyone's bodies, sucking them in. Even Lin Fei was the same. He didn't need to resist at all before he was pulled into the mountain river diagram. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei landed in the Immortal Ruins battlefield. This ruined battlefield was very big, and it was filled with the danger of death. Xiong Badian and Lin Fei just stood there alone. The others seemed to have disappeared, and at this moment, the Great Elder's voice came from the mountain and river diagram. I've already placed all of you on the periphery. That way, everyone will be fair. Now, all of you can move, because you only have one day. Whoever can last until the end will be the family's successor. The last sentence seemed to be filled with endless temptation. Senior, I'll be counting on you this time. Xiong Badian looked around before speaking respectfully to Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled and said, it's fine. It's just a family medallion. One day is more than enough. However, we have to be one step ahead of them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to chase after them. Xiong Badian naturally wouldn't say anything. I will listen to Senior Lin. Xiong Badian did not have much confidence in his own strength. Therefore, he could only rely on Lin Fei. With Lin Fei around, there was nothing for him to panic about. Not long after the two of them flew, they saw a series of lightning bolts crashing down on them. Lin Fei was fine, but Xiong Baishan's body was emitting black smoke. I don't think we can fly over. This should be a mystique left behind from the previous fights, and we touched it. Xiong Badian laughed bitterly. He swallowed a few pills. Just as he finished his sentence, there were quite a few energy waves coming from the Immortal Ruins battlefield. Seems like their luck is about the same as mine, to encounter these mystiques. Lin Fei laughed. If there weren't these mystiques, how could it be called the Immortal Ruins battlefield? There must be something special about it. Therefore, he gave up on flying. He rushed over on the ground. There were more traps on the ground, and from time to time, a bunch of mystiques would pop up. There were even some moves that came without a trace. There was almost no time to stop. There wasn't even a chance to breathe. One after another, they blotted out the sky and covered the earth, just like a killing array. Xiong Badian had never seen such a scene before, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, hasn't this Immortal Ruins battlefield been in the past for a long time? Why is it still so strong? Xiong Badian swung his arm, and it felt a little numb. Just now. He had endured more than 10 rounds of attacks, and he almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, Lin Fei intervened, otherwise, he would be finished. Lin Fei didn't expect the Immortal Ruins battlefield to have so many dangers. It could be said that every 10 steps was a huge danger. It was no wonder that the elder said it so casually. It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to get to this place. Then, he could only charge forward bravely. This method was quite good, and it wouldn't give you any time to think. Either you give up, or you just charge forward. It was just that simple. From now on, just follow behind me. Otherwise, with your speed, it won't be easy for us to reach the core region. Lin Fei could tell. They could only charge forward in this place. Lin Fei didn't have any problems, but Xiong Badian did. Based on this efficiency, he would have been injured before he reached the core region, and wouldn't have a chance at all. Therefore, Lin Fei had to do it himself. Indeed, Xiong Badian was feeling the immense pressure. Even though he had cultivated out a great Tao, it was still not enough in a place like this. Therefore, he could only follow behind Lin Fei. Even so, he could only heave a sigh of relief. Lin Fei simply summoned a sword intense storm and attacked. As the sword intense storm moved forward, the killer moves that were lying in ambush were activated one by one, and instantly landed on the sword intense storm. The sword intense storm was also incredibly ferocious, and it was able to block the attack with just 2 of them. Even though it was just a storm of sword intent, it wasn't very long, but it was very effective. There were practically no other moves that could be used. This caused Xiong Badian, who was at the back, to be even more impressed by Lin Fei's methods. With such methods, it was indeed much faster than before. However, this wasn't enough, and his speed was still much slower. Lin Fei struck out another sword intense storm. He charged through the sword intense storm, and it was like he was walking on the path of death. Chapter 4504. Xiong family's ancestral home. Everyone was paying attention to the situation at the Celestial Ruins. Most of them were the talented ones like Xiong Wudi, Xiong Tianxia and Xiong Sihai. They had a high chance of getting the family token. Although they said that they wanted to hold on until the end, they brought many helpers because they were only allowed to bring 1 to 3 helpers. They basically brought 3 helpers. They weren't like Xiong Badian, who only brought a young man in. He was an expert swordsman. Young Master Xiong Wudi's subordinates are not bad. They actually know how to use formations and probe before advancing. I think young Master Xiong Tianxia is not bad too. He actually found a guy with invincible defense. It's really surprising. The upper echelons looked over one by one. But when they saw Xiong Badian, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Good fella. His sword intent was really fierce. He actually had such a method. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. One by one, the sword will storms swept over. Just as the sword will storms touched these moves, they passed through the gaps, and their speed was getting faster and faster. After a comparison, it seemed that they were running at the forefront, which really surprised these higher-ups. The elder who had been watching was also surprised. He had heard about what happened recently. He was really curious about this person. He had observed him just now, but what surprised him was that this guy was actually a golden core expert. He wasn't someone who was hiding his strength. There was no way he was wrong about this realm. Who was the great elder? He was someone who cultivated 5 Daos, so he could see everything clearly. When he saw the situation, he was even more curious about Lin Fan's sword technique. There were many people in the spirit world who were good at sword techniques. It was rare to see someone like him who could move at will and be so powerful. Unknowingly, Xiong Badian gave his brothers and sisters a huge amount of pressure. Senior Lin, your sword intense storm is the best. We don't need to fight head-on with these killer moves at all. We just need to analyze the past. Lin Fei and Xiong Baishan's speed was very fast, and they were able to traverse through the forest without any mishaps. The deeper one went, the more powerful the killer move and divine art would be. The storm of sword intent could still be blocked. More importantly, Lin Fei could also raise his own strength, so it was not difficult for him to fight head-on. You just stay behind and pay attention to your surroundings. Don't get ambushed. With that said, Xiong Badian didn't dare to let his guard down. He was afraid of being ambushed. 4 hours later. Lin Fei and Xiong Baishan's speed became slower and slower. Because the killer moves here were getting stronger. Once the storm of sword intent was unleashed, even though it could form a small gap, it wasn't easy to cross it. Thus, he could only slow down. At this moment, it seemed like they were the fastest. Senior, look. That's the core region. Xiong Baishan's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed to the front. There were also ruins in front of them, but there was a building that was very eye-catching. That was because there was a statue placed there. This statue wasn't short at all, it was a full 300 zhang tall. It was extremely dazzling to be placed there just like that. When they came here, they all knew that the core area was based on a statue. This statue was 300 zhang tall. That was the best proof. Looks like we should be at the core region. We should be the first to arrive. Xiong Badian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because there was no movement in the surroundings, so it was without a doubt that it was the first to arrive. Lin Fei also noticed the situation in front of them. At the same time, he also knew where the clan token was placed. Do you see that statue? Your clan token is placed in that statue's hand. With Lin Fei's words, Xiong Badian also noticed it. It was really placed in a palm. It was very eye-catching. There was no need to look for it at all. Xiong Badian suppressed the thoughts in his mind. Senior, please help me get the clan token. Lin Fei immediately retracted the storm of sword intent and performed the deadly sword technique. The sword technique was untraceable. It had become even faster. Because his physical body had become stronger, when he performed the deadly sword technique, he instantly entered the 2nd level from the 1st level. He was already infinitely close to the 3rd level. After a series of crackling sounds in front of him, the killing techniques that filled the sky suddenly disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the ancestral mansion sucked in a breath of cold air. They could not see the sword technique at all. It was as if it had never been used. It was really unbelievable. The Grand Elder's eyes also lit up slightly. What a powerful sword technique. What a fast sword technique. I did not expect there to be such a person. This time, Xiong Badian has a higher chance of becoming the successor. The Grand Elder's eyes were still very sharp. Therefore, he could tell that this Lin Fei was really very strong. In fact, he was a little ridiculously strong. Lin Fei knew that the Grand Elder would be sizing him up. However, he was not too worried and continued to perform the deadly sword technique. As he approached the huge statue, the closer he got to the huge statue, the more powerful the killing techniques would be. The powerful techniques were extremely terrifying. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This bit of power was nothing to Lin Fei. It was not too dangerous. He reached out and grabbed the family crest. However, just as he was about to get close to the family crest, the palm exploded with a brilliant light, as if it was going to pierce through Lin Fei's palm. Lin Fei's 5 fingers were not pierced by this brilliant light. It directly pressed down, and the light collapsed. The family crest also fell into Lin Fei's hands, and he casually threw it to Xiong Badian. Now that the family crest is in your hands, the rest will naturally be waiting for your brothers and sisters to come to you. Xiong Badian felt like he was dreaming as he held the family crest. He had done it so easily. Although he had paid a huge price for it, although he had not given it to Yi Shiwen, he had really obtained the family crest. All that was left was to hold on until the next day. At that time, he would be the successor. He would be high and mighty, and he could even become a holy king in the future. He knew that there was a secret in the family that could cultivate to become a holy king. However, this secret could only be known by the future family head. Outsiders did not know about it. Therefore, the Xiong family had always been able to preserve it. They had almost 2 holy kings. They had stabilized their position in masculine Wind City. Otherwise, they would have long been targeted by others. If we plan to leave, it will be even harder for them to find us. Xiong Badian asked. Lin Fei smiled and said, if we leave now, how can I get some benefits from them? There are not many fat pigs like them. Chapter 4505. When Xiong Badian heard this, he knew what Lin Fei wanted to do. His brothers and sisters were probably going to be out of luck. But for some reason, his mood became very good when he heard this. He knew that his brothers and sisters didn't have any good intentions. Just like this time, when they entered the Immortals' Ruins battlefield. Each of his brothers and sisters had brought 3 experts with them. These experts were invited from outside and they had paid a huge price. It could be said that they were all quite wealthy, and he couldn't wait for Lin Fei to sweep them clean. When that happened, his brothers and sisters would have to live a hard life for at least 10 years or even a few decades. Without spirit stones, it was equivalent to having no cultivation resources. This meant that after he became the successor of the Xiong clan, the resources would be greatly tilted to him, and he would become a sage expert. Therefore, his brothers and sisters would have to live very miserable lives. There was nothing more delightful than this. Senior, this is a good idea. Just these middle-grade spirit stones alone should be worth hundreds of millions, or even more than 1 billion. As for high-grade spirit stones, it should be more than enough to get tens of millions. At this time, there was a continuous stream of people coming in this direction. Waves of energy fluctuations spread out in the vicinity. The first to arrive was Xiong Wudi. Just like his name suggested, he took the lead, and the 3 experts beside him were very powerful. The first thing he did was kill his way here. When he saw the statue, he was overjoyed. It seems that I am the first person to arrive. No one can snatch the clan token from my hands. Xiong Wudi laughed, but as soon as he finished laughing, his pupils shrank. To his surprise, he saw 2 people standing under the statue. One of them was his younger brother, who was looking at him with a smile. My big brother, you're a step too late. The clan token is in my hands. Xiong Badian waved the clan token in his hand, showing off. When Xiong Wudi saw the young swordsman standing beside him, he felt like his heart was about to collapse. He was actually a step too late. He had clearly gone all out to come here, but why was he still a step too late? This wasn't the result he wanted. Didn't you always think that you were the strongest? Then come and get this clan medallion. Otherwise, if I become the successor, you won't have a good time. Xiong Badian laughed again. These words were like a slap to Xiong Wudi's face. Xiong Wudi had always thought of himself as the strongest in the family. In fact, he was indeed talented, and his cultivation speed was also the fastest. Unfortunately, he seemed to be stuck in recent years, which was why his younger brothers had caught up to him. In the end, they were almost at the same level, which was a great humiliation for Xiongwudi. His face turned cold and gloomy. "The three of you go and deal with that young man. I'll deal with Xiong. We need to end this quickly." Xiongwudi gave the order. The other brothers hadn't arrived yet, so he had to be a step ahead. As long as he could stall for time, he would naturally be able to snatch the family medallion. The three experts immediately took action after receiving the order. Each of them released the great Tao behind them, forming various rings. He threw himself at Lin Fei. Xiongwudi, on the other hand, had his eyes on Xiong. Just as they were about to get close, a sword mark rushed over like a ripple. It disintegrated all their tricks. It turned out that at this time, Lin Fei had already made his move. The sword was light, and the waves were like water, and the water was like arrows, directly slapping over. The defense of the great Tao around them was collapsing one after another. The flowing light was like the sea, directly crushing them. In an instant, they were sent flying. Even Xiongwudi was the same. After landing, he couldn't even stand properly. "Just the four of you really can't do it. Let's wait for your brothers and sisters to arrive first." Lin Fei smiled faintly. Even though it was just a light sword, the power of the sword gave Xiongwudi and the other three a great deal of pressure. Again. Xiongwudi didn't dare to admit defeat. He released his two great Tao again. The three experts also attacked at the same time, but they were still defeated by Lin Fei with a single sword strike. They were no match for him at all. "I advise you to save your energy. Wait for your people to arrive, then it will be more interesting." Xiong also laughed. "Did you hear that? Take a rest first. You can't beat him anyway." "I don't mean it. The family token is in my hands. You have no hope." The people in the ancestral mansion were also paying attention to the situation. When they saw the situation, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed that the situation was much worse than expected. Even a young master like Xiongwudi was no match for this young man. This young man's sword technique was too powerful. They couldn't see it at all. If this kind of sword technique was used to kill insightful emptiness realm experts, wouldn't it be easy? Everyone couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat again. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. At this age, he was in the Golden Core realm and had accumulated so much. It was rare in the entire spiritual realm. Where did he come from? They had no idea at all. They couldn't imagine. "Great Elder, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know where this person came from?" someone asked. The Great Elder was also filled with curiosity as he shook his head. "I can't recognize this either, but only the top 10 or top 100 powerhouses of our spiritual realm can nurture such a sword principle expert. Apart from them, there is no one else in the spiritual realm." The top 10 experts were recognized as the strongest, but there were still the top 100 experts behind them. These were all powerful people that people were very afraid of. Of course, there were also a few special places, which was what the Great Elder cared about the most. Since when did Xiong find such a helper? Now, he was even more convinced that this should be Xiong opportunity. An expert like this couldn't even be invited. Even the Great Elder felt that if he didn't use his 5 Great Tao, he probably wouldn't be able to resist the other's sword technique. This was because the other party's sword technique had exceeded the limit of ordinary experts. Unless one was extremely powerful, there was no way to defend against this sword. The other party didn't kill Xiongwudi, which was already giving the Xiong clan a lot of face. Of course, if that was the case, the Great Elder wouldn't say it out loud. He just had to know. At the very least, this young man had a considerable background. After being defeated countless times, Xiongwudi finally gave up. Sword wounds were left on his body. Chapter 4506. Xiongwudi had never expected that he would be defeated by someone brought by Xiong. After countless attempts, it was to no avail. Instead, his body was covered in sword wounds. Did he really have to wait for his brothers and sisters to arrive before attacking? Was this person really that strong? Xiong Wudi started to doubt himself and stopped attacking. He just stared coldly at Xiong Badian and the young man. My good brother, did you see that? I told you not to attack. You're just asking for trouble. Xiong Baishan's face was also filled with pride. He could finally look down on his good brother and say such words. This was something he had never dared to say in his entire life. Even though Xiong Badian was usually arrogant, he didn't dare to do as he pleased in front of his brothers in the family. But now, he could finally turn the tables and take charge. He shouted 3 times. The future belongs to me. Xiong Wudi was frustrated. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. If possible, he really didn't want this to happen. Everyone knew that this young man was strong, and even Ma Ke's experts weren't a match for him. They were mentally prepared, but they still couldn't accept the situation. Was the gap really that big? You don't have to be too happy. When your brothers and sisters are all here, you'll be the one crying. Xiong Wudi decided to wait for everyone to arrive. Xiong Badian laughed out loud. All right then, we'll settle the score together. He had absolute confidence in Lin Fei. After Lin Fei made his move, he did not make any more moves. There wasn't much difference between one more and one less. As time passed, more and more people rushed over from all directions. After all, everyone wanted to be the first to arrive. But when the first person appeared, he saw Xiong Wudi. Then, he saw Xiong Badian and the family crest. He immediately understood what was going on. His big brother was probably at a disadvantage. He knew just by looking at the sword wounds on his body. Hence, he decided to wait and see. If even his big brother's men weren't a match for him, he would just be asking for trouble. Xiong Wudi quickly conversed with his brother. Not long later, more and more people arrived. There were a dozen of them. They brought reinforcements and the scene was bustling. All of them had different expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that Xiong Baishan's unremarkable younger brother would be the one to take away the clan medallion? Moreover, the other party had only brought along a single expert. Brothers and sisters, this is our chance to work together. Let's get rid of this guy first. Otherwise, none of us will get the house medallion. When that happens, our good little brother will take over. Invincible Xiong was quite charismatic. After all, he was the eldest brother. After that, World Dominator and World Dominator also agreed. After all, no one was a fool. They weren't a match for this young man in a one-on-one fight, but now that they had so many people, they naturally had a chance to defeat this young man. Xiong Badian didn't say anything and left everything to Lin Fei. He believed that he would be able to protect the family medallion. The higher-ups in the ancestral mansion were also watching this scene. Everyone wanted to know what the final outcome would be. In fact, they hadn't expected such an outcome. That Xiong Badian actually had such an advantage. With just a foreign expert, he was able to gain the upper hand. However, the geniuses of the family weren't to be trifled with. Don't forget that they all had some Sage King's treasures in their hands. Although they didn't use them because they didn't think it was necessary, they were forced into a difficult situation. Once the Sage King's treasures were used, even a simple attack would be able to make this young man suffer a great loss. Lin Fei glanced at these people indifferently. Since everyone is here, let's cut the crap. Let's just do it together. After I get rid of all of you, I can go home and sleep in peace. As soon as these words came out, they were all infuriated. Could it be that they were so incompetent? Do you really think you can do it? Let them go home and sleep. You'll regret it later. World Dominator added. You're an outsider. Don't think that you're great just because you defeated an expert like Ma Ke. This isn't your territory. Xiong Sihai also stood out. Yes, this is our Xiong clan. It's not your place, and it's not a place for you to behave atrociously. With them taking the lead, everyone started to move in an instant. One by one, the treasures gathered. There were a total of 30 to 40 treasures. The skies seemed to darken all of a sudden. A terrifying pressure swept over. Even Xiong Badian trembled, but he forced himself to take a deep breath. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Senior Lin is here. Xiong Badian had never seen such a lineup before. But he knew that these brothers and sisters of his had a certain amount of wealth. Naturally, they didn't lack treasures. It seemed to be true. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he also smiled. It was true that these people were very capable. That also proved that these people were fat from head to toe. Of course, Lin Fei was interested. After all, he already had 500 million mid-level spirit stones. Plus the spirit stones that he had seized. But he didn't mind having more spirit stones of his own. Who knew how many spirit stones he would have to spend in Chaos City? Swoosh. The sword intent emerged and turned into a huge ripple. It directly blocked all of these attacks. As soon as the attacks made contact, crackling sounds were heard. Layer after layer of ripples were continuously broken. But when it was only a few inches away from Yi Xian, it could no longer go any further. It was forcefully blocked. Although these people had all cultivated the Great Path. But Lin Fei's methods were not that simple. Naturally, they couldn't defeat him. As soon as the sword in his hand was drawn, a huge storm was formed instantly. This sword-intense storm was also unprecedented. Everyone was enveloped in it instantly. No one knew why this sword-intense storm was so huge. But as soon as it appeared, everyone was enveloped in it. That sword intent turned into countless attacks. It directly turned Yi Xian from a passive position to an offensive one. The expressions on these people's faces changed drastically. The people in the ancestral mansion outside also sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect this foreign aide to be so resourceful. He had quietly laid out a plan, and everyone was carrying out a comprehensive attack. Under such a comprehensive attack, the advantages and disadvantages were very obvious. They could see it immediately. And in fact, these disciples of the Xiong family were indeed a little dumbfounded by these sword intents. Because there were too many of them. They were so densely packed that they couldn't see the end. Chapter 4507. This method didn't last for long. One by one, the experts of the Xiong family were sent flying. Their bodies were densely covered with sword wounds. It was a ghastly sight and they instantly lost their ability to fight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In just a short period of time, most of the experts were sent flying. The rest also lost their ability to fight. They all fell to the ground. After all, this was Lin Fei's killer move. Although he didn't use the so-called Holy Strike, it wasn't something these people could withstand. Therefore, all the people who were lying on the ground could not stand up again. Lin Fei smiled, look at how simple it is. Just kill them all in one fell swoop. Naturally, no one will fight with you for the family token. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. After all, so many of his brothers and sisters made a move. With so many treasures, it was terrifying to look at. As for his brothers and sisters who fell to the ground, their faces were naturally pale. Their armors were on the verge of collapsing. This was only because Lin Fei had been lenient. If he had gone all out, the armor they wore would not have lasted long before shattering. As for them, they would definitely die. Now, apart from losing their ability to fight, they didn't suffer too much damage. It could be considered lucky. Fortunately, they were in the immortal ruins. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even be able to see the sun. After Xiong Badian suppressed the excitement in his heart, he actually did something that made everyone in the ancestral mansion dumbfounded. Xiong Badian walked over and took the rings from their bodies. Even if he couldn't, he forcefully took them away. Xiong Badian wouldn't give his brothers and sisters a chance to make a comeback. Now that they were all seriously injured, although they wouldn't die, there was no need for them to keep their rings. Xiong Badian, what are you doing? Return our rings. What are you trying to do? You bastard, this is my net worth. Return it to me. It's mine. Those who resisted were all knocked unconscious by Xiong Badian. Sorry, it's mine now. He took away the rings. In a flash, all the rings were taken away by Xiong Badian. Lin Fei, who was watching from the side, was also quite satisfied with this scene. If you let Lin Fei make a move and take out these rings, it would be a little inappropriate. In the eyes of outsiders, he would be an expert in foreign aid. However, it was different if Xiong Badian made a move. This was an internal matter of the family. As for whether they could take it back in the future, that was another matter altogether. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was basically impossible for them to retrieve these rings. At that time, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. With the accumulation of resources, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had also obtained the recognition of a holy king. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over these things. Therefore, they could only blame their own bad luck. Xiong Badian really knew how to handle matters. Now that his brothers, sisters, and brothers had all been defeated, and their rings had been taken away, they were no longer a threat to him. At the same time, he did a good deed for Senior Lin. He was a smart person. Naturally, Xiong Badian knew that this ring was completely different from the one he was holding, so he tactfully kept the rings. At this moment, a figure suddenly struggled to get up. It was none other than Xiong Wudi. His face was deathly pale, as though he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. Xiong Badian, my good little brother. To think that all of us would be defeated by the helper you invited. Xiong Wudi gritted his teeth and said coldly. Xiong Badian had nothing to fear from his big brother now. His rings had been taken away, and his strength had taken a huge hit. Was there anyone who could go against him? I can only say that my luck is better than yours. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. If not for you guys, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Once I become the family head, I will definitely let you have a good life. This is my promise to you. Xiong Wudi spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body swayed, and he almost fell. Xiong Badian, you won't get your way. This immortal's ruins isn't as simple as you think. Upon hearing this, Xiong Badian felt that something was amiss. He had a feeling that his big brother seemed to know some secret. I have it. If I can't get it, you can forget about getting it either. Xiong Wudi suddenly became agitated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Use my blood to draw the power of heaven and earth, and summon the body of an immortal. The sudden scene made everyone feel incredulous. The great elder's face changed slightly. Not good. Xiong Wudi has gotten his hands on some tricks. He wants to summon the remnant soul of an immortal. He's trying to kill Xiong Badian. The great elder was knowledgeable, and he had heard many rumors. But he didn't expect Xiong Wudi to have such tricks up his sleeves. Something big was about to happen. Even though the battlefield of the immortals' ruins wasn't too dangerous, it was still a place where immortals had fought. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some tricks left behind by the immortals. If they were to be activated, not many people present would be able to survive. This was the reason why the Great Elder was so shocked. But the Great Elder couldn't do anything. He couldn't even get them out. The battlefield of the immortals' ruins had been set up. They would only be transported out after a day. Unless a sage king made a move, there was nothing they could do. Swoosh. The canopy collapsed in an instant, and no one could see what was going on inside. Everyone's heart sank. Something had really happened. When Xiong Badian realized that something was wrong, the first thing he wanted to do was to knock out his big brother. But he couldn't do it. Because Xiong Wudi's big brother seemed to have been drained of all his blood, and he was lying on the ground. But the battlefield took on a new look. A suppressive force came crashing down. In the face of this pressure, Xiong Badian knelt on the ground with a thud. His brothers and sisters fainted immediately, and none of them were conscious anymore. The only one who remained conscious was Lin Fei. sword intent spread out. This pressure was extremely terrifying, and it collapsed again and again. It attacked all the way to Lin Fei's body, forcing Lin Fei to use his life force to withstand this attack. Then, Lin Fei saw a shadow appear. He couldn't see the face clearly, but this shadow gave off an aura that made Lin Fei wary. Could this be the remnant soul left behind by an immortal? But it was activated by Xiong Badian? What is going on? Chapter 4508. When the illusory figure appeared, Lin Fei knew that he was in deep trouble. This Xiong Woody really had some tricks up his sleeves. To think that he would send out such a huge gift at the end. One could only imagine how powerful this gift was. Everyone around him had fainted one by one. Lin Fei was the only one who was still holding on. Xiong Badian could not hold on any longer and fainted as well. This situation was truly out of Lin Fei's expectations. The illusory figure's features could not be seen clearly as it pointed a finger at Lin Fei. The moment it pointed down, Lin Fei knew that there had truly been a battle between immortals here. This was because this was no longer just a simple technique of the Great Tao. There were laws within it as well. However, because this was just an illusory figure, its power was not at its peak. Therefore, Lin Fei was still able to take it. He sent out a punch as well. He did not use any sword techniques. To Lin Fei, his strongest point was his fist techniques. Using all of his physical strength to form a single strike, he used the sacred strike that he rarely used. All this while, Lin Fei had never used this sacred strike. Wasn't it just an illusory figure of an immortal? You have no right to be presumptuous in front of me. This was the first time Lin Fei used this sacred strike. He did not know what the outcome would be, but defeating this illusory figure should not be too much of a problem. Instantly, Lin Fei could feel the power within the tree of life being sucked dry and converted into a terrifying strike. This strike crushed the other party's consciousness. In fact, the immense power even pierced through the illusory figure of the immortal. It was so fast that one could not even catch a glimpse of it. The illusory figure that had just formed crumbled instantly. The immense pressure disappeared as well. Turning into droplets of special energy, they dissipated into the air. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat as he opened his mouth. All of you, get over here. Since you dare to attack me, you should at least compensate me a little. Lin Fei opened his mouth wide. Like a bottomless pit, he sucked in all of the dissipating energy. Just now, Lin Fei sensed that this energy seemed to be a very pure kind, without any attributes. This gave Lin Fei an idea, so he started to absorb it crazily. The surroundings turned into a storm. In the blink of an eye, the special energy that was defeated dissipated completely. Of course, most of them were swallowed by Lin Fei. After the special energy landed on the divine tree of life, the originally somewhat withered divine tree of life instantly recovered significantly. Lin Fei thought to himself. Looks like I can't casually use this divine strike anymore in the future. Originally, Lin Fei thought that this divine strike would only use a portion of its power. But now, he realized that this divine strike was different from what he had imagined. He had used all of his strength, not just a small part of what Lin Fei had imagined. That was why his life energy had undergone such a change. Naturally, this caught Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, he had successfully defeated the immortal. Even though it was just a phantom, it allowed Lin Fei to see how strong the immortal was. Lin Fei suddenly raised his head. There was a ripple in the air as a figure descended. As this figure descended, a strong aura appeared. This aura was far beyond the void realm. Lin Fei could tell at a glance that this should be the aura of a sage king. The aura of a king could dominate the world. If he couldn't even tell this, then Lin Fei's eyesight wasn't good enough. Lin Fei knew who this person was. He should be the sage king of masculine Wind City. This phantom doppelganger was also very strong. This doppelganger was indeed the doppelganger of a sage king. However, as soon as it arrived, the immortal's aura disappeared. It looked a little surprised. Then, its gaze fell on Lin Fei and it couldn't help but laugh. So you are also a sage king expert. With your help, my son has indeed had many opportunities. The sage king of masculine Wind City was called Xiong Tianfeng. Xiong Tianfeng had always been in charge of masculine Wind City. However, it wasn't his main body, but a doppelganger. His main body was traveling outside, so having a doppelganger was definitely enough. After knowing that something had happened in the Immortals' Ruins battlefield, Xiong Tianfeng's doppelganger immediately arrived. However, it was a step too late. The phantom of the immortal seemed to have disappeared, and there was a trace of the immortal's aura remaining in the surroundings. This was why Xiong Tianfeng recognized him at a glance. This young man should be a sage king expert. Because the remaining power at the scene made him feel terrifying and powerful, he was even more glad that his son had found such a helper. Although he did not know why the other party would help his son, not everyone could understand the thoughts of a saint king. Lin Fei knew that the other party had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain. Your Xiong clan's immortal ruins battlefield is quite interesting. It can even condense the image of an immortal. If this old man wasn't here, your clansmen would be finished. Xiong Tianfeng controlled the immortal ruins battlefield. Just now, he had already seen through everything. His eyes turned cold. Saint Ruler, thank you for saving the disciples of the Xiong family. Why don't we go outside and have a drink? We can talk about this. Lin Fei naturally had no objections. Just from the fact that he was able to unleash such a powerful attack, although no one knew what level that attack was at. However, Lin Fei was sure that even a saint king would feel threatened. This was a divine strike. With a wave of his hand, Xiong Tianfeng collected all the disciples and headed outside. Lin Fei also came out. At this moment, everyone in the ancestral residence was terrified and worried. Although the clone of a saint king had gone in, no one could guarantee that the most unacceptable scene would not happen. Who would have thought that Xiong Woody had mastered a secret technique and could even summon the image of an immortal? No matter what the final result was, Xiong Woody would not have a good ending. Because he had caused great trouble. If a few of them really died, then his position as the big brother would come to an end. They knew this very well. As soon as Xiong Tianfeng came out, everyone knelt down. They were even trembling. After all, the family had almost caused great trouble. If this group of elites had died, then the Xiong family would have suffered great losses. At that time, no one would be able to withstand the fury of a saint king. Xiong Tianfeng waved his hand, and all the people landed on the ground. Then the higher-ups and elders went over to help them up. They were fed pills. However, they could not guess what the family leader was thinking. They did not know how he would deal with Xiong Woody. Because this matter had been caused by Xiong Woody. Chapter 4509. Not long after. All of them had woken up, and with the help of elixirs, their complexions had recovered quite a bit. They weren't as pale as before, but when they looked at Lin Fei, they were much angrier. Among them was Xiong Woody. He was prepared to die together with them, but he didn't expect to return to the ancestral home. Xiong Badian was fine. Lin Fei was fine too. He didn't dare to imagine it. How are you fine? That's impossible. That's an illusion of an immortal, it could have killed you. Xiong Woody roared. However, right after he roared, he felt that something was amiss. A wave of anger landed on him. Then, a black shadow landed on him. Xiong Woody cried out in pain as he was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Xiong Woody could vaguely see that it was a dignified figure. A figure appeared in his mind. The family head, Sage King. He was in big trouble. Someone, take Woody to the dungeon and lock him up for 10 years. A voice that was neither loud nor soft fell into Xiong Woody's mind. He couldn't accept a result. Then, two figures appeared beside him. They helped him up and left. The higher-ups in the ancestral home were too scared to make a sound. They all knew that when the family head was angry, no one dared to say anything. Xiong Woody was just unlucky. Of all the things he could have done, he had to use such a secret technique to attract the illusion of an immortal. Even if it was just an illusion of an immortal, not everyone could resist it. One wrong move and something big would happen. So many higher-ups had a bad impression of Xiong Wudi. Even those who were secretly supporting him shook their heads one after another. They really wanted to slap themselves. His eyesight was too poor. He actually chose such a supporter. If something big happened, all the higher-ups would be in trouble. The family was very powerful, and there were many people who wanted to rise up. They could kick out an elder today, and then they could support another one tomorrow. It was all because of the words of the Sage King. The young masters and young mistresses all lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Who didn't know that this was the time when the patriarch's father was furious? They couldn't see it, but they could feel it. Now, I will announce that Badian will be the future successor of the clan. Xiong Tianfeng's gaze swept across these people. The tone had been set. On the other hand, Xiong Badian was exceptionally happy, and his breathing quickened. He had finally become the heir. It was easier and more relaxing than he had imagined. All of this was brought about by this young man. He was really grateful to this senior Lin Fei. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't even be able to think about it for the rest of his life. Just as Xiong Badian was about to thank Lin Fei, however, he discovered that Lin Fei and the Holy King had disappeared without any warning. There was a small ripple in the void, and it disappeared. It was unknown where it went. As for those upper echelon elders, they were even more surprised. No one knew where Lin Fei came from. Looking at the patriarch now, it seemed that this person's background was really great. He really wanted to get close to the other party, but the other party had already left. Thus, they could only turn their attention back to Xiong Badian. One by one, they came up to greet him passionately, and their attitude was much more proper than before. This was because everyone knew that from today onwards, Xiong Badian would be the successor of the clan. As long as Xiong Badian didn't cause any trouble, no one would be able to snatch his position away. This outcome was really out of everyone's expectations. Everything had changed because of that person. At this moment, Lin Fei and Xiong Tianfeng were sitting under a pavilion by the side of a mountain. This place wasn't in masculine Wind City, but in a mountain peak in the Underheaven County. This mountain peak was covered by a formation, and it was surrounded by clouds. Outsiders couldn't come up at all. I didn't expect the Underheaven County to have such a good place to drink tea. This is quite interesting. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of spiritual tea. This tea was even better than what Lin Fei drank, and it should be of the highest quality. If you like it, you can come here often in the future. After all, I am the only one cultivating here, and no one usually comes here. Xiong Tianfeng said with a smile. Until now, he hadn't found out where this person came from, but it didn't stop him from confirming one thing. That meant that this person was definitely a Saint King expert. That kind of power could only be unleashed by a Sage King. It was stronger, purer, and didn't contain any laws. Such a situation could only be found in the Sage King's super physique cultivators. Because physique cultivators were originally a very weak path. There were almost none who could reach the Sage King realm, but once they broke through to the Sage King realm, their strength would be extremely pure. It could be said that they walked the path of using strength to break through the heavens. However, he had never seen such a person before, so at the start, Xiong Tianfeng didn't recognize him. Later on, he recalled that there was such a thing. The person in front of him might be a super physique cultivator, and only then would he be so strong. Lin Fei laughed and put down the cup. If I have that time, that would be great. Unfortunately, I still have to travel around the world, and don't have that free time. Your Xiong clan's Xiong Badian is quite interesting. Although Lin Fei didn't reveal anything, it made Xiong Tianfeng realize one thing. This mysterious young man should be cultivating in seclusion. Things like this happened almost all the time in the spiritual realm. In order to break through to the next realm, some veteran experts would often control their strength to a certain level and travel around the world to break through. He didn't expect to meet one today. What made Xiong Tianfeng feel even more incredulous was that his son actually encountered such a good thing. He successfully obtained the family order and became the heir. It could be said that this matter really exceeded the entire clan's expectations. Even Xiong Tianfeng himself was very surprised. In fact, he was quite optimistic about Xiong Wudi and Xiong Tian, but unfortunately, both of them were defeated. It could only be said that their luck was not as good as Xiong Beishan's. Badian, this guy is usually quite hot-tempered. If he knew that you said that, who knows where his tail would go. Xiong Tianfeng laughed and scolded, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness. Just like that, the two of them started chatting. They finally knew this person. From the beginning to the end, Xiong Tianfeng only knew that this person's name was Lin Fei. It was a very common name, but his strength was indeed very strong. A Sage King physique cultivator was quite terrifying, and this kind of person was extremely difficult to kill. Anyone who saw him would be afraid. Chapter 45:10. Xiong Badian became the successor of the Xiong family. Everyone was surprised by this. Everyone knew that the reason why Xiong Badian was able to become the successor was all thanks to that mysterious helper. Unfortunately, this helper disappeared not long after. No one knew where he went, but everyone in Xiongfeng City knew that Xiong Badian was not without a backer. This was because there was a piece of news in private. The person beside Xiong Badian was very likely a Sage King expert. After this news spread out, it was unknown how many people were dumbfounded. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Xiong Badian anymore. Not long after that expert disappeared, Xiong Badian was sent into seclusion. When Xiong Badian came out again, his strength had greatly increased. Although he had not reached the Saint Ruler realm, he had already cultivated 5 great Daos. He had reached the great perfection of the insightful emptiness realm in one go. He had become a peak expert. Of course, this was what happened later. And where did Lin Fei go now? Of course, it was to Chaos City. This was the place that Lin Fei wanted to go to the most. Now, Lin Fei's net worth was ridiculously thick. He had a total of 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, plus 500 million high-grade spirit stones. Such an income was really not a small amount. It would take him about half a month to reach Chaos City. For Lin Fei, this journey was leisurely, and he would go in to taste the delicacies when he passed by the big cities. It took him about 20 days to reach Chaos City. Lin Fei finally arrived at Chaos City. Chaos City was located in a huge desert. This desert was very special. The heat waves here were monstrous, and the temperature was extremely high. Those who did not have a bit of strength would not be able to withstand it. After Lin Fei arrived at the periphery of Chaos City, he immediately became very interested in this city. It is indeed a place in the wilderness. No wonder people don't like it. The more a place like this was like this, the easier it was for a certain force to establish a foothold. No one would like it. Naturally, there were no resources to fight for. In addition, the heat waves here were billowing, and it was really too remote. Not long after Lin Fei came in, he met someone. These people were in groups of 3 to 5, and when they saw Lin Fei, they all surrounded him. Without any hesitation, he took out his treasure. As a result, Lin Fei killed all of them with a single slash. Of course, he left one alive, and after some interrogation, he finally figured out some of the rules of Chaos City. As it turned out, there had always been fights and robberies happening outside of Chaos City. This was especially true for outsiders. If they came here alone, it was highly likely that they would be robbed. Not only would they be robbed, but they would also be sold to Chaos City. There was a slave auction in Chaos City. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't he just a rogue cultivator? How could he encounter such a thing? After learning about this situation, Lin Fei kept bumping into groups of people, all of whom were targeting him. Unsurprisingly, these people were prepared to capture Lin Fei and sell him to the Chamber of Commerce. He could be sold for a good price, ranging from a few 100,000 to 1 or 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. In the desert of Chaos City, he could see some skeletons from time to time. These skeletons had been here for a long time, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were piled up with white bones. The closer he got to Chaos City, the more skeletons there were like mountains. Lin Fei was already used to this, so he didn't pay much attention to it. A few days later, Lin Fei finally stood at the gate of Chaos City. Chaos City was a huge city built from black stone, and it looked like a giant. Entering Chaos City, he didn't spend anything and easily arrived at Chaos City. When he arrived at Chaos City, he found that it was very lively, and everyone was a tyrant. Their eyes were frighteningly fierce, and their bodies were filled with endless killing intent. It was no wonder that those who committed crimes liked to come to Chaos City. Here, they could keep their lives, but outside, they could easily be hunted down. In Chaos City, no one would fight here. Lin Fei also felt countless tyrannical auras in Chaos City, and there were even a few auras that were definitely at the level of Sage King. They were faintly discernible. Lin Fei found an inn to stay, and for the sake of peace, he booked a small courtyard. Of course, the price was cheap, and it cost 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day. That would be 300,000 middle-grade spirit stones per month. Not everyone could afford to stay there. Now, Lin Fei was rich and overbearing, so it wasn't a big deal at all. Hence, he directly booked a month's time. Fellow cultivator, you should be new here, right? Do you want to buy information? Our information here is very cheap. After Lin Fei stayed in the small courtyard, the waiter secretly came to visit. From the beginning, Lin Fei noticed this waiter. He was skinny, but his eyes were very sharp, and he was a smart guy. When Lin Fei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. You even sell information here? Isn't it just an inn? This is, of course, an inn. However, selling information is also something we do along the way. After all, this is the first time many of you have come to Chaos City. If you don't know some information, you will be confused if you commit a crime. We have carefully collected this information for the benefit of all of you. Lin Fei waved his hand, and stopped the waiter from continuing. He had to admit that what the waiter said was quite reasonable. This place was different from other places, otherwise, why would it be called Chaos City? Then tell me about the price of your information here, the waiter said unhurriedly. The waiter calmly said, we have a total of 3 specifications here, bronze, gold and platinum. The prices are also different, they are 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones, 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 million medium-grade spirit stones respectively. After a brief introduction by the waiter, Lin Fei had to admit. This inn was quite good at doing business. The vast majority of people definitely lacked information. It would be best if they had detailed information in a new and unfamiliar place, just like Lin Fei. Lin Fei also understood the situation of Chaos City, but he wasn't very clear about the specifics. I don't know if 1 million mid-grade spirit stones is worth this price. What if it's not worth it? The waiter was very serious. If you think it's not worth this 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, as long as you mention it, we will return you 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Interesting. Lin Fei waved his hand and took out 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then give me a platinum information. The waiter didn't expect this person to buy a platinum information at once. He paid 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. Such a situation wouldn't happen even once in a year. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:11. To Lin Fei, 1 million spirit stones was really nothing. It was just a drop in the ocean. However, this platinum news was indeed quite satisfying. The waiter told him the situation of Chaos City in detail. The most detailed information was explained clearly, which gave Lin Fei some understanding. The most powerful person in this Chaos City was the Holy King of Chaos. He was a top-notch powerhouse. After him were the 6 giants of Chaos City. These 6 giants were all in the Holy King realm. However, they were much weaker than the Holy King of Chaos. However, these 6 giants were the followers of the Holy King of Chaos. Therefore, they controlled 6 districts in Chaos City. There was a Holy King in every district, and they were clearly separated. There were 4 districts in total: north, south, east, west, and a central district. As a result, Chaos City was divided into 6 districts. With the 6 giants in charge of Chaos City became very stable. From start to finish, there hadn't been any changes. Other than Chaos City, there were some other forces here. However, the Holy King of Chaos didn't really care about them. He let them develop, so there were many forces that had powerful backgrounds. Of course, what made Lin Fei pay attention to was this Chaos Merchant Union. Because Xiong Beishan's things came from this Chaos Merchant Union. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to spend a lot of money in Chaos City. As for the forces in Chaos City, Lin Fei didn't really care, so he was prepared to leave after buying things. After paying 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei knew the situation here like the back of his hand. More than anyone else. He even knew that there were slaves being auctioned in the Chaos Merchant Union. These slaves were extremely powerful. However, they were tricked. As long as you had money, you could buy them. Even Insight Void Realm slaves could be sold. However, unless you were an independent cultivator, normal people really didn't dare to capture Insight Void Realm slaves. If the forces behind them were to retaliate, it would definitely be a nightmare for them. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this slave. He had many Dao hearts with him now, but he didn't plan to take them out yet. Therefore, he decided to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to take a look. After sending the waiter away, Lin Fei strolled around Chaos City. This Chaos City was very big and very lively. Lin Fei tasted the delicacies and went to a few famous places on the way. After walking around, he saw quite a few ruthless characters. Fortunately, there were rules in Chaos City. Fighting was not allowed during the day, and anyone who dared to fight would be killed by the Chaos City's law enforcement team. No one could help. At night, they could make a move on the streets, but they couldn't do it in the mansion. This formed a rather interesting scene. During the day, they could only watch as their enemies glared at each other, but at night, they were engaged in a fierce battle. This had become one of the sights in Chaos City. As long as you were brave enough, you could really harvest a lot of things at night. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After dinner, Lin Fei returned to his courtyard. He was prepared to go to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce the next day to see the situation. When he came, Lin Fei was prepared to sell the Dao heart. Now, it seemed that he didn't need to sell the Dao heart at all. He just needed to spend as much as he wanted. Early in the morning, Lin Fei headed to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This Chaos Chamber of Commerce was indeed a little different. For example, to enter the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, one had to pay 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was used as a guarantee fee. This was to prevent people from bidding maliciously because they couldn't afford it. If that was the case, then the 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would be gone. Lin Fei paid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones and walked into the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Once he entered the first floor of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, he saw a huge hall. It was filled with cabinets. There were a lot of things in these cabinets. Lin Fei saw many interesting things along the way. There were all kinds of things sold here. As long as you could think of it, it could be found here. Lin Fei even saw a bounty mission, but he didn't know who had posted it. Anyway, there were a lot of people gathered here. These bounty missions were basically about killing someone or collecting something or even exploring together. It was a very public channel. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. However, Lin Fei didn't see anything that he liked after looking through all the layers. He also noticed that there was a second floor. When Lin Fei was about to enter the second floor, he was stopped. A young lady smiled and said, "Sir, if you want to go to the second floor, you have to buy a membership card of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It only costs 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. After you get our membership card, you will receive a series of services from our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It will make it easier for you to enjoy the benefits of our membership card." The smiling lady said very passionately. Lin Fei smiled and said, your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is quite interesting. You even have a membership card." The lady smiled and said, "It can't be helped. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce is too big. There are always some people with average quality, so we can only distinguish them." Lin Fei smiled and said, "All right, then get me a membership card." After paying the 1 million mid-grade spirit stones, Lin Fei got a membership card. "I think it's your first time coming to our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. You should be lacking a guide. How about I be your guide?" The lady recommended herself and said. Lin Fei didn't have any objections. He was still a little unfamiliar with this Chaos Chamber of Commerce, so he didn't know much about it. It would be best if he could have the woman beside him as a guide. Lin Fei could see that this lady should be a member of this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. She was responsible for receiving members. "Then you can be my guide. If you satisfy me, I will naturally give you a sum of spirit stones when you leave." Lin Fei smiled. This lady was called Bai Xiuxiu. "Thank you for your recognition." Bai Xiuxiu was also very happy. She hadn't received such a job in a long time. She didn't expect this ordinary-looking young man to pay 1 million mid-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. A membership card for 1 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't expensive, but many people had to think about it before they decided to buy it. But this Lin Fei in front of her was a little rare. They went up to the second floor. Lin Fei felt that the second floor was indeed a little different from the hall below. "I wonder what young Master Lin is looking for. The items upstairs are quite complete." Bai Xiuxiu took the initiative and asked. Shook House website. Chapter 45:12. Lin Fei's main purpose for coming here this time was to get the heavenly wood. He didn't really care about other things. Of course, it would be great if there was a fragment of the Tao heart. He would collect as many fragments as he could get. Now that Lin Fei was a nouveau riche, a few billion middle-grade spirit stones was definitely a huge number. Although there weren't many high-grade spirit stones, only 200 million, it was definitely a lot that most people couldn't earn. This Bai Xiuxiu was indeed very suitable to be a guide. As long as Lin Fei was interested, he would tell her everything in detail. Therefore, after a while, he had a better understanding of the situation here. Bai Xiuxiu invited Lin Fei to a private room. "I don't know what young Master Lin wants. As long as you tell me, I will bring you a catalog. Because our Chaos Chamber of Commerce doesn't have much, we have a lot of catalogs." Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this catalog. "That's good stuff. It's simple and clear. I usually like to study some things, such as the fragment of the Tao heart, as well as some weird stuff. I don't know if you have the heavenly wood here. I want the most primitive kind that hasn't been refined. I'm interested in all of these. Of course, I'm also interested in natural herbs. After all, I'm also an alchemist." Bai Xiuxiu didn't expect this young master's hobby to be so different. One should know that many people's hobbies were skills, weapons, and armor. This was the first time she saw such a situation. Bai Xiuxiu maintained a smile on her face. "Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. I'll bring you the relevant catalogs now. Oh right, our Chamber of Commerce has an auction today. I don't know if you're interested. We only have 2 auctions like this every year, once every half a year. This year will be the last one." When Lin Fei came, he didn't understand the specific situation, but hearing that there was an auction, how could he miss it? "Auction? That's fine. But I have to look at the things on the catalog first. It shouldn't affect me, right?" Bai Xiuxiu hurriedly said, It's fine, it's fine. There are still 2 hours before the auction. I will remind young Master Lin." Bai Xiuxiu pushed the door open and went out. Lin Fei leisurely drank the fragrant tea, waiting for Bai Xiuxiu to come back. "I hope he won't disappoint me too much. At least he's so famous. It would be a pity if he's not as good as I imagined." This time, Lin Fei was filled with anticipation. After all, not everyone could come to Chaos City to spend money. Just the fact that there was no danger outside was enough to make a person suffer a lot. After some time, Bai Xiuxiu came back with a catalog in her hand. She put it on the table. Took out one of them, then turned a page. Young Master Lin, take a look for yourself. These are the things you want. I've already marked them for you. Take a look and you'll understand. Bai Xiuxiu was actually very nervous. This was a huge customer. Don't think that these Dao heart shards and herbs weren't worth much, but in reality, not everyone could afford them. If this young Master Lin could afford these things, then Bai Xiuxiu would have done a huge business. When the time came, she would be able to get more commission. Lin Fei didn't know what Bai Xiuxiu was thinking. He was looking at the catalog seriously. One had to say that this Chaos City was really famous and had some tricks up their sleeves. For example, the items in the Chaos Merchant Association were all made into catalogs and the prices were clearly marked at the back. No wonder it required so many spirit stones. It did touch the threshold. The first thing Lin Fei saw was the Dao heart shards. There were really many in Chaos City. More than 8 million fragments of the heart of the Great Dao. Of course, these 8 million Dao heart shards weren't cheap either. It directly soared to 100 million. If one calculated it, it was quite cheap. However, the quantity was too large. Based on what was written, he had to buy them all at once. This time, to Lin Fei, 100 million wasn't expensive at all. Then, his gaze moved. It landed on the herbs. There were quite a lot of herbs. Lin Fei even saw some special tree species that weren't cheap either. After looking through them, Lin Fei already had a rough idea of how much they would cost. If he bought all these things, it would be worth more than 1 billion medium spirit stones. That was definitely an astronomical number. Lin Fei also saw the sky-reaching log. It didn't seem very long, but it was the most primitive one. Just this piece of sky-reaching log was priced at 500 million. No wonder Xiong Badian spent half of his fortune. It really wasn't something that anyone could afford. Lin Fei's mood got better and better as he looked. Bai Xiuxiu was getting more and more nervous. The things listed were basically more expensive and weren't that easy to buy. If he could sell it for 100 million, Bai Xiuxiu would be ecstatic. According to the rules of the Chaos Merchant Association, if he sold it for 100 million, he would get a commission of about 100,000. That was quite a lot. Don't think that 100,000 was a small amount. In fact, it was a lot. Not everyone could earn so many middle-grade spirit stones. People like Bai Xiuxiu could earn tens of thousands of spirit stones a year at most. Most of them were low-grade spirit stones. Even if they earned a few million or tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones was still worth a lot of money. Everyone knew that. He put down the catalog. Then, he opened the second catalog. The last few catalogs didn't have what he wanted. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Bai Xiuxiu was observing too. She saw young Master Lin pick up the catalog, look at it for a while, then put it down and change to another one. Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She didn't dare to ask. Bai Xiuxiu knew that whether these young masters wanted to buy or not depended on their mood. If they said one more word, it would affect the deal. Therefore, those who could be guides here were all people with good eyesight. Although Bai Xiuxiu was not the most powerful one, she had more or less grasped some experience after hearing about it. This Dao heart fragment, these heaven and earth herbs, the sacred wood, and this piece of sky-reaching log. I want them all. Lin Fei took out the catalog again and placed it in front of Bai Xiuxiu. Bai Xiuxiu was extremely nervous. Ah, you want them all. Chapter 45:13. Bai Xiuxiu was completely shocked and in disbelief. Luckily, they were in a private room. If they were somewhere else, who knew how many people would have been alerted? Young Master Lin, you really want to buy all of these? The price isn't cheap. It's not as simple as 200 million. Bai Xiuxiu tried her best not to be so nervous. But no matter how well she did, she couldn't help but be excited and nervous. This was definitely a big deal. He had never heard of a young master who could spend hundreds of millions of middle-grade spirit stones here in one go. What he bought were all these inconspicuous things. Lin Fei smiled. Do you think I'm someone who can't afford it? Or is it that your chaos shopping center can't take out these things? His words were neither light nor heavy, causing Bai Xiuxiu's heart to tighten. She quickly explained, you're mistaken, I'm just a little surprised. After all, so many things aren't cheap. Lin Fei smiled, as long as it's something that I'm interested in. What's this price? I want everything that's marked on it. Bai Xiuxiu picked up the catalog. There were already marks on it. After seeing these things, Bai Xiuxiu took in a deep breath and said seriously, young Master Lin, please wait for a moment. I'll go find the manager now. After all, only the manager can bring these things over. She quickly walked out. Not long later, a male manager came over. The moment this manager came over, his face was full of enthusiasm. He had already seen the catalog and it was worth billions of spirit stones. This was definitely a super big customer. Such a big customer was something that their chaos shopping center didn't have, which meant that this was the first time this person came. This made the manager even more envious of Bai Xiuxiu's luck. Just from such a big deal, the commission she would get would be more than 1 million spirit stones. Hello young Master Lin, I'm the manager of this chaos shopping center. My name is Wang Yun. Wang Yun was very enthusiastic the moment he came over. Naturally, he put down his so-called attitude. A person who could take out so many medium-grade spirit stones in one go was definitely not someone he could offend. I heard from Bai Xiuxiu that you want to buy all these things. I've already calculated it. It's a total of 1.58 billion and 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. Since it's the first time you've spent so much, our Chaos Chamber of Commerce has decided to waive the 80 million mid-grade spirit stones. We'll give you a round figure of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Wang Yun said with a smile. This was also a little unexpected. Lin Fei had quite an impression of Wang Yun's supervisor. It was indeed generous to waive 80 million mid-grade spirit stones in one go. Your Chaos Chamber of Commerce is really rich and overbearing. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones are waived just like that. Wang Yun said with a smile, to be able to spend more than 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce, we will always give you a discount because you are our most distinguished customers. Lin Fei liked to hear this. It didn't matter if what he said was true or not. Since the Chaotic Chamber of Commerce dared to do this, it wasn't something that any other Chamber of Commerce could do. 80 million mid-grade spirit stones wasn't that easy to earn. Then, let's trade. Let's get this done first. When Wang Yun heard this, he was even more surprised. Which rich family's young master was out? He actually spent 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. More importantly, the things he bought weren't eye-catching at all. That's right. In Wang Yun's eyes, these things weren't eye-catching at all. But this person bought them just like that. It seemed like he was going to make a move. The process of the trade was really simple and quick. This made Wang Yun completely believe in young Master Lin's wealth. As expected, he was a rich person. He bought so many things in one go. At the same time, he was glad that he had the right attitude just now. He had to rope in such a big customer. Don't think that just any young master could spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. To be able to spend tens of millions was already considered a big deal. 300 to 400 million was already considered a huge deal. It was definitely rare for someone like this to spend so many mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei successfully obtained the Great Tao Heart fragments worth more than 8 million, as well as some divine trees that weren't that high-leveled. With a wave of his hand, he kept them all. Lin Fei also sent them to the Tree of Life. There was nothing better for the Tree of Life to absorb and refine. After completing the transaction, Wang Yun backed out of the room. He looked at Bai Xiuxiu. This was a look of approval. Wang Yun had never expected that Bai Xiuxiu would be able to meet such a big customer. Bai Xiuxiu's breathing was a little tight. A deal of 1.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones had been completed just like that. What a huge deal. There probably wouldn't be many people who could match up to her sales results this year. Young Master Lin, I wonder if you intend to head to the auction. I took a look at the time just now and it should be about time. Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and stood up. Of course I'm going. I'm not satisfied with just these things. I hope that your auction will have some good things. Bai Xiuxiu smiled again. You can rest assured about this. Our chaos commerce is different from other commerce associations. We have a very deep foundation here. Every time we hold an auction, countless people are satisfied. We have a slogan here, you can only think of it, there's nothing you can't buy. Lin Fei followed Bai Xiuxiu to the auction. The auction was on the 3rd floor. However, the 3rd floor was even quieter. There were many private rooms in the auction. One couldn't even feel any aura. Bai Xiuxiu said while walking, this is our Chaos Commerce Mall's auction. These private rooms are our customers this time. We will let the Commerce Association keep the guests' identities in the private rooms a secret, so you don't have to worry about being targeted after you buy something. This is because every private room has a way out of the Chaos Commerce Mall. Bai Xiuxiu brought Lin Fei to a private room. This private room was at the top and it didn't look low class. They walked into the private room and the decorations inside were very luxurious. Just like the blanket on Lin Fei's feet, it was like the fur of an insightful void realm demon. It was all over the floor. Stepping on it was like stepping on snowflakes. It was very comfortable. There was also a very comfortable big chair that faced the auction stage below. Young master, please take a seat. After Lin Fei laid on it, it was indeed very comfortable. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. Lin Fei couldn't help but admire this Chaos Commerce Mall. Everything here cost a lot of money. It wasn't something that anyone could enjoy. For the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a reputation, it seemed that they had worked their way up step by step. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45:14. Lin Fei felt that the private room was luxurious, so he was even more interested in today's auction. There was a reason why the Chaos Chamber of Commerce could be so big. It should be controlled by Chaos City behind the scenes. Ordinary people couldn't afford to run such a Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It didn't take long for the anticipated auction to begin. A middle-aged man dressed in white walked onto the auction stage. There was no one around, but there was someone in the private room. After the middle-aged man went on stage, he greeted everyone for a while. Although he didn't speak very loudly, everyone could hear him clearly. Today, there are some old customers and some newcomers. I'm very happy that you are here. I believe you will like the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, and you will like this auction even more. The opening speech was very simple. It was very pleasant to listen to. After the middle-aged man introduced himself, he started today's auction. Bai Xiuxiu said with a smile, this is our top auctioneer here. His name is White Cloud. He's from the same family as me. His auctions have always been very successful. Lin Fei also laughed. No wonder you two look so similar. So you're from the same family. The first item to be auctioned was just some ornaments. These ornaments were not ordinary. At least in Lin Fei's opinion, these ornaments weren't that easy to get. After the auction began, it quickly went into the warm-up exercise. Each of the treasures was not ordinary. The private rooms began to compete. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. Sure enough, there were quite a number of tycoons in Chaos City. All of them were very rich. The prices were much higher than what Lin Fei had expected, so he was mentally prepared. It seemed that it would not be easy to buy the heavenly divine wood this time. Lin Fei had billions of mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't believe that he couldn't get it. Whoever bid against him, he would fight to the end. Lin Fei wouldn't miss this opportunity. After auctioning 20 items, the auctioneer from White Cloud clapped his hands, and another treasure was sent up. After this treasure was sent up, there was a commotion in the private room that Lin Fei was in. Because the tree of life had made a move. The commotion was not small. Lin Fei could feel it clearly. He thought to himself, this should be the heavenly wood I want. I just don't know how big this heavenly wood is. It would be best if it's bigger than the one Xiong Batian found. Perhaps White Cloud knew what Lin Fei was thinking. Everyone has heard of this auction item before. It is the primordial wood from the heavenly divine tree. We call it the heavenly divine wood, but this heavenly divine wood is a bit different, because this piece of heavenly divine wood is very special, because it has already been refined into a heavenly divine mountain by someone. As White Cloud spoke, he took out the auction item. Just like that, a treasure the size of a small mountain appeared in front of everyone. It was about 100 meters tall and 30 to 40 meters wide. It really looked like a small mountain, exuding a thick and pure aura of the heavenly divine wood. At this time, Lin Fei, who was originally lying down, squinted his eyes and sat up. He was full of anticipation for this trip to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. But he never thought that he would encounter such a huge piece of heavenly divine wood. He couldn't imagine how big this heavenly divine tree was. He always thought that the heavenly divine wood wasn't very big, even if it was ranked behind the tree of life, it had a certain range. But now it seemed that he was thinking too much. He was definitely thinking too much. This heavenly tree was absolutely inconceivably huge. Bai Xiuxiu, who was next to him, explained, the heavenly divine wood is said to be a towering tree in the spiritual realm. It was very wide and very big, but it was destroyed during the war and can no longer be restored. Many of the heavenly divine woods were lost, and no one knows who had them. This heavenly divine mountain was refined using pure heavenly divine wood, and our Chaos Chamber of Commerce paid a great price to buy it. Lin Fei listened to Bai Xiuxiu's words. His eyes were fixed on the heavenly divine mountain, and there was only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he must buy this heavenly divine mountain. No matter how much it cost, he definitely wouldn't let it slip away from him. Lin Fei knew very well that as long as he bought this heavenly divine mountain, it would be of great help to his tree of life. He might even learn a few new skills. This was the tree of life. The tree of life's skills were definitely very powerful. Therefore, he definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. This was also related to Lin Fei's strength, and he might be able to improve by a lot. At the very least, his physical body might be able to recover by a lot. By then, even a sage king wouldn't be able to do anything to his physical body. At that time, Lin Fei would truly be able to stand firm. The heavenly divine tree's bidding price was very high. The starting price was 300 million mid-grade spirit stones. Each increase in price was at least 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. This price was indeed not low. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly divine mountain's price soared. It reached 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Then 600 million mid-grade spirit stones. It rushed to 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. When it reached 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones, it gradually slowed down. There weren't many people competing anymore. Booth 6 has bid 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I wonder if there are any higher bids. Bai Yun, the auctioneer, had a smile on his face. Bai Xiuxiu stood beside Lin Fei and was a little curious. She could feel that this young Master Lin seemed to be interested in this heavenly divine mountain, but other than the first bid, he didn't bid anymore. Could it be that he didn't fancy this heavenly divine mountain anymore? For a moment, that was what Bai Xiuxiu thought. But in the end, she suppressed that thought. This person had spent a large sum of spirit stones previously, which wasn't something that just anyone could do. 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei finally spoke. His first bid was 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't want to increase the bid by 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it would give them a lot of pressure. After all, there were only 5 private rooms left to fight for. As expected. After Lin Fei called out 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones, 3 of the booths completely gave up. After all, this heavenly divine mountain was not bad, but to be honest, it didn't have much use. They would just buy it to refine a treasure. It would be meaningless to spend an extremely high price. Bai Yun also raised his head and looked at the booth. He seemed a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. Booth 12 bids 2.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiuxiu was a little surprised. He actually bid 2.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones in one go. 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones, our Yi clan wants it. Chapter 45:15. When the words, Yi family, came out, Lin Fei could clearly feel that these private rooms seemed to have quietened down a little. He turned around and asked, is this Yi family very powerful? Bai Xiuxiu's expression was also a little flustered. This Yi family is one of the 6 giants in Chaos City. Judging from the voice, it should be the eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Wuhan. Hearing that it was one of the 6 giants in Chaos City, Lin Fei also understood what was going on. No wonder they dared to bid such a high price and even mentioned the Yi family. It really scared the hell out of him. Unfortunately, Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Even if they were giants, so what? With such a heavenly mountain in front of him, if he didn't take it, he would miss a great opportunity. Maybe he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Who knew if he could find such a big heavenly mountain in the future? Just look at the excitement of the divine tree of life. Therefore, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. So what if he offended them? 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei continued to bid. As for the Yi family, I don't know them. I only know that this is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you don't have money, don't come here to bid. It's that simple. When these words came out of the private room, the people in the surrounding private rooms were shaken quite a bit. When the words, Yi family, came out, they knew it represented the Yi family, one of the giants in Chaos City. No one would bid for this heavenly mountain just to offend the giant of the Yi family. To be honest, this heavenly mountain could only be said to be ordinary. It didn't have much use. Between offending them and not offending them, they would rather not offend them. Anyway, if they missed this opportunity, they would miss it. But if they offended them, they would never have a stable foothold in Chaos City in the future. Lin Fei increased the price by 500 million in one go, which really put a lot of pressure on the number 6 box. After all, 500 million mid-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. The total price suddenly reached 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. In other words, if they wanted to bid, they had to bid more than 100 million. That was not a small amount. Sure enough, the private room over there directly shouted out a price of 3.6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Clearly, this amount of wealth seemed to have reached its limit. It did not frighten the people in room 12. Lin Fei laughed again. Why is it only 100 million? Wasn't it amazing just now? 500 million? I'm 500 million higher than you, which is 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. I might not have much else, but I have a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei's words spread again. To everyone present, this was absolutely an inconceivable thing. They began to secretly ask around. Just what kind of person was in room 12? He actually dared to fight with the Yi clan over the heavenly mountain. Doesn't he know that the Yi clan can't be offended? Bai Xiuxiu, who was at the side, was even more flustered. The original 2.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones soared to 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones in an instant. That was a whopping 1.6 billion mid-grade spirit stones. No one would be able to withstand such a huge sum. On the other side, private room number 6 was silent for a while, and then a voice came out slowly. Our Yi family doesn't want it anymore. Even though it was just a few words, it was filled with endless hatred. Everyone could imagine that the Yi clan in the private room was definitely furious. However, this was the chaotic chamber of commerce. No matter how bad their temper was, they had to control their emotions. There was no doubt that the people in room 12 had offended the Yi clan in room 6. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that the people in room 6 would bid again. Don't think that 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones was a lot. In fact, it was already an extremely high price. However, Lin Fei would definitely not miss this opportunity. If it really fell into the hands of the Yi clan, although Lin Fei had many ways to get it back, it was hard to guarantee that he would not meet the big shot. At that time, it would not be a small problem. But now, he only needed to spend a few mid-grade spirit stones to get the Heavenly Mountain. Before everyone could react, he would refine the Heavenly Mountain. When that time came, even if the Yi clan came knocking, there would be nothing to be afraid of. At that time, Lin Fei's strength would increase by a lot. Congratulations young Master Lin for getting the Heavenly Mountain. Bai Xiuxiu congratulated him from the side. Lin Fei said with a smile, I think you must be scared out of your wits. You should go out later, lest they think of you. Lin Fei could see that Bai Xiuxiu was panicking. Bai Xiuxiu shook her head and said, Young master, it's okay. I am from the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Even the Yi clan would not dare to make things difficult for me. This made Lin Fei take a second look. Bai Xiuxiu knew that this was a big shot from the Yi clan. No matter who it was definitely not someone that anyone could offend. This was indeed a good way of speaking. When will the Heavenly Mountain be delivered? Lin Fei asked. Bai Xiuxiu said, in a moment, they will deliver the Heavenly Mountain to the box. As long as you take out 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, you can get the Heavenly Mountain. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce redesigned it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this method. As long as the Heavenly Mountain was in his hands, even a big shot would not be able to take it away. At the same time, in box 6. The eldest young master of the Yi clan was indeed sitting there. This young master was called Yi Wuhan. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. However, at this moment, their expressions were terrifyingly dark. The people behind them also said, Young master, why don't we go to booth 12 and have them bring them away? They actually dared to fight with young master over Heavenspan Divine Mountain. Yi Wuhan turned around and shouted, a bunch of idiots. This is the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. If you dare to do anything, I can guarantee that you will be killed as soon as I make a move. Do you think this is a good thing? Yi Wuhan was indeed very angry. It was not easy for him to see a heavenly mountain made of heavenly wood. This thing was useless to him, but he knew that there was an expert who needed it. With this thing, he could move this senior. It would be of great help to him. But now, this thing had been taken away. Everyone knew that box 6 belonged to Yi Wuhan of the Yi clan. But someone was still fighting with him. So, there was no doubt that this person was definitely an enemy. Just find someone to keep an eye on room number 12. Since someone wants to give me a generous gift for free, how can we not fulfill their wish? A cold light flashed across Yi Wuhan's eyes. Then, she resumed her elegant smile. The people behind him understood that the person in box 12 was really going to die this time. No one could save the person in the private room. Because no one had ever been able to take something away from Yi Wuhan. Moreover, this was the territory of the Yi clan. It was a matter of one word. Chapter 45:16. Finally. When the person in room 12 bought the Tongtian Divine Mountain, many people started to pay attention to it. Who was so powerful that he dared to offend the Yi family, one of the 6 giants? It would be hard for him to walk out of Chaos City. Others might not know what Chaos City was like, but it could disappear at any time. Lin Fei didn't care much about this. He was focused on the Tongtian Divine Mountain. The treasure had been sent in. The person who sent it in wasn't White Cloud, but someone else. The person who sent it in was a little surprised when he saw Lin Fei, a stranger. It had been a long time since someone dared to steal someone else's things. That person was Yi Wuhan from the Yi family. Although this thing was useless to him, it would be very useful if he could buy it at a high price. He definitely wouldn't use it on himself. Lin Fei directly paid for 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Although it was a huge premium, it was worth it. But for Lin Fei, a premium was nothing. After he got the 4.1 billion mid-grade spirit stones, the person would leave and he would be completely relieved. After all, he was worried about such a high price. But the person in the room took out a few billion. He didn't care about spirit stones at all. Lin Fei had fished out so many medium-grade spirit stones. Naturally, he did not feel any heartache about using them. Lin Fei looked at the Tongtian Divine Mountain and was very satisfied. Bai Xiuxiu said, "Young Master Lin, if you plan to refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain, I think you can do it in the secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. The secret room of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce is very safe. Many people will refine or break through in our Chaos Chamber of Commerce after they buy things." Lin Fei was a little surprised when he heard this. It's rare for the Chaos Chamber of Commerce to have such a business. Bai Xiuxiu said, "Because of this, many people like to go to the secret room to cultivate after buying things. These secret rooms are divided into high level and low level. I think someone like young Master Lin should really go in and cultivate for a while." This was a kind reminder from Bai Xiuxiu. This piece of news would soon spread throughout the entire Chaos City. What kind of place was Chaos City? It was filled with vicious and evil people. If they knew that Lin Fei had such a treasure on him, they would definitely make a move. They would be like sharks that had smelled blood, unwilling to give up. The final result could be imagined. Lin Fei was not interested in the following things. After all, he only had a few middle-grade spirit stones left. Even if he met someone he liked, he might not be able to get her. He might as well refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain first. Then bring me to the secret chamber. After all, I might not be interested in what's coming next. Bai Xiuxiu came out with Lin Fei. He walked towards the underground of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. When he reached the underground, Lin Fei discovered that there was another world below. It was actually built on top of an earth vein. He saw many secret chambers being built. It was very majestic. These secret chambers were carefully built by our Chaos Merchant City. There are 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones and above, 1 million middle-grade spirit stones and above, and 10 million middle-grade spirit stones and above. There are 3 grades in total. The 10 million middle-grade spirit stones have a certain time acceleration. Cultivating inside will be twice the result with half the effort, but the consumption is a little high. When Lin Fei heard about time acceleration, he couldn't help but be tempted. In the past, he had mastered space and time. Now that these 2 great Daos had disappeared, he knew that with time acceleration, the refining efficiency would be even faster. It was just 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. It really wasn't much. Then give me 20 days first. Lin Fei took out 200 million middle-grade spirit stones without hesitation. 20 days should be enough. Bai Xiuxiu was shocked, but she quickly suppressed it and kept the spirit stones. She brought Lin Fei into a secret chamber. This secret chamber could only be entered but not exited. Unless one had a pass, no one else could enter. Bai Xiuxiu took another pass and gave it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied and took out another 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones. "Your service today is very good. I am very satisfied. Consider this as a tip from me, keep it." Bai Xiuxiu felt like she was dreaming with 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones in her hands. Although he would usually get a certain amount of benefits, it was definitely very rare for him to get a benefit of 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones like this. Bai Xiuxiu remembered that the most she got was only 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. That person was not easy to receive. Compared to young Master Nian, he was a far cry. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. After entering the secret room, he closed the door. Instantly, he felt the effects of the time acceleration. It was no longer effective. Sure enough, I came to the right place. With this time acceleration, the efficiency of refining this heavenly mountain will be greatly increased. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to find a place outside to refine this heavenly mountain. He didn't expect the Chaos Shopping Mall to have such a function. Lin Fei wanted to give them a thumbs up. After checking that there was no danger and no one was watching, he released the vines. He pulled the heavenly tree into it. The god tree of life was very interested in the heavenly mountain. Lin Fei also closed his eyes to rest. Not long after Lin Fei entered the secret chamber, the whole Chaos City heard about it. An outsider actually bid against young Master Yi and took away the heavenly mountain with an inflated price of 1.5 billion middle-grade spirit stones. He paid a total of 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Once the news spread, the whole Chaos City was bustling. There was actually someone who competed with young Master Yi for this treasure. It was really rare. Of course, what made people more interested was that this guy took out 4.1 billion middle-grade spirit stones in one go. Moreover, he was alone. This made many people think about it. They started to look for him. In the end, they found out that this young master was actually hiding in the secret chamber of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. This made them a little surprised, but soon they didn't think much of it. Who didn't know that the secret chamber of the Chaos Shopping Mall was a money-squandering den? If you didn't have money, you wouldn't be able to stay there for long. Therefore, they just needed to wait outside. There were even people saying that young Master Yi had already released a reward. Whoever caught this person would be greatly rewarded. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, it was a big fat piece of meat for these evil people. Whoever took a bite of it would be elated. Bookseller website. Chapter 45:17. Lin Fei, who was in seclusion, did not think too much about it. With this heavenly god mountain, the things he could do had become much simpler. All he could do now was wait. 200 million middle-grade spirit stones wasn't a lot, but it would definitely be effective. Therefore, Lin Fei was not in a rush at all. This refinement lasted for half a month. Lin Fei's entire body was as steady as a mountain. On this day, he finally opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Seems like there's no problem this time. I've finally found a chance to reap some rewards. Let's see how many mystic skills I can get. Lin Fei realized that this tree of life was not as simple as he had thought it to be. In fact, it was filled with mysteries. Of course, to Lin Fei, it was best to be filled with mystery. This would definitely help him raise his strength. By now, the tree of life had grown a lot taller, reaching a height of 500 meters. It was as tall as a towering tree. Compared to the previous one, it was much more majestic. It was like a huge umbrella, and the amount of life energy it contained had also increased from 200 droplets to 1,000 droplets. With such a huge improvement, Lin Fei could feel what it meant to be a huge gain. Even if he was heavily injured now, he could use this life energy to heal his body completely. He was no longer afraid. To begin with, Lin Fei's body was already very strong. Coupled with this life energy, it was practically invincible. Other than that, there were 3 more mystic skills in Lin Fei's mind. These 3 mystic skills made Lin Fei smile. My guess was right. The tree of life is indeed amazing. To think that it would give me 3 mystic skills. The first mystic skill was life extension. This was a rather interesting skill. To Lin Fei, it was rather interesting. Anyone with a limited lifespan could use life extension to extend their lifespan. Previously, Lin Fei helped Xiong Badian obtain the family token, which increased his lifespan. But now that Lin Fei could directly transfer his life energy over, it was rather domineering. It was just as Lin Fei had expected. For those powerhouses, losing their lifespan was a matter of life and death. Once they had lifespan, they might be able to struggle for a breakthrough. The second skill was slightly different. Life steal. Although there was already a divine strike, life plunder only needed to take lives within a certain range. There was no need to use any vines. As long as it was within a certain range, it would instantly strip away their lifespan. That was the most domineering thing. Lin Fei was also a little surprised. This kind of method was really unimaginable. The origin of this tree of life was really too great. there was still a third divine ability. It was called Blessing of Life. This life blessing was even more overbearing than the previous two skills. This life blessing could allow a person to be reborn in a short period of time, allowing them to return to their peak state. However, the cost was enormous, and the life god tree would wither for a day. Then, it slowly recovered. This was the first time Lin Fei had such a skill. Although Lin Fei was very strong now, it was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter someone more powerful. At the moment, this life blessing was definitely the most satisfying divine ability for Lin Fei. I have offended the 6 big clans of Chaos City this time, so there is nothing to be afraid of. With such a gain, I am more than happy to offend the other clans. Yi Xian burst out laughing. He was really satisfied with such a gain. Nothing could be more exciting than this. If a single Tongtian divine mountain had such an effect, wouldn't it be even more powerful if there were a few more of them? Lin Fei was even more interested in the heavenly divine wood. He had originally given up on the heavenly reaching church. But now he felt he could still use the heavenly reaching church. It was a big piece of meat. It would be a pity if he missed it. After stabilizing the 3 skills, Lin Fei came out of the secret room. He stayed in there for about 20 days. That was about 200 million mid-level spirit stones. But Lin Fei did not feel bad at all. He was absolutely satisfied with the gain. As soon as he came out, he heard a crisp voice. It was none other than Bai Xiuxiu. It turned out that Bai Xiuxiu had been waiting outside. "Mister, you finally came out. Congratulations on your great improvement." Bai Xiuxiu had good eyesight. As soon as she saw Lin Fei come out, she came over to congratulate him. Lin Fei also said with a smile, "Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you waiting here again? You're not waiting for me to come out, are you?" Lin Fei did not think that this Bai Xiuxiu would wait for him outside. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, "I want to tell young Master Lin that many people in Chaos City have their eyes on you now. I feel that if you want to leave Chaos City, you'd better not be in a hurry. Once you're outside, those people will be merciless." Lin Fei was a little surprised. He did not expect this Bai Xiuxiu to come to him and tell him these things. So he said with a smile, "Aren't you afraid of being targeted by others by coming to me so sneakily?" This time, Bai Xiuxiu seemed to be more confident. "I think Mr. Lin is a very good person, and this is not a secret, so it's okay to tell you. I just want to tell Mr. Lin to be careful. And I also heard that Yi Wuhan of the Yi family has also spread the news that she will make trouble for you." Lin Fei was not surprised at all that Yi Wuhan would make trouble for him. It would be strange if they did not make trouble for him. If they could swallow their anger, they would not be high-spirited, but wily old foxes. Unfortunately, that person was not a wily old foxes, so sooner or later they would come to take revenge on him. "I know what you mean. By the way, do you know where this Tongtian divine mountain came from?" Lin Fei thought of an important thing. This trip to the Tongtian divine mountain had helped him a lot, making his strength soar and mastering the magic power. Now it could be said that he was as stable as a mountain. Therefore, Lin Fei also wanted to know where this Tongtian divine mountain came from. Bai Xiuxiu was surprised. "Ah, you also want to know the origin of this Tongtian divine mountain? I have to ask the supervisor." Lin Fei said with a smile, "If you know any supervisor, you can introduce me to them. I think I can have a good talk with them, and you will be rewarded." This was something that Lin Fei wanted to know from the beginning, and now he finally had time to ask. He had to know it no matter what. He believed that with the help of the spirit stones, everything would become simple. Chapter 45:18. Who didn't know that there was a rich playboy in Chaos City? This young master took out billions of mid-grade spirit stones in one go, which shocked many people quite a bit. After all, news traveled fast in Chaos City. So, everyone kept an eye on this person. Especially after this person entered the secret room and didn't come out, so they kept an eye on him from outside. As soon as he came out, everyone would tear him to pieces. In the blink of an eye. 20 days had passed and he still didn't come out, but everyone was relieved. No matter how rich this rich guy was, he couldn't afford to burn. And the people in the Chaos Mall knew about this person. They also knew his name, but no one knew what it was exactly. Bai Xiuxiu found one of the supervisors. Naturally, this supervisor had heard of this nouveau riche's name. He also knew that Bai Xiuxiu had received hundreds of thousands of spirit stones from him. Plus the commission, she could earn more than 1 million mid-grade spirit stones a month. Even the supervisor was a little envious of such a profit. He would even joke about it from time to time. When the supervisor heard that young Master Lin wanted to meet the supervisor and wanted to know more about the origins of the Tongtian Divine Mountain, he decided to meet Lin Fei without any hesitation. Since he dared to steal something that Yi Wuhan wanted, he must have a powerful background. So, he was going to talk to this person, just in case he could learn something. In the private room, Lin Fei met the supervisor. The supervisor was very polite. He said when he came in, "You must be young Master Lin. You're a big customer of our Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for coming." Lin Fei smiled and sat down opposite him. "I've been looking forward to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce for a long time. I heard that the things here are always very satisfying, so I came. I have to say that I'm very satisfied with the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. I'm very happy spending money here." Lin Fei was telling the truth. He really liked this Chaos Chamber of Commerce. The supervisor also smiled. "I heard that you want to know about the Heavenly Mountain. If that's what you want, it's not difficult, but..." The supervisor did not say it very clearly, but Lin Fei was very clear about what the other party was talking about, so he casually threw out 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones. "I like people who are direct. I don't know if 500,000 middle-grade spirit stones is enough. I think it should be more than enough to buy a piece of information." He was a manager of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. He just wanted to take advantage of him, but he didn't expect young Master Lin to be so generous. The first time they met, he asked for 500,000 mid-tier spirit stones. His original intention was to take out 100,000 or 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but now it had exceeded his expectations. The smile on his face became even more radiant. "It's enough, it's enough. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones are indeed enough." This supervisor was also very direct. After all, such news was not considered a secret. Just as he said, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out the answer to his question. Thus, the supervisor began to speak. This Heavenspan Divine Mountain was actually entrusted by someone to sell it here. Of course, the origin of this Heavenspan Divine Mountain is no secret. He came from the Spirit World Mountain, and young Master Lin should know about the Spirit World Mountain. It is the #1 divine mountain in our spirit world. Lin Fei just listened quietly. He had looked through the information and he really did know about the Spiritual World Mountain. The Spiritual World Mountain was really the #1 mountain. There were many treasures in this place. Outsiders might not know, but for many experts, the Spiritual World Mountain was the place that they wanted to go the most. As long as they went there, they would be able to obtain many treasures, even things that one could not imagine. However, the Spiritual World Mountain was also very dangerous. More importantly, the Spiritual World Mountain only opened once every 100 years. Lin Fei did not expect the Heavenly Mountain to come from the Spiritual World Mountain. "Are you sure that this thing came from the Spiritual World Mountain or from somewhere else?" Lin Fei had no choice but to ask. He had to get to the bottom of this first. He could not spend 500,000 medium-level spirit stones in vain. Yes, it came from the Spiritual World Mountain. That expert had a good harvest in the Spiritual World Mountain. According to him, there is more than one heavenly mountain like this in the Spiritual World Mountain. In the past, this heavenly tree was the #1 tree. Although it was damaged, it was still taken away by many super experts. Although the Heavens Reaching Church has a lot of heavenly trees, it is far less than what was taken away in the past. This supervisor obviously knew a lot of information. Lin Fei's heart moved slightly. He was really surprised. He always thought that the heavens-reaching church had the most heavenly trees. But now it seemed that it was a bit different from what he had imagined. The supervisor said again. However, it is not easy to go to the spiritual world mountain because only the top 100 experts can go to the spiritual world mountain. In a year's time, the top 100 hegemony competition will begin. After the top 100 hegemony competition, the spiritual world mountain will open. Lin Fei really didn't know much about this. He didn't know about the top 100 hegemony competition, let alone the appearance of the spiritual world mountain after the competition. This day seemed to be a bit of a coincidence. After asking some more questions, Lin Fei had a little understanding of this matter. I don't know if young Master Lin needs an escort. Our Chaos Chamber of Commerce has a lot of experts who can protect you when you leave Chaos City. The supervisor said enthusiastically again. He really knew how to attract business. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. Forget it. I don't plan to leave Chaos City for the time being. After all, I haven't had a good tour here. The supervisor also admired Lin Fei's courage. Now many people in Chaos City were looking for ways to bite a fat piece of meat from Lin Fei. Even many forces had spread the news. It could be said that outside the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, many people were watching. As long as Lin Fei went out, there would be a lot of people following him. It was really rare to see such a thing. Before Lin Fei left, he gave Bai Xiuxiu 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Bai Xiuxiu was a little flattered. As soon as he came out of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei could feel everyone's gazes on him. These gazes were filled with malicious intent, carrying a deep murderous intent. Lin Fei didn't care much. It was daytime now, and they didn't dare to make a move. As for at night, that was another matter. After Lin Fei left the Chaos Mall, the forces in Chaos City also got the news. This was a big fish. Some people guessed that this guy had at least tens of billions of mid-grade spirit stones. Where could they find such a big fish? Chapter 45:19. Is that guy the so-called young Master Lin? He is indeed a little young. He actually dared to offend Yi Wuhan of the Yi family. I heard that Yi Wuhan has already issued a reward for this guy's regret. I heard that she directly used 1 billion medium spiritual stones. Let me tell you, it will be very lively tonight. I dare say that this guy probably won't live through the night. Poor guy. Of all people, he offended Yi Wuhan. Not only him, but also many people are ready to take a big bite. This guy is really fat. Of course, there were also many young masters who paid attention to Lin Fei. It was just that they couldn't figure out his background for the time being. So they decided to wait and see. The reward of 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones was still very tempting. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of this guy. On his way here, Lin Fei also heard the discussions around him. He was very clear, so he was a little surprised. This Yi Wuhan is really interesting. She actually issued a reward, and it's 1 billion medium spiritual stones. It seems that I can take another bite out of this fat. If it was before, Lin Fei would not have this idea, but this time, Lin Fei had a lot of ideas. He had to get back the 1 billion medium spiritual stones from Yi Wuhan. He believed that Yi Wuhan would be very willing to do so. As for whether she was willing to do so, he could have a good talk with her. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to buy a yard, but he didn't expect that the people here seemed to have received some news and didn't give Lin Fei any chance. Even when Lin Fei went to rent an inn, he was refused one by one. Needless to say, it was the means of Yi Wuhan and the others. They wanted him to leave Chaos City or have no fixed residence. Because there was a rule in Chaos City that people could only fight on the street. It was not allowed to fight in a house. It was protected. Therefore, the people who fought would restrain their power and not let the power affect the surrounding buildings. If Lin Fei had no place to stay tonight, then the others would have a legitimate reason to fight. He had to admit that these people were very good. If he couldn't buy a house, he couldn't even stay in an inn. As one of the 6 magnates, the Yi family was really capable. Lin Fei turned around and walked out of the city. Since they wanted to find trouble with him so much, it was time for him to collect some spoils of war. It all depended on how many fish would take the bait this time. Everyone laughed as they watched Lin Fei walk out of the city. Everyone knew that once this Lin Fei left Chaos City, he would really be a piece of juicy meat outside. Anyone could take a bite. Just like that, Lin Fei left the city. Once he left the city, there were more people following him, and some of them were even blatantly following him. Although they were separated by quite a distance, anyone could tell that these people were coming for Lin Fei. Time ticked by. A group of people rushed out of the gates of Chaos City on their steeds. When this group of people rushed out, everyone retreated. Because the person who came out was Yi Wuheng, one of the giants of the Yi clan, with a hint of coldness on her face. Yi Wuheng was very concerned about Lin Fei. After a long time, he was finally willing to come out. Although she didn't know what this guy was practicing inside, she had already sent experts to investigate. This guy's strength was not as powerful as she had imagined, so Yi Wuheng was ready to take action. There was nothing worse than killing this young Master Lin with her own hands. What made him feel even more delighted was, he could also take away his divine mountain. In this way, he would get 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones for free. This guy still had a lot of spirit stones with him. Young Master, we just received the news that the geniuses of the other magnates have also taken action. It seems that they all want to make a fortune from this guy. A trusted subordinate came to Yi Wuheng's side and whispered. Yi Wuheng was not surprised to hear this. If they want to take advantage of him, it depends on who has the better means. In this regard, Yi Wuheng had never been afraid of anyone. It was dark outside Chaos City. Lin Fei's speed was not very fast. If he really wanted to move, these people would never be able to catch up with him. Therefore, Lin Fei had to wait for them. After all, he was fishing. No matter what, he had to catch a school of fish. Lin Fei could even feel that there were many people in the void following him. Their means seemed to be much more advanced than his. However, so far, there were not many powerful people, who were only in the void interpretation realm. The most powerful one only had 3 great ways. Obviously, everyone regarded him as a piece of fat meat that was really ready to be slaughtered. With a clatter, an umbrella-like object instantly appeared above Lin Fei's head. A brilliant light descended and completely sealed off this small area. Young Master Lin, I don't think you need to leave. We can have a good chat. A figure appeared in front of him in an instant. It was a young man with 2 thugs and a faint smile on his face. The place where Lin Fei was seemed to be frozen in an instant. Even the void was the same. He could not move at all. Of course, this little bit of power was nothing to him at all. You guys really can't wait to take action so soon. The young man laughed. I can't help it. You're valuable. But I have to admire you for offending Yi Wuheng. In this Chaos City, no one dares to offend Yi Wuheng. You're relatively rare. The young man who took action was also one of the 6 magnates. He was from the Chu family. For such a mysterious person, it was indeed quite attractive. In particular, this guy had a certain amount of wealth. If he could make a fortune and get billions of medium-grade spirit stones, he would be able to live freely for a while. Don't think that they didn't need spirit stones just because they were rich. They also needed spirit stones. Among the 6 magnates, Yi Wuheng was relatively rich. This time, she was also suppressed by someone. It would be strange if they didn't have any ideas. However, this person was alone. If they didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Chu Tian, this person is my enemy. Don't you think it's too much for you to take the lead like this? Another figure caught up with them, bringing a few people with him. It was Yi Wuheng. She was also not slow. She stared coldly at Chu Tian, who was not far away. Chu Tian didn't care much about Yi Wuheng's arrival. Instead, he smiled. It's true that he offended you, but this is Chaos City. Whoever is stronger can take him away. What do you think? Ha ha ha, I like that. Another figure descended from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people began to change again. Another young master of the magnates. Chapter 45-20. After Yi Wuhan came up, Chu Tian showed up. He was also a son of a tycoon. After all, Lin Fei had become a big piece of meat. No matter who it was, they all wanted to eat this big fat piece of meat. If they could get billions of medium-grade spirit stones and some top-grade spirit stones, they would make a fortune. Such a good thing was quite attractive to everyone. Not to mention that they were not short of money, in fact, they were also short of money. As the saying went, a penny is no match for a hero. This saying was not just for show. If one wanted to improve his strength quickly in the spiritual realm, resources were always the most important. So where did the resources come from? Of course, they spent money. Where did the money come from? Naturally, they needed to find a way. Robbing others was naturally the best choice. Now such a person had appeared, and he seemed to have no background. If they didn't plan to participate, it would be a pity. After hearing this voice, Lin Fei also frowned. The appearance of Chu Tian gave him a headache. Yi Wuhan regretted making a big deal out of this. She didn't expect to be targeted. Others didn't dare to rob him, but the sons of other tycoons might not. They were very hot-tempered, and they really didn't care about this. Another figure appeared. This figure was tall and sturdy, like a small mountain. He was from the Shi family. His name was Shi Jinxiang. It was a very ordinary name, but it was such an ordinary name that no one dared to ignore. Because this guy was very strong. He was known as the guy who could bear the most in Chaos City. Since he was a child, no one knew how many crises he had experienced. But in the end, he still lived a good life. This was Shi Jinxiang. As soon as Shi Jinxiang came over, his strong figure still put a lot of pressure on a lot of people. Yi Wuhan, I think we should rely on our strength to get this person. Whoever is stronger can take him away. Of course, Yi Wuhan was not very happy, but Chu Tian and Shi Jinxiang were not so easy to deal with. The most important thing was to take Lin Fei back. That divine mountain couldn't fall into the hands of others. At that time, if he wanted to take it back, he would have to pay a huge price. So Yi Wuhan said coldly, "You should know very well that this is between me and him. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you so unreasonable?" Chu Tian laughed and said, "I can't help it. Who told me to be short of money recently? I see that this person is quite rich, so I want to borrow some money from him. Is there a problem?" Shi Jinxiang also laughed. "Actually, I'm short on money recently, and this person looks like he has some money. I don't think he'll mind lending me a large sum of money." Yi Wuhan was on the verge of cursing. How could Yi Wuhan be so shameless to say it out so openly? Her face darkened a little. Lin Fei just watched quietly without any nervousness or change of expression. It was as if he was watching something very ordinary. "I really like what the two of you are saying. Both of you are short on money. I, Luo Shui, am also short on money. I shouldn't be the only one left, right?" At that moment, a stream of water appeared and turned into a figure. This was also a descendant of a tycoon. His name was Luo Shui, and he was watching with a smile. "Since Luo Shui is here, I think my Toyota can do the same. We can also participate. What do you guys think?" At that moment, another figure came. For a moment, a total of 5 childs who were descendants of tycoons appeared together. The people who were following them all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all became lively. This is really going to be a good show. This guy is really a big fat piece of meat. It seems that we have no chance. Even if we want to fight, the 5 childs won't agree. Then let's just watch the show. It's been a long time since I've seen a good show. It had to be said that these people's mentality changed very quickly. They still cared a lot about watching a good show. Each of these 5 people occupied a position, which just happened to block Lin Fei's way. No matter where Lin Fei wanted to go, he would have to face one of them. I'm quite popular. There are actually so many people who want to borrow money from me. These 5 people all felt that this person was quite interesting. He knew that they were surrounding him, but he still dared to say such a thing. More importantly, he didn't show any nervousness or uneasiness, which was quite rare. Although he scared Maku away, he didn't subdue them. If they dared to fight at this time, they must be confident. Luo Shui said with a smile, I think you're quite interesting. As long as you come with me, these people won't dare to make things difficult for you. Yi Wuhan scolded him on the spot. Luo Shui, shut up. Don't be so shameless. This person is my enemy. If you take him away, you'll become my enemy. You can do whatever you want. Shi Jinxiang laughed and said, I think it's quite simple. If you don't want to take this person away, then if you have the ability, you'll have to send the 4 of us flying first. Otherwise, you're not qualified to speak at all. Shi Jinxiang laughed. He landed his foot and directly hit Yi Wuhan. At the same time, his body turned into a stone-like surface. This was a great ability. The great path turned into a stone defense, which was very tough. Yi Wuhan was a little hasty to resist. She didn't know that this guy would attack at this time. Then, streaks of water directly entangled Yi Wuhan's body. It turned out that Luo Shui also began to move. He also made a sound. I also agree with Shi Jinxiang. If we drive you away, this person will naturally be one of us. At least we can eat a piece of meat. If you take him back, we won't even have meat to eat. We won't even have soup. How dare you? As soon as Yi Wuhan was attacked by the 2 masters, she was at a disadvantage. The people behind her were just about to make a move when more masters appeared in the void and locked them in place. Let the child solve their own problems. As their subordinates, we'd better not interfere. Don't you think so? Yi Wuhan did bring a lot of subordinates with her this time, and they were also masters. But now, these masters were restricted and couldn't attack at all. She could only smile bitterly. You've grown a lot stronger. It seems that I have to join you. Chu Tian also joined the siege with a smile. For a moment, the 4 childs besieged Yi Wuhan. Yi Wuhan tried to block them and was directly sent flying. After all, their realms were similar. It was actually very difficult to gain an advantage, so Yi Wuhan seemed to be in a bit of a difficult situation. Top. Chapter 45-21. Even though the childs were fighting fiercely, there were still people watching them. Not just one person. After Lin Fei walked out of Chaos City, no one would let Lin Fei leave. Lin Fei was very calm, as if he were watching a game. He didn't expect that the 5 childs would fight for him. It was quite interesting. For example, Yi Wuhan. Before he could get Yi Wuhan, he was beaten up first. After Lin Fei laughed, he actually started clapping in front of everyone. Young Master Yi Wuhan, do you want me to help you? After all, I'm a professional substitute fighter. It's enough as long as you can give me 100 million medium-level spiritual stones. It doesn't matter if you don't have 100 million medium-level spiritual stones. I can give you a 20% discount and make it 80 million medium-level spiritual stones. I'm sure you can beat them into submission. When the people around heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had never heard such words. Those were the 5 childs. They were all giants, and each of them was an expert at the Holy King realm. Not everyone could say something like that. After Yi Wuhan was sent flying, she retreated more than a dozen steps before she stopped. Those childs didn't make any more moves. Their faces were dark and a little strange. Luo Shui turned his head and said to Lin Fei, "You're quite an interesting person. You can still say something like that at a time like this. No wonder you dare to disrespect Maku. It's a pity that this isn't Maku's territory. This is Chaos City. I really want to see how you're going to beat me into submission." Shi Jinxiang also laughed and said, "Actually, I'm also quite curious. I've had a bad life since I was young, and I've never been beaten by anyone before. You'd better let me gain some experience, or else I'll break your arm later. Yi Wuhan was the one who felt the most embarrassed. Hearing this, she felt like salt was sprinkled on her wound. It was absolutely uncomfortable. So she said fiercely, "You want me to give up on this kid? That's impossible. The only thing I can do is for the 5 of us to divide him equally. How about we each get a share of his net worth? I won't eat this piece of fat meat alone, but how about I take away this guy's last breath?" Yi Wuheng didn't want to waste any more time at this time. He had to take down this person first. Otherwise, he would explode with anger. No matter if it is Mayor Shi Jinxiang, Luo Shui, or Toyota, they all think this is possible. They also knew that if they continued to force Yi Wuhan, it would be impossible for them to get a piece of the pie in the end. Now was the best result. As long as Yi Wuhan retreated, they would each get a share. No matter what, he could still earn a few 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. This was still a small amount. If it was a lot, he might even be able to collect 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Don't forget that the Tongtian Divine Mountain was still with this kid. They didn't think that this kid could refine the Tongtian Divine Mountain. Therefore, that thing was worth more than 2 billion mid-grade spirit stones. At that time, it would cost 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. They were sure that Yi Wuhan would be very happy to buy it. In this way, it didn't seem to be too difficult to earn 1 billion mid-grade spirit stones. "Mr. Yi, you are so generous. You are actually willing to give up. It's just his last breath. It's absolutely no problem. With us taking action, he won't fly away. We are not Mark. This is Chaos City. We can't allow this kid to be arrogant and domineering." Lin Fei admired Yi Wuhan very much. Not only was she beaten, but she also had to give up a share of the pie. But she was also a sensible person. If it were ordinary people, they would have taken action in anger. No matter what, they would not share the pie. The 5 of them surrounded him again. Their eyes were a little unfriendly, staring at Lin Fei. "I advise you not to take action. I don't even take Mark seriously, let alone you. I'm afraid that when you take action later, you will be the ones to suffer," Lin Fei said very seriously. Yi Wuhan smiled coldly and said, "Then I'd like to see how you will suffer when the time comes." These words did make these people a little unhappy. In Chaos City, they had never experienced who could make them suffer. After all, their fathers were experts at the Holy King realm. Although they were not among the top 100 holy kings, they were also holy kings. In the entire spiritual realm, how many people could cultivate to the level of holy king? Therefore, they had the qualifications and the capital to be arrogant. They didn't take Lin Fei's words seriously at all. "Do it. Don't save this guy any face. Let's beat him up first. Let's see how he makes us suffer." As these childs gave the order, the people around them all started to take action. These people were used to being besieged. One treasure after another came crashing down. They didn't care at all whether Lin Fei could withstand it or not. They were bullying him with numbers. Lin Fei had seen this kind of scene several times. In the spiritual realm, there seemed to be no one-on-one fight. They all bullied him with numbers. A large number of treasures came crashing down. If you could withstand it, you could. If you couldn't, you would die. It was that simple. The treasures fell. A beam of light flashed. This light was like a stream of water, constantly sprinkling on these treasures. One treasure after another was swept away in an instant, accompanied by the sound of cracking and shattering, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. When they took back the treasures, they found that there were cracks on their treasures. They had already been damaged, and they were bleeding in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had neutralized their attacks. "This sword is only the first gift. This second sword is the biggest gift I'm giving you." Following that, they saw yet another beam of light sweeping out, sweeping past their bodies continuously. Even though they had treasures on them to protect themselves, they were still sent flying one after another the moment they came face to face with it. In an instant, they suffered a terrifying attack. After they landed, they couldn't stand at all and sat on the ground. Almost none of them could stand back up. Even if they could, there would be a second attack. The shockwave sent them flying. When the experts of Chaos City in the distance saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This is really fatal. No wonder Maku's men aren't his match. This sword technique is too powerful. We can't possibly say that the 5 childs are really going to suffer this time, right? Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped down with his mountain-like fingers. Take this palm of mine first. Otherwise, you don't have the right to talk to me. There was a loud rumble. Rings appeared one after another. Then, they disappeared. A huge palm with 5 fingers appeared on the ground, causing the ground to tremble a few times. Chapter 45-22. The moment he displayed it, everyone present felt what terrifying power was. Especially the 5 young masters who were severely injured in an instant. Once the Tao appeared on their bodies, they collapsed instantly. All of them were smashed into the ground. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that the people in the distance all sucked in a breath. They couldn't even react in time. It was even more unbelievable. This is too brutal. Those are 5 young masters and they couldn't even take one move. Oh my God, who can tell me if this kid is a king sage? If he is, then this is really bad. Whether or not he is a king sage, this is already a big deal. The 5 young masters can't even defeat this young man. I'm afraid they are in danger of dying. At the start, everyone thought that this young man couldn't escape even if he had wings. The 5 young masters and their helpers could drown him with just a spit from each of them. But the scene in front of them was really a huge upheaval. They couldn't even take one palm and they still had the cheek to say that they could deal with this person. It seems like you guys are really weak. You can't even take one palm from me and you still have the cheek to deal with me. Lin Fei shook his head and slammed his fingers on the ground again. There was a loud rumble and the ground seemed to sink. 5 figures rushed up from the ground in a sorry state. Once they rushed up, all of them were in a sorry state. However, before they could react, they saw vines piercing through the air and wrapping around them. Once they were entangled, they couldn't resist at all. They didn't even have time to use any techniques before they were all pulled back. He was completely and utterly sleepy. They were thrown in front of Lin Fei. Since you guys want to earn money from me, it seems like I can only make you lose money first. Lin Fei waved his hand and took the 5 young masters away. It was unbelievably fast. When everyone reacted, the 5 young masters were nowhere to be seen. Quick, inform the powerhouses. Something big has happened. Their young masters have been taken away. Lin Fei did take the 5 young masters away. Even though they had treasures and were strong, they couldn't withstand Lin Fei's attack. He collapsed in an instant. Coupled with the vines wrapped around their bodies, they were easily taken away. Lin Fei didn't leave Chaos City. Instead, he brought them to a quiet place in the chaotic country. No one would be able to catch up in a short period of time. One by one, they were thrown down and their strength was sealed. Then, they were stripped of all their rings. They were robbed of everything they had. Bastard, give me back the ring, or I'll kill your whole family. Yi Wuheng was the most bad-tempered among them. He was enraged. Lin Fei's eyes fell on Yi Wuheng. Looks like your temper isn't small at all. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson. Only then will you know that it's useless to speak tough words in front of a true expert, because you don't have the qualifications. With a crash, the 4 young masters saw a horrifying scene. Their hearts turned cold. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wuheng had turned into a white-haired old man. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. At this time, Yi Wuheng felt that she had no strength left. Not only could she speak, but she also had no strength left. She raised her hands subconsciously and saw that her hands had become very old. They were covered with age spots and looked lifeless. What on earth did you do to me? It was just a short sentence, but it still made Yi Wuhan breathless for a while. Shi Jinxiang, Chu Tian Luo, Shui Feng Tian, and the others didn't dare to speak. The man in front of them was really crazy. How could he have mastered such evil means? Yi Wuhan was a girl with a promising future, but now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a white-haired old man. She had completely lost the qualification to become an expert. Her lifespan was almost gone. Unless she got a treasure of life, her life would be completely over. They were all trembling with fear. If this happened to them, they didn't even dare to think about it. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, a mirror appeared in front of Yi Wuhan. "This is my gift to you. I don't know if you are satisfied with it. If not, I can send you to hell. I promise there will be no pain." When Yi Wuhan saw herself in the mirror, she was dumbfounded on the spot. She felt like she had a mental breakdown. Lin Fei waved his hand and directly restrained Yi Wuhan. She couldn't even speak. He glanced at the other 4 young masters indifferently. "I don't know if you have anything else to say to me. I'm a good person. If you want to say anything, just tell me. I promise to satisfy you." At this time, Shi Jinxiang and the others didn't dare to speak anymore. They didn't see that Yi Wuhan had become a white-haired old man after saying such a sentence. This young man was too cruel. He really hid a knife behind his smile. If they had known that this guy was so powerful, they wouldn't have made a move. It was not easy to take advantage of him. This time, they were really screwed up by Yi Wuhan. Not only did they lose all their wealth, but they also offended such a person. Now, their only hope was that their father could come to save them. Otherwise, they would be completely finished. "It seems that you have nothing to say. I like people like you. You can clearly see the reality in front of you, unlike Yi Wuhan, who has no idea at all. But don't worry, I won't kill innocent people. After all, you have some wealth." Hearing this, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't make things difficult for them, everything would be fine. But in the next second, vines flew out and directly whipped them, almost knocking them out. Bang, bang, bang. They had lost all their protective treasures, so when the vines fell on them, it was an intimate contact. They were extremely miserable, but they didn't dare to say a word. They had learned from Yi Wuhan's mistake. They didn't want to repeat Yi Wuhan's fate, so they could only bear with it. After whacking them countless times, the vines finally retracted. They laid there with stars in front of their eyes. It was truly incomparably miserable. "It seems that you are all men. I'm very satisfied. But now we have to change places. I'll have a good talk with your families tomorrow. After all, it's not enough to just whip you." Lin Fei chuckled. Chapter 45-23. The Yi family was the first to know the situation. Yi Wuhan had suffered a loss in the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, so she knew about it. She didn't care much. After all, Chaos City was famous, and many people came here to auction. It was normal that she couldn't get anything. After all, it was normal for her to pay for 1 billion medium-grade spirit stones. The Yi family also knew that Yi Wuhan had brought people to make trouble, but they didn't care much. In this Chaos City, no one dared to disrespect the Yi family. But to their surprise, something happened to Yi Wuhan and she was taken away by that young man. In addition, there were also the young masters of the other clans. In total, 5 young masters of the 5 magnates were taken away. Chaos City had become very interesting. They set out overnight. Countless people were looking for these 5 young masters. If something were to happen to these 5 young masters, it would definitely be a big deal for Chaos City. But after a whole night, they didn't see anything. Now they couldn't sit still. If they were taken away from Chaos City, they would be in big trouble. After all, the magnates behind the 5 young masters were all holy kings. No one who could become a holy king was simple. But they still couldn't find them. At dawn, they had to give up. But when they couldn't find them, then, a scene that they couldn't believe appeared. The young man came back with 5 young masters. When the 5 young masters came back, they were all dumbfounded. All of them were dumbfounded. After all, they were certain that this young man had brought the 5 young masters away from the kingdom of chaos. That was the only way he could escape the pursuit of the 5 holy kings. But now he came back, and more importantly, he brought the 5 young masters back. They couldn't figure out what the young man was thinking. Lin Fei did come back and made a fortune after depriving the 5 young masters of their rings. Of course, for Lin Fei, it was far from enough. He was ready to make another fortune. As for how much he could make, it depended on how much the 5 magnates could offer. As soon as Lin Fei took them back to Chaos City, they found a yard to live in. No one dared to have any ideas. Not long after Lin Fei came back, the yard became lively. They were all watching outside. And the people of the 5 magnates also came. Although they couldn't come in during the day, they couldn't fight. But they could negotiate. The first to arrive was the Yi family. The Yi clan still attached great importance to Yi Wuhan. Therefore, he was the first one to enter the courtyard. This time, it was an elder of the Yi clan called Yi Tianxing. As soon as Yi Tianxing came in, he saw Yi Wuheng. But when he saw Yi Wuheng's appearance, he was a little angry. Do you know what will happen if you do this? You are provoking the Yi clan. The Yi clan is not something you can offend. At this time, Yi Wuhen's hair was all white. She looked very old, as if she would die soon. This was something that Yi Tianxing found hard to accept. Lin Fei was drinking tea leisurely. The 5 young masters were sitting in a row behind him. They were extremely well behaved. I've never cared much about threats. If you want to bring Yi Wuhen and the other young masters back, it's very simple. Show me your sincerity. That's all. As long as you show your sincerity, I don't mind letting your young master Yi Wuhen return to his original appearance, let alone anything else. Remember, you only have 1 day to prepare. Otherwise, they'll be finished. Yi Tianxing was about to say something when he saw a force rushing over and falling on him. Yi Tianxing was pushed out. The defense of the great path on his body collapsed as soon as it was raised. He came out of the yard. It only took a few breaths. Yi Tianxing frowned slightly. He knew that the person in front of him was very powerful. After all, he was also in the emptiness realm. He had cultivated 3 great paths, which was very powerful. He could also represent the Yi clan. But now, he was pushed out. Obviously, the other party was showing mercy. If he went all out, he wouldn't be able to bear it at all. Yi Tianxing turned around and left. After Mr. Yi left, the elders of the other 4 magnates also came. Almost all of them had the same result as Yi Tianxing. They left the yard with fear and anger. Just wait patiently. As long as your family is willing to fork out the money, everything is simple. I'm never a person who can't live with money. Shi Jinxiang and the others smiled bitterly. They had never thought that after their wealth was taken away, they would become hostages in the hands of the other party. The other party would use them to extort money from their clans. No one had ever dared to do such a crazy thing. However, they witnessed it today. There was one person who dared to do such a thing. He didn't give the 5 magnates any face. No matter what the final result was, they would become a big joke. No one knew why the people of the 5 giants came and then returned, but they could clearly feel that they were all angry. They didn't know what the other party said. Not long after, they saw the 5 magnates. Now, all the patriarchs had come. It should be known that the current patriarchs were all experts with 5 great Daos at the perfection emptiness realm. Something big has happened. Even the 5 patriarchs are here. It's a pity that it's daytime. They can't do anything at all. Are they going to sit down and drink tea? Whether it's tea or not, that guy has done something big. I guess the probability of him leaving Chaos City alive is very low. After the 5 patriarchs entered the yard, the outside was guarded. There was even an invisible tactical deployment that completely covered the yard. It was impossible to know what was going on inside. The 5 patriarchs were indeed very angry at this moment. They were also a little afraid. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this. How dare they control their sons and ask for money? This kind of thing was really rare. So it's the 5 patriarchs. You've mustered such a large force. I wonder what you've thought about it. One day, show me enough sincerity and I'll let them go. Otherwise, they won't have the qualifications to leave under my watch. When the 5 patriarchs arrived, they first looked at their sons. Seeing that they were fine, they were relieved. However, Yi Wuhan's father's face was the darkest. His son had become like this. Chapter 45-24. At this moment, the 5 powerhouses were very angry. No one had ever spoken to them like that. They even dared to tie up their people and demand money from them. This had never happened to them before. They were the powerhouses of Chaos City. Although there were only 5 powerhouses here, their influence couldn't be ignored. They had never thought that someone would be so daring. The person who kidnapped them still dared to come back so openly. However, they were helpless at this moment. Because it was daytime, they couldn't do anything even if they wanted to. Because this was the rule set by the Holy King of Chaos. Whoever dared to break this rule at this time was equivalent to being the enemy of the Holy King of Chaos. As long as it was an enemy, it would be suppressed by the Holy King of Chaos. Hence, they could only stare coldly at this young man in front of them. Actually, it's fine if you don't pay, but they might lose their lives. Of course, I also welcome you to make a move at night, but I remember that you can't attack the mansion at night, so you can only stare. Of course, you can also play some tricks and see if you can take the 5 of them away from me. Lin Fei looked at the 5 powerhouses with a smile. As for the anger on the faces of the 5 powerhouses, Lin Fei completely ignored it. This was also the reason why Lin Fei didn't leave Chaos City. Since someone dared to make a move on him, he had to collect some interest no matter what. Who asked them to be powerhouses? All powerhouses were rich. If he missed such an opportunity, Lin Fei felt that he would really be struck by lightning. As for whether the 5 powerhouses' expressions were good or not, it really had nothing to do with him. After being said that, the 5 powerhouses were even more furious. You really intend to become enemies with the 5 of us? You have to know that this is Chaos City. When the time comes, don't even think about leaving here. As long as you hand over the people now, we will pretend that nothing happened and let you leave Chaos City. Although you are very powerful, it's not easy to leave this Chaos City. If the 5 of us really join forces, even a fly won't be able to escape. This might not be effective if others said it, but the words of the 5 powerhouses were really effective. They were also quite annoyed. But they had no choice. Their son had been kidnapped by this brat. Now, they could only ask this brat to release them first. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Although the death of a son wasn't a big deal, they would lose all their face. After all, they were big shots, and they were also Saint King level powerhouses. Although they couldn't make it into the top 100, they were still quite capable. Now that their son had been kidnapped and they couldn't do anything to the other party, it was quite embarrassing for them. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. Looks like you're planning to threaten me. Go ahead then. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll cripple them and throw them out on the streets. I believe the people outside will be very interested. Lin Fei was really not afraid of these 5 giants at this time. As magnates, who would take these people who hadn't reached the emptiness realm seriously? However, this young man had the ability to do so. He had the ability. He was singing a tune with them, but they could only watch helplessly. They all knew that their son was always accompanied by experts. Now that these experts were gone, this brat's strength was indeed a bit strong. It was really a bit difficult to take his 5 sons away from him. Unless a Saint King took action, it was probably impossible. But how could a Saint King take action? How many Saint Kings were there in the entire Chaos City? Then how many spirit stones do you want? Just tell me. In the end, some giants compromised. They decided to listen first. Of course, they also hated Yi Wuhan in their hearts. This brat had caused trouble and they had to be dragged into it. If this brat hadn't put out a reward and made it known to everyone, their sons wouldn't have taken action. Speaking of this, they were also full of anger. This time, they had really been tricked by Yi Wuhan. The Saint King of the Yi clan could also feel the obvious change in the expressions of the other 4 Saint Kings. This was the Yi clan's fault. And this Saint King of the Yi clan was also very angry with his son. Why did he have to make such a big trouble? It was okay to drag people into the trouble. But it was a bit too much to drag them into the trouble. You are making the Yi clan's life difficult. When we go back, we must put him in confinement. Lock him up for 3 years. No, 3 years is too little. No matter what, we have to lock him up for 10 years. Otherwise, who knows what will happen? Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Why didn't you say so earlier? Actually, I don't want to offend the 5 giants at all. After all, you are giants, and I am just a nobody. How can a nobody dare to offend a giant? Hearing this, they felt like they had been ridiculed. If you were a nobody, you wouldn't have tied up their son, and you wouldn't have said such words in front of their big shots. He was completely looking down on the giants. If they were outside, they would have slapped this guy in front of them to death. Unfortunately, this was Chaos City, and there were rules set by the Saint Kings. These rules didn't seem to be a big deal before, but now they felt that these rules were a little bad, very bad. I'm quite an easygoing person. Anyway, you're all tycoons with a lot of wealth. As long as each of you gives me 5 billion medium-level spirit stones, I'll pretend that nothing happened. At that time, I'll return my son to you. How about it? I'm a man of my word. Don't bargain with me. You should be thankful that I didn't give you 10 billion medium-level spirit stones. How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? So setting 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones for each of them was not too much. This number was neither too high nor too low. He believed that they would be very willing to pay it. 5 people would be 25 billion mid-grade spirit stones. It was definitely a huge sum of money. It might not be easy for ordinary forces to get it, but the giants felt that they had money. They were the owners of the land. If they couldn't take out this little bit of spirit stones, they would be embarrassing themselves. Although he was able to take a bite out of the giant, Lin Fei was still very restrained. It just happened to be in their minds, no more, no less. After hesitating for a while, they would definitely agree. 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones was indeed not a lot to the 5 giants, but when they thought about their sons. Not only did they not tie them up, but they also lost 5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. This made them want to kill someone. Chapter 45-25. Who can tell me what's going on inside? The 5 magnates all went in together. It's really rare to see 5 big shots together. Does that kid really have the capability to offend 5 magnates at one go? Does he want to leave Chaos City? Many people outside were paying attention to what was happening inside. Not long after, they saw the 5 magnates coming out. Apart from them, the 5 young masters were also brought out with dejected looks on their faces. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in disbelief. The 5 giants actually brought their kidnapped sons out. Could it be that they had reached some kind of deal? After the 5 magnates came out, they glanced at the crowd coldly. Then, they left with their sons. The scene had also returned to peace. But to the entire Chaos City, this was a rather inconceivable thing. In their opinion, the 5 tycoons must have done something to take the child away. The biggest possibility was that they had used money to buy them back. As for how many spirit stones they had used, no one knew. After all, the magnates would not leak out such a thing. But just when they thought that no one would leak out, the news came out. Each of the 5 magnates paid 5 billion spirit stones. The 5 magnates spent a total of 25 billion spirit stones to bring them out. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard about this. They could not believe that such a thing could happen. The 5 magnates actually paid spirit stones to bring them back. Didn't that mean that this kid had become a rich man in an instant? 25 billion mid-grade spiritual stones. Even many experts in the full circle of Void Realm could not take out so many spirit stones. The entire Chaos City was instantly stirred up again. Although Lin Fei didn't leave the courtyard, he knew that the news must have spread like wildfire outside. Although there were 5 big shots this time, the remaining big shot would definitely set this place on fire. So that the matter would be blown out of proportion. The bigger the matter was, the more embarrassed the 5 magnates would be. Sure enough, it's better this way. 25 billion spirit stones. I didn't spend a single cent on the Tongtian God Mountain and earned 20 billion. In fact, Lin Fei earned more than that. The 5 young masters were all quite wealthy, and now they all belonged to Lin Fei. So, Lin Fei's current net worth was extremely high. All in all, he was almost worth 40 billion spirit stones. Such a huge figure made Lin Fei a moving fat sheep. Everyone had their own ideas. Even the Sage King experts had their own ideas. After paying a small price, Lin Fei knew what the situation was like outside. After all, the waiters would not be against the spirit stones. So, after revealing the news, Lin Fei completely understood that someone was deliberately pushing the matter. Deliberately slapping the faces of the 5 magnates. As for which magnates, no one knew. However, such a secret could only be obtained by the 5 powerhouses. Don't think that this news could be kept a secret in Chaos City. In reality, it really couldn't be kept a secret. Looks like it's going to be difficult for me to leave this Chaos City. After obtaining such a batch of spirit stones from the 5 magnates, Lin Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to leave Chaos City. The 5 giants would definitely make a move. Even if they didn't make a move, they would mobilize all their forces to deal with him. It would be fine if there was only one, but if there were 5 of them, not everyone would be able to handle it. After knowing that Lin Fei had a net worth of 25 billion yuan, and some people even suspected that Lin Fei already had a net worth of 30 billion yuan, everyone was shocked. For a moment, everyone was excited. Who knew how many people were watching from outside the courtyard? It could be said that all eyes were on them. As long as Yi Xian dared to leave Chaos City, he would definitely be torn to pieces by the crowd. Even if he could not get the biggest share, he would at least get a small piece. Previously, everyone suspected that Lin Fei had some wealth, but they couldn't confirm the number. In other words, it all depended on luck. But now, they didn't need to try their luck at all. As soon as they saw someone come out, they would attack. Naturally, they would be able to snatch the spirit stones. That was 25 billion mid-level spirit stones. Even if they could only snatch a few million or tens of millions, that would be great. So they kept their eyes on him. On the first night, someone went in to assassinate Yi Xian. Although they couldn't fight their way in, they couldn't say that they couldn't assassinate Yi Xian. That was kind of a tacit rule. As a result, countless people went in, but nothing happened. They didn't give up. As long as Lin Fei didn't come out, it would be fine. The assassination went on for 3 days. During these 3 days, they didn't see any magnates attack, but many people went in. But still, nothing happened inside. That pissed them off. But they were patient people. They didn't believe that the other party could stay inside forever. Just as they were about to make their move, Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. This time, everyone became excited. A big fish finally moved. Lin Fei walked out of Chaos City quickly as soon as he came out. He really walked as fast as a shadow. When they arrived at the gate of Chaos City, Lin Fei was already outside. Tens of thousands of people had gathered outside. They were all there to stare at Lin Fei, trying to dig a mouthful of meat out of him. When they started to chase Lin Fei instantly turned into a huge sword-intense storm. It swept over. Wherever the sword-intense storm passed, corpses were everywhere. No one was a match for it. Even the strongest Void World Master couldn't withstand the attack of this sword-intense storm. In this storm, Lin Fei seemed to have become the absolute powerhouse. And as the sword intent continued to wreak havoc, a big hand fell from the sky and slapped down hard. This slap. A big handprint appeared on the ground. And there was more than one such handprint. It turned out that there were Holy King powerhouses in Chaos City who attacked from afar. This kind of small trick was still possible. After 5 consecutive attacks, the flat ground outside was directly smashed into a huge deep pit. Under such circumstances, Lin Fei disappeared without any warning. No one could find a trace of him. It was as if he really disappeared into thin air. This time, everyone was a little surprised, even the 5 magnates. Could someone have escaped under their noses? One by one, they showed up. No matter what, they wanted to see him alive or dead. That was their minimum requirement. They had to get back the spirit stones that belonged to them. If they couldn't get them back, wouldn't they become a big joke? Chapter 45-26. The 5 giant powerhouses originally wanted to keep Lin Fei here. But when they made a move, they found that the kid had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where this kid left from. Anyway, with a palm strike, he was gone. This made the 5 giants quite angry. They began to search the nearby area. From 10 kilometers to 20 kilometers, it became 100 kilometers. No matter how they searched, they couldn't find Lin Fei. It was as if he had really disappeared into thin air. For a moment, they wondered if they had killed him with a palm strike. Otherwise, why couldn't they find any trace of him? Logically speaking, it should be impossible. As a matter of fact, Lin Fei really did leave quietly. After taking 25 billion mid-grade spirit stones from them, Lin Fei knew that they would definitely make a move. The giants still wanted face. If they didn't take action to take him down, such a big piece of fat meat would be given away. It was equivalent to slapping the faces of the giants. So they had to make a move. They definitely wouldn't miss this opportunity. Unfortunately, in the end, they still left calmly. In order to leave calmly this time, Lin Fei also put in a lot of effort. Of course, the 5 giants still had their means, but his strength had reached the major completion now. He was not afraid of them at all, so he could leave. As soon as he left the chaotic country, Lin Fei directly returned to the sky-reaching school. After learning about the existence of the Spirit World Mountain in the chaotic city, Lin Fei wanted to go to the Spirit World Mountain to take a look. If he could get the sky-reaching Divine Mountain again, who knew this kind of thing? How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? And now, he could only rely on the sky-reaching school to participate in the top 100 battle. At any rate, he was now a disciple of the sky-reaching school, and a personal disciple. With such an identity, even if the 5 giants of the chaotic city knew about it later, his identity and status had already changed. They could only stare at him. After Lin Fei left the chaotic country, he directly returned to the sky-reaching school. Although he had accepted a mission to complete 3 experiential training missions, especially the second one, which required him to become a profound void stage expert, he had no choice but to accept it. There was a time limit of 3 years. However, for Lin Fei now, he could completely display the strength of an insightful emptiness stage expert. Even if he did not cultivate the Great Tao, he could still walk the path of body refinement. There was no need for one to cultivate the heart of the Great Tao and become an insightful emptiness realm expert to be considered an insightful emptiness realm expert. The body refinement Tao could still allow one to become a body refinement expert. At that time, he would be able to erupt with the strength of an insightful emptiness realm expert. As soon as Lin Fei returned to the Transcending Heaven Church, he was noticed by people. Lin Fei had offended a lot of people in the Transcending Heaven cult. Many disciples had some ideas about him, and some even had some opinions about him. That was why he had come up with such a difficult problem. Therefore, Lin Fei's return was immediately known by others. None of them had forgotten about the mission Lin Fei had accepted. Becoming an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years. How long had it been since he accepted the mission? Why had he returned? Could it be that he had chosen to give up? Situations like this had happened before. After all, the experiential training missions were too difficult. Sometimes, one would lose one's life. However, if one did not want to do it, the only thing one could do was to give up. If one gave up on the mission, one would also give up on the identity and status. Under normal circumstances, very few people would do this. When Lin Fei walked into the mission hall, everyone started to talk about him. After all, Lin Fei could be considered as a popular person now. It was hard to not know about it. Do you guys think that junior brother Lin Fei has come back to give up on the mission? I think the possibility is very high. I think he has really come back to give up on the mission. Becoming an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years is not something that anyone can do. Even if Lin Fei is very talented, it will be difficult for him to do so without the great Tao heart. No one believed that Lin Fei could still become an insightful emptiness realm expert under such circumstances. This time, he had definitely come back to give up on the mission. Lin Fei naturally heard the discussions around him. However, he did not pay much attention to it. He arrived at the workbench. I am here to hand in the mission. I wonder how this mission is going to be tested. The deacon in charge of the mission was surprised. He remembered that Lin Fei had accepted a mission to become an insightful emptiness realm expert within 3 years. Now, only 1 month had passed. In less than 2 months, he had broken through so quickly. Seeing that Lin Fei did not have the aura of an insightful emptiness realm expert, the deacon could not help but feel puzzled. However, he still spoke very seriously. If junior brother Lin Fei has completed the mission, you can come inside to train. There is an insightful emptiness realm expert inside. As long as you can defeat him within a certain period of time, you will have the strength of an insightful emptiness realm expert. However, you cannot use treasures to do so. Then please lead the way. The conversation between the two was clearly heard by the people outside, and they were all stunned. They did not expect that Lin Fei had really completed the mission. This surprised them a little. Could it be that Lin Fei had really become an insightful emptiness realm expert? If so, his talent and potential were too strong. Lin Fei and the deacon went all the way to the back. In front of a cage. There was actually an insightful emptiness realm demon in this cage. At this time, in addition to the deacon, there were several other deacons. They were all in charge of notarizing the mission. Junior brother Lin Fei, as long as you kill the insightful emptiness realm demon, you will have completed the mission. However, you only have 1 incense stick's worth of time. After this time, it will not count. As soon as the imprisoned demon saw Lin Fei, his eyes turned red and he roared. It won't be easy for you to kill me. I will kill you first. If I get out of this cage one day, I will definitely kill everyone in the Transcending Heaven Church. I know. Open the cage. It is just an insightful emptiness realm demon. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The door of the cage opened. The demon wanted to rush out but was blocked by the barrier. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the prison. As soon as he entered, the insightful emptiness realm demon turned into a black wind and attacked fiercely. Many claws appeared. Myriad demon claws. This was the powerful technique of this insightful emptiness realm demon. The claws were like divine weapons that could easily destroy the body of a human. It was also a technique that he was proud of. As soon as his technique arrived in front of Lin Fei, it was blocked by a barrier. It was simply difficult for him to move an inch. You have the nerve to put on airs in front of me with such strength. Eat my fist first. Lin Fei took a step forward and punched, penetrating the body of the insightful emptiness realm demon. Only a few people could see it clearly. Bang! Lin Fei spat out a sentence that was neither light nor heavy from his throat. Chapter 45-27. After punching through the physical body of the whole void demon, Lin Fei took another step forward and punched out once more. After a collapse symbol, the physical body of the demon was torn into pieces at an unbelievably fast speed. Before the few deacons outside could even react, this strong whole void demon was killed just like that. Even though the strength of this whole void demon was restricted to a certain extent, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to destroy his physical body. That was something that could only be done with treasures or the means of the great Tao. There weren't many people who could do this barehanded. The few of them exchanged glances and a thought popped up in their minds. If I'm not wrong, junior brother Lin Fei should be walking on the ancient great Tao of body tempering. After hearing this, everyone's expression became a little strange. That can't be right. Junior brother Lin Fei is walking on the ancient great Tao of body tempering. I heard that almost no one has ever cultivated this great Tao of body tempering. It's way too difficult. Only a few people can succeed and reach a certain height in it. All of you should know that the physical bodies of demons are extremely strong. If it's just the physical body alone, it would be hard to penetrate it. However, the great Tao of body tempering is something that they walk on. They use their strength to break through the heavens. What they specialize in is their strength. When their strength is sufficient, they can penetrate through any physical body, let alone the physical body of demons. Therefore, the powerful beings of the ancient great Tao of body tempering were extremely horrifying. They could shatter the heavens with a single punch and destroy the mountains and seas with a single punch. To think that there would be someone from the heavenly reaching church who walks on the great Tao of body tempering. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing that. This was truly hard to believe. Since there was someone who walked on the ancient great Tao, and it was the strongest great Tao of body tempering. And also the most difficult. This was absolutely inconceivable. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Fei could kill those ringleaders in the demon's desert. It must definitely be because the great Tao of body tempering had a strong defense and a strong physical body. Against demons, it was like having a godly weapon. I wonder if I've succeeded. Lin Fei walked out and remarked calmly. It also pulled everyone back from the shock. Junior brother Lin Fei, may I ask if you're walking on the iron body Tao? After all, it's really rare for you to kill a demon with your bare hands. Lin Fei nodded. I don't think there's anything great about walking the great Tao, but the body refinement great Tao is different. After that, they completely believed Lin Fei's words. This was a fellow who had walked on the ancient great Tao. His vision was really far. When Lin Fei came out again, everyone raised their heads and looked around. I want to know the final result. No one knew what this knot was, because Lin Fei left right after he came out. The deacons also went to report to the higher-ups of the elders. This was big news. It had been a long time since anyone from the heavens reaching school had taken the path of body refining. There was no one like Lin Fei who had reached the insightful emptiness realm. They had no doubt that Lin Fei was the strongest existence in the insightful emptiness realm. The body refinement great Tao was so unbelievably powerful. After Lin Fei came out of the hall, he returned to the mountain peak where he was. Su Tianqing came out immediately. Junior brother Lin Fei, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say that you're going to cultivate outside for 3 years? As soon as Su Tianqing finished speaking, he felt great pressure from Lin Fei. His heart skipped a beat as if he had a feeling that Lin Fei could kill him with one move. This feeling was even stronger than before. Isn't it just 3 years of cultivation to the insightful emptiness realm? It's too easy. I broke through as soon as I went out, so I came back immediately. Su Tianqing's eyes were wide open, but he still believed Lin Fei's words. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei. You've made great progress again. Those successors probably can't sleep in peace. Lin Fei naturally understood what they meant. After all, he had reached the insightful emptiness realm, so he was qualified to compete for the successor. He could even compete for the Supreme Sky List. The Supreme Sky List was the territory of the successors. They really can't sleep because I really want to have a good fight with these successors. After returning from this trip, Lin Fei did not plan on staying idle. He was ready to make a scene in the sky-reaching church. He wanted to raise his status. At that time, he could legitimately participate in the competition for the 100 Saints experts. The 100 Saints had to reach the level of a holy king. However, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and even a holy king could do nothing to him. However, Lin Fei did not want to expose so much for the time being. He would start by crushing the successors. He wanted everyone to know the power of his ancient body refinement Great Tao. With the strength of the insightful emptiness realm, he could defeat everyone in the insightful emptiness realm. At that time, he would be able to fight with a holy king. Spread the word for me. 3 days later, I will challenge the experts on the Supreme Sky list. Let them be prepared. Su Tianxing immediately became excited. Junior brother, don't worry. I will go out and spread the news for you now. I guarantee that they will be shocked. I heard that the successors on the Supreme Sky list are all arrogant and despotic. I guess they will not be able to sit still after hearing this. Su Tianxing was even more glad that he had followed the right person. As long as Lin Fei's strength was stronger, his status as his junior brother would also rise. Where could he find such a good thing? As expected, after Su Tianxing released the news, all the successors on the heavenly list took note of it. This was the first time that someone in the insightful emptiness realm wanted to challenge them, and he was a newcomer. The successors also arranged for people to inquire about the news. After inquiring, they confirmed that the newcomer, Lin Fei, was really planning to challenge the successors on the sky-reaching church list. He did not take the successors seriously at all. The successors were really a little annoyed. They also wanted to see how Lin Fei would challenge them. In a garden of the sky-reaching church. The sect leader of the sky-reaching church also heard the news. Of course, he did not hear that Lin Fei was going to challenge the successors on the Supreme Sky list. Instead, he knew that someone in the sky-reaching church had practiced the ancient great way of body refining. Moreover, he had stepped into the insightful emptiness realm. This was no small matter. Lin Fei is indeed practicing the great way of body refining. His body is unbelievably strong. No wonder the insightful emptiness demon was no match for him and his body was destroyed by one punch. I didn't expect that someone would finally practice the great way of body refining. In front of a light curtain. At the sight of this scene, sect leader Tong Tian was sure that a new extraordinaire had appeared in heaven's reaching church. Lin Fei is going to compete with the successors of the sky-reaching church. Should we? Sect leader Tong Tian said with a smile, those saints are really overestimating themselves. It's a good opportunity for Lin Fei to have a good fight with them and let them know that there's always someone stronger than them. Chapter 45-28. The news of Lin Fei's return spread like wildfire. There was also news that Lin Fei had passed the second mission's assessment, which also spread like wildfire. Who would have thought that this guy would successfully complete the task as soon as he came back? This made everyone a little incredulous. After all, not everyone could go from the Gold Core realm to the insightful Void realm. The time was too short, but there was no news from the other side. Compared to the last news, the first two news could only be said to be ordinary, and this news was the most important. That was, Lin Fei, the guy who completed 2 experience tasks, was actually going to challenge the saints on the Supreme list. All of a sudden, the chosen were infuriated. In the sky-reaching church, the saints had the highest status, second only to those elders. Any of them was qualified to break through to the Holy King realm. And now, an up-and-coming talent, Lin Fei, actually wanted to compete with them. He wanted to spar with them by name. This really made them feel that Lin Fei was too arrogant. Who didn't know that the Supreme List had always been controlled by their saints? After the news spread, it was quite lively. Countless people were guessing if Lin Fei's victory had gotten to his head. He actually dared to challenge the saints. If it was so easy to get on the Supreme List, so many disciples of the sky-reaching church would not be staring at it. Although there were only 100 places on the Supreme List, these 100 places were real and there were all kinds of resources. Who didn't want to be on the Supreme List? However, no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't become people on the Supreme List. Now that Lin Fei actually proposed to challenge these saints, everyone naturally felt that he was a little too ambitious. If it was really so easy to challenge, it would not be so deserted now. Everyone wanted to become a disciple on the Supreme List, but they didn't have the strength, so many people were ready to watch a joke. After a night's rest, Lin Fei felt refreshed. With his current strength and the divine tree of life, he could naturally recover to his peak state in one night. Now that he knew about the battle between the 100 Saints and Lin Fei, he naturally did not want to waste time on this matter. Although there was still some time, Lin Fei had to prepare in advance. Outsiders might not know, but Lin Fei was very clear in his heart. Early in the morning, Su Tianxing came in a hurry. "Junior brother Lin, I just received a piece of news. I'm afraid it's not good for you." Now, Su Tianxing had regarded Lin Fei as his biggest backer. Compared to others, Su Tianxing trusted Lin Fei more, because Lin Fei could help him rise, so he was very concerned about the internal affairs of the sect. Even the slightest sign of trouble would be kept in mind. "What news did you receive?" Lin Fei was quite curious. After all, he had asked Su Tianxing to release the news. As for what kind of impact it would have, Lin Fei didn't care much. To him, the strength of the successors on the Supreme List was nothing. Since those people now believed that he was walking on the ancient body refining Tao, Lin Fei naturally had to go as far as possible on this path. This way, he could better conceal the divine tree of life in his body. It's like this. Several successors on the Supreme List have already said that they want to spar with you on the sect's martial arts field. This news was not much to Lin Fei. They're quite interesting. I haven't even gone to look for them, but they came to me. Su Tianxing quickly added. I heard that these successors who took the initiative to challenge you don't want to succeed, and even more so don't want you to become an expert on the Supreme List, so they're prepared to cripple you. Lin Fei finally understood why Su Tianxing was so anxious. It was impossible not to be anxious. It's not that easy for them to cripple me. Come, let's go to the martial arts field and have a good fight with these successors. At the same time, he wanted to see how they would cripple him. Lin Fei also knew that his existence had touched the cake of many people. Because many people didn't want him to return to the sky-reaching school. If it weren't for the trip to Chaos City, Lin Fei really wouldn't have thought of returning. However, he had to take advantage of the sky-reaching school to participate in the Battle of the 100 Sages. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this opportunity. Who knew when he would be able to go to the spiritual realm mountain again? For Lin Fei, time was strength, and he must not delay. When Lin Fei and Su Tianxing arrived at the martial arts field, there were already many people gathered here. When they saw Lin Fei coming over, their eyes lit up. They were a little stunned by Lin Fei's words. He actually wanted to challenge these successors after completing the second trial task. Wasn't he a little too arrogant? Who didn't know that these successors were tyrannical and a little terrifying? He's that junior brother Lin Fei. I don't think there's anything great about him. You don't say. Lin Fei is really strong. He rejected the invitation of the Immortal Gang and the Elysium. Then he has some ability, but this time he will probably lose miserably. Who doesn't know that the sky-reaching list is the territory of the successors? They definitely won't allow outsiders to enter the sky-reaching list. I don't think Lin Fei will be able to withstand the attacks of a few holy sons. If the foundation is shaken, it will be a huge loss. Who doesn't know that the duels between successors are quite cruel? Those who are not strong enough will be suppressed. When the surrounding people saw that Lin Fei had arrived, they all started discussing. After all, this was not a small matter. There were more and more people on the martial arts field. Everyone was free and came to watch the fun. Su Tianxing said secretly, "Those are the successors over there. They should be the ones who will fight." On a high platform on the far left, there were many people standing. However, compared to the people below, the high platform seemed a lot more deserted. Numerous gazes were cast over, filled with a large amount of information. After a glance, Lin Fei confirmed that these were the successors. Their strength was not at the complete emptiness realm or the great emptiness realm. It was really rare to see someone in the late emptiness realm. One could imagine that these successors had a very solid foundation. It was no wonder that they could look down on all the heroes. They were influential people just by standing there. Although there were not many successors, only 8 or 9 of them, it was basically impossible to see them during normal times. With a single step, Lin Fei arrived on top of a huge arena. This arena was made of pure stone. This stone was also a special kind of stone that was extremely hard. Even the power of the Great Tao would not be able to blast it open. I'm Lin Fei. I want to have a good duel with the successors. Whoever defeats me will get 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Chapter 45-29. As soon as Lin Fei's words came out, everyone was shocked. Did I hear it wrong? 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Does this guy have so much wealth? Junior brother Lin Fei is really rich. He actually has 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. I want to go up and have a good fight with junior brother Lin Fei. With these 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, I can buy a lot of magic treasures and cultivation methods. I didn't expect junior brother Lin Fei to be so rich. It's really exciting. Fortunately, I'm here. No matter who it was, 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones was indeed a considerable number. For cultivators like them, it could buy a lot of good things. And those successors who were originally whispering to each other also became spirited. They were not interested in defeating Lin Fei, but if they had 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, it would be completely different. This was a free benefit for him. To them, it wasn't difficult at all to obtain this benefit. Where else could they find such a good thing? They all had to thank Lin Fei. Junior brother Lin Fei has really decided to take out 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is not a small number. A successor said. Lin Fei chuckled. 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones is nothing. I, Lin Fei, dare to challenge your successor. Naturally, I have to have some wealth. This is called interaction. As long as you can defeat me, you can naturally take away 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei waved his hand and everyone heard a clattering sound. A mountain of mid-grade spirit stones appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One by one, they took a deep breath and their eyes began to shine. Oh my God, there are really 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. This is simply a mountain and the quality is not low. There's no harm if there's no comparison. I've been in Heaven's Reaching Church for 13 years, but I barely have hundreds of millions of medium-grade spiritual stones. I've not imagined that junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei has 3 billion medium-grade spiritual stones. There was nothing more tempting than spirit stones. Those saints thought that Lin Fei was joking. But now, they were finally sure that Lin Fei really had 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. As for whether or not he was out of his mind, no one knew. For them, the opportunity to earn a large sum of money had come. Don't think that they, the saints, are rich, but their consumption is huge. With the 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones as a subsidy, his life would be much better. The holy sons looked at each other and began to compete with each other. Everyone hoped to be the first to land on the stage and have a good fight with Lin Fei. Since junior brother Lin Fei is so interested, then I, Xia Yuanzi, would like to seek guidance from you. A figure flew over. In mid-air, a path blocked the way. I've been looking forward to meeting junior brother Lin Fei for a long time. I'll definitely be the first to fight with him. You, Xia Yuanzi, can take a rest first. The saints, who were originally nonchalant, were now fighting with each other. They wanted to be the first to land on the stage. They had some understanding of Lin Fei's strength. How strong could he be? He was just an insightful emptiness realm expert. It would be easy to defeat him. They definitely couldn't let others take advantage of such a good thing. Therefore, everyone was fighting with each other. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. It was within reason. 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. Who didn't want to be the first to land on the stage and have a good fight with Lin Fei? Although to them, this exchange of blows was nothing much. At the very least, it would make them feel excited. Lin Fei didn't believe that these people wouldn't take the bait. It would take a long time to accumulate 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones. He was the only one who had the guts to ask for these spirit stones from a big shot. As for Lin Fei taking out 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, he was definitely planning to make a killing. These saints were the best fat sheep to be slaughtered. After a round of fighting, a figure landed on the stage. It was Xia Yuanzi, who had spoken first. Xia Yuanzi was suave and young. He had a pair of peach blossom eyes and was rather charming. I heard that you've just entered the paradise realm. As your senior brother, I won't bully you. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Xia Yuanzi opened the folding fan in his hand and spoke unhurriedly. Xia Yuanzi was filled with glee. What was supposed to be a very ordinary thing had actually allowed him to earn a large sum of money. After defeating Lin Fei, he would be able to take the 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones and give a few hundred million to the saints. Then, they would have nothing to say. He, Xia Yuanzi, was rather good at dealing with people. As for Lin Fei, he didn't think much of him at all. Did he think that he could challenge their saints just because he had some ability? You're thinking too much. Which one of them hadn't been challenged before? Since senior brother is so generous and wants me to fight, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xia Yuanzi. He threw a punch. When Lin Fei made his move, many saints were surprised. Don't you use Dao? Why are you using close-range techniques? Don't you know that the saints' Dao defensive techniques are very powerful? No one can get close to them. Lin Fei had really cultivated too much. Xia Yuanzi conjured 5 layers of Dao defense, forming a barrier. So, junior brother Lin Fei is a close-range expert. However, my Dao defense is not to be trifled with. Boom! The 5 barriers were instantly penetrated by the punch. Lin Fei used his fist as a palm and slapped Xia Yuanzi's body. A powerful force exploded within Xia Yuanzi's body. The 5 layers of power collapsed instantly. Xia Yuanzi was sprawled on the ground. Actually, my close-range techniques are also quite powerful. It's just that I don't usually use them. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, senior brother. Lin Fei was all smiles as he slapped Xia Yuanzi's back again. Xia Yuanzi, who was about to struggle to get up, spat out another mouthful of blood. He couldn't even activate the 5 Dao. I almost forgot to tell you, senior brother. It's not that easy to get my 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. You have to pay an entrance fee of 500 million. I believe senior brother won't mind, right? Lin Fei smiled and touched Xia Yuanzi's ring. How dare you? Lin Fei slapped down again, and it was another loud bang. Xia Yuanzi spat out another mouthful of blood. If you don't pay, I'll just take it. I've already taken out 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. If you don't take out 500 million, it'll be too much. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Xia Yuanzi felt like he had been cheated. This Lin Fei was too evil. Chapter 45-30. The entire place fell silent. No one had expected Lin Fei to ask for 500 million mid-grade spirit stones after defeating Xia Yuanzi. This was no different from robbery. Did I hear wrongly? Lin Fei wants Xia Yuanzi to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones? That's a little too arrogant. I don't know if he's arrogant or not, but I know that Lin Fei is really strong. I also think that Lin Fei is very strong. Look, Xia Yuanzi doesn't have any ability to resist in close combat. To the other chosens, Lin Fei's method was too overbearing. Not only did he defeat Xia Yuanzi, he even wanted him to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. This showed them some of Lin Fei's methods. This guy's strength was really strong. Without using the power of the Great Tao, his strength was actually so strong. No wonder Xia Yuanzi couldn't take it. At this moment, they were glad that they weren't the first to attack. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. On the contrary, Xia Yuanzi was a little unlucky. Not only did he lose face, but but he also lost 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Xia Yuanzi didn't intend to give it to him, but he had no choice. Lin Fei wouldn't let him down. If he didn't take out 500 million mid-grade spirit stones, who knew what kind of torture he would have to face? Don't think that Lin Fei couldn't do it. He really could. Xia Yuanzi had no choice but to hand over 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and step down helplessly. He couldn't keep his face any longer. After a round of snatching, he actually suffered such a loss. Lin Fei waved his hand and threw the 500 million mid-grade spirit stones on top of the 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. As the junior brother, I take out 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones. As the senior brothers of the Chosens, it's not a big deal for me to take out 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, if you guys really lose, the number of spirit stones will only increase. See? It's already 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones now. After hearing this, the other Chosens were instantly tempted. Previously, they thought that Lin Fei was a little sinister, but now it seemed that he was quite good. 3 billion mid-grade spirit stones had turned into 3.5 billion mid-grade spirit stones. Where else could he find such a good deal? After exchanging glances, the few saints became even more determined. Wasn't it just that he was slightly stronger in close combat? They all had great path defenses, so they were not afraid that Lin Fei would be able to get close to them. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed junior brother Lin Fei. You're indeed capable. Allow me to test you then. While the other holy sons were distracted, another holy son had taken the initiative to land on the arena. This caused the remaining chosen to curse in their hearts. He actually took advantage of the fact that they hadn't come back to their senses to take the first step. This was simply too unkind. Although junior brother Lin Fei is so powerful, I won't follow Xia Yuanzi's example and ask you to fight. This saint was rather smart. He was not like Xia Yuanzi, who was already on his guard. As soon as he finished speaking, the Great Tao unfolded. 5-direction Great Seal, suppress in one go. The 5 Great Tao combined and instantly turned into a square seal, which smashed down. This guy had some tricks up his sleeves. He did not give Lin Fei any chance at all. Lin Fei raised his hand and blocked the 5-direction Great Seal with his palm. His other hand punched out. The sky full of sword light gathered together and surged down. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Fei was an expert in close combat, but they almost forgot that he actually had a powerful sword technique. This sword technique was unbelievably fast, and it exploded in front of the saint. It was like a torrent. It did not stop at all. The Holy Son did not even notice that Lin Fei had such a trick up his sleeve. He was attacked by the sword intent in one move. He crashed into the side of the arena. A huge palm print directly pressed on his body. The 5 Great Tao collapsed instantly. Sorry, it seems that I've won again. Compared to the previous few times, the speed this time was much faster. It was so fast that the saint did not even have time to react before he lost directly. The people below all sucked in a breath of cold air. They finally realized something. This junior brother Lin Fei was really strong. He could even defeat a saint so easily. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei's strength was enough to fight for the top of the heavenly ranking? Xia Yuanzi, who stood far away and did not leave, had an ugly expression. But at this moment, he was gloating a little. Do you really think that I'm not strong enough? This guy is too strong. The more people lose, the more face I get. Xia Yuanzi did not lose previously, so he was naturally arrogant. Now that he had lost to Lin Fei, he could not wait for the other saints to be like him. This way, there was no need to say who was on the losing end. They were all the same. Lin Fei's pile of middle-grade spirit stones increased to 4 billion. Everyone was tempted by it. Although the saints were a little wary of Lin Fei, they were all attracted by the spirit stones. No matter what, they had to get the spirit stones first. Hence, the saints started to get on the stage one after another. And the bustle of this place spread like wildfire. The heavenly reaching school was huge. First, the personal disciples came, and then some deacons and elders started to appear in the surroundings. It was rare to see such a big scene. This Lin Fei is really strong. I didn't expect him to defeat so many saints so quickly. I think this one probably won't make it. This should be the 7th saint. The spirit stones are almost at 6.5 billion middle grade spirit stones. This is really a big scene. At this rate, the top 10 saints might all make a move soon. Another saint had been defeated by Lin Fei, and he was accumulating more and more medial grade spirit stones. Everyone who saw it was tempted. Even the elders were a little tempted by it. This scene was a little bigger than they thought. No one could figure out what Lin Fei was thinking. Some of the higher-ups and elders received the news. Rumor had it that Lin Fei walked the ancient great way of body tempering. He was extremely strong, and he walked the ancient way of breaking the heavens with strength. However, his strength was really a little too strong. According to this situation, there were not many saints on the heavenly reaching list who could withstand Lin Fei's attack. Sect leader, junior brother Lin Fei's strength is indeed quite strong. Not only is his strength strong, but his sword intent is also strong. He completely relies on his accumulation to crush his opponent head-on. In this arena, he has the upper hand. In the void, there were also a few figures looking at this arena, and among them was the sect leader of the heavenly reaching school. The stronger Lin Fei is, the more interesting it will be. Shukju website. Chapter 45-31. It was supposed to be a small matter. As the spirit stones piled up, it was like a small mountain. This was a huge stimulation for everyone. Moreover, to the saints, if you said 2 or 3 billion middle-grade spirit stones, they might eat it. This thing was neither too high nor too low, they could take it or not. But if it suddenly reached 6 or 7 billion, the situation would be completely different. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei defeated 10 saints. These saints were of varying strength, but their rankings were not low. The strongest one was already ranked 60th. They all had 5 great daos, but the techniques they had were much stronger. Lin Fei also realized that the gap between the holy sons wasn't that big. It was impossible to say that there wasn't a gap between them. The middle-grade spirit stones beside Lin Fei's arena had successfully accumulated to 8 billion. It was really piling up like a mountain. For a moment, there were not many saints who dared to attack. Because no one could see through Lin Fei's techniques. Forget about close combat, he also had a powerful sword technique. He relied on his strength to suppress his opponents. If you guys want to deal with Lin Fei, the only way is to make him stay where he is. That way, you will have a chance of winning. Junior brother Lin's accumulation is too thick. I can't imagine how much power is stored in his physical body. It's simply endless. These were the laments of the defeated saints. They had never seen someone with such a thick accumulation. They had no means at all. Their attacks were easily blocked by Lin Fei. On the contrary, Lin Fei's methods made them unable to block them at all. That was the most important thing. Although there were other saints present, they did not dare to step up at this moment. It was indeed a little difficult to deal with. They could not see any chance of winning. Based on their guesses, Lin Fei's strength was at least ranked 40th or 50th on the heavenly roll. This was already a huge deterrent. They are coming. After one of the saints mentioned it, a few batches of people rushed over. After getting a clear look at them, their expressions grew serious. They knew that they wouldn't have a chance to make a move. Junior brother Lin Fei's real opponent had arrived. Lin Fei, who was standing in the arena, also noticed the situation. Because after those waves of people came over, there was a short period of silence. This silence proved one thing. He has a powerful background. After squinting his eyes slightly, he saw who it was and couldn't help but laugh. The person I want to fight is finally here. Previously, the saints and the others were not strong enough. With the status of the saints, it was indeed not a problem for them to crush the lower realms. But for Lin Fei, they really couldn't do it. They were far behind. The only ones that could pique his interest were the top 10 experts. At this moment, there were a few saints whose auras were extremely powerful. Among these saints, Lin Fei saw a few familiar faces. For example, the Northern Heaven Immortal of the Immortal Gang. Zhu Chen of the Heavenly Gates. These two were the only ones that Lin Fei recognized, but the other group of people seemed a bit unfamiliar. After these three groups of people arrived, there was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Obviously, these three groups of people were the most powerful on the sky-reaching list. Lin Fei didn't forget the recruitment of the Immortal Gang and Elysium. They were considered the strongest groups in the sky-reaching church. Now it seemed that there were not just two, but three such groups. Of course, there might be more than one. This didn't matter to Lin Fei. He just wanted the more powerful the saints were, the better. Only then could he prove his strength. To prove his potential, he believed that the higher-ups of the sky-reaching church must be watching in secret. After these three groups of people landed, they stood in three positions, forming a triangle. Northern Heaven Immortal was also in the Immortal Gang, and he was considered an elite. But after seeing Lin Fei, he understood why he had rejected the Immortal Gang's recruitment. Lin Fei's strength was tyrannical, and he had defeated 10 saints in one go. More importantly, he had taken out 3 billion medium spirit stones, plus the 5 billion medium spirit stones he had obtained, which made a total of 8 billion medium spirit stones. Not everyone was willing to put such a huge sum of spirit stones here. At the very least, Northern Heaven Immortal couldn't do it. In his heart, he was also very envious and jealous. This guy, who had no backing, actually improved faster than him. This was a big blow to him. Zhu Chen, who was on the Elysium side, also felt the pressure. He had really misjudged Lin Fei. Lin Fei's strength was far from what he had seen. Everyone had been deceived by Lin Fei, and now Lin Fei's wings had grown. At the start, when he heard about this, Zhu Chen didn't really believe it. But now, he really believed it. This Lin Fei was really a cunning guy. I see that many people have come. The 8 billion medium spirit stones are here. Who wants to come down and take it? If there is no one else, then I will leave. It's 8 billion medium spirit stones. Lin Fei wasn't very sure. Where did these people come from? It didn't matter to him. He believed that they would all make a move. 8 billion medium spirit stones wasn't something that anyone could sit still. If he defeated a few more people, then he would be able to collect 10 billion medium spirit stones. Whoever won would be able to get it for free. Su Tianxing, who was standing around the arena, had a face full of excitement. Junior brother Lin Fei was really mighty and domineering. Even the three strongest groups of the heaven-reaching church had come. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have to hang in there. Lin Fei's words were quite effective. After the three groups arrived, everyone knew that the Real show was about to begin. As expected of someone who could reject our Immortal Gang. I didn't expect you to have such great potential. You even have such a big game. Our Immortal Gang has learned something new. At that moment, a green-clothed young master from the Immortal Gang laughed. Even if it was just a short sentence, it made everyone feel like a king had descended. I am the leader of Immortal Gang, Gue Yi. Lin Fei was the most unfamiliar with the Immortal Gang. Just now, he had already noticed this green-robed young man. Indeed, his aura was very strong, and he had the aura of a leader. I didn't expect that I, Lin Fei, would have such a big face to be able to make the sect leader of Immortal Gang come over. In that case, I really want to challenge the sect leader. After all, you are an expert in the top 5 of the Supreme Heaven list. Lin Fei turned to look at Gue Yi. This Gue Yi was ranked 3rd on the Tong Tian list. Lin Fei was well aware of this. It was really very strong. Shook Ju website. Chapter 45-32. Whether it was the Immortal Gang, Heaven Gate, or even the Sky Phoenix Gang, all of their attention was on Lin Fei. As for the insightful Emptiness Realm experts, the arena became very lively with the participation of 3 big gangs. Especially Gue Yi of the Immortal Gang, Luo Yuan of the Sky Phoenix Gang, and Feng Yi of the Sky Phoenix Gang. The meaning behind this was completely different. These 3 were the top 5 experts on the heaven list. Why were they the top 5 experts, and not the first, second, and third? There were hundreds of thousands of disciples in the heaven-reaching school, but 2 of them were very strong, firmly occupying the position of the eldest and second apprentice brothers. They never changed. Their origins were also very mysterious. Usually, they wouldn't even see them. Even so, just the 3 of them were enough to make Lin Fei feel a great deal of pressure. These billions of middle-grade spirit stones would have to be given away no matter what. These 3 hadn't fought for a long time, so everyone was looking forward to it. Actually, Lin Fei was also looking forward to the 3 of them fighting. They were a big fat sheep. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Unfortunately, Gue Yi of the Immortal Gang was also very smart to be able to sit in the 3rd position. Although he had brought people here, he had never thought of fighting personally. What was Lin Fei's status? What was his status? Although Lin Fei's strength had increased very quickly, in Gue Yi's opinion, it was still too early for him to fight. As your apprentice brother, I think I'll pass. Back then, there were many people from the Immortal Gang who wanted to spar with you. I hope that apprentice brother Lin Fei can grant their wish so that they can feel stronger. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that Gue Yi was indeed quite capable. It would be a little difficult to fight with him. It would also be difficult to take advantage of him. He would probably have to wait for the next time. After Gue Yi finished speaking, Heaven Gate's sect master Luo Yuan also said, I have the same thoughts as senior brother Gue Yi. No matter what, junior brother Lin Fei is very strong. Our Heaven Gate's people also want to experience it. Spirit stones are not important, we just want to let them know that a new expert has arrived on the Heavenly Pass list. Compared to the last one, Phoenix E of the Sky Phoenix Gang was a little different from the previous 2. Because she was his only senior sister. However, senior sister was different from others. She was born with abnormal pupils, and her silver hair was very special. We, the Heavenly Phoenix faction, are just here to watch the fun and get to know junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei by the way. After all, you are also a member of our heavenly reaching church. Initially, everyone thought that since the 3 major sects had arrived, they would definitely attack Lin Fei. In fact, even their sect masters and sect masters would take action. But they didn't expect it to be like this, which really surprised them. Lin Fei heard some hostility from the tone of the 2 senior brothers from the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Sect. Although it was not very obvious, they regarded him as a competitor. As for the senior sister of the Sky Phoenix faction, she was a little surprised. She showed a trace of friendliness, but no matter what, they still had to fight. I am very satisfied to be recognized by my senior brothers. In this case, I will accompany you to the end. You can send whoever you want to fight. Don't be polite. I am not good at other things, but I have great strength. Lin Fei was quite clear about their purpose. Since the big ones didn't want to fight, Lin Fei could only fight with the small ones. He felt a few tyrannical auras from the 2 gangs. No wonder the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Sect had such great influence. They had gathered more than half of the experts of the Heavenly Reaching Church. Although it seemed that there were not many of them, Lin Fei could still see that. Then let the Immortal Gang do it. If the people of the Immortal Gang are no match for junior brother Lin, then let the people of the Heavenly Sect do it. This is called fairness. Gue Yi was quite good at talking. Luo Yuan didn't have any objection. They were going to fight anyway. They just wanted to suppress Lin Fei and let him know that they could suppress most people in the Heavenly Reaching Church and even in the Heavenly Reaching list. Even Lin Fei was the same. Otherwise, Lin Fei had risen so fast that he was almost on equal footing with them, which was definitely not what they wanted to see. Even Feng Yi of the Sky Phoenix faction was here. This little girl was not so easy to deal with. Obviously, she had taken a fancy to Lin Fei's ability. Otherwise, Feng Yi would not be so kind as to come forward. They had been fighting with Feng Yi for so long. Although the Sky Phoenix faction was not as good as the two gangs, they had always been behind and had left the gangs behind. However, Feng Yi had some background and couldn't be recruited. This was really troublesome. The Immortal Gang was the first to send out an expert. When this expert was sent out, the people below were a little surprised. As expected of the Immortal Gang, they sent out the Thunder King, who is ranked 10th on the heavenly reaching list. Gosh, is he the Thunder King who is ranked 10th? I heard that he has cultivated a first-rank Great Tao. The Great Tao of Thunder has the power of destruction. This time, Lin Fei has really met his match. The Immortal Gang was rather capable. They had sent out the Thunder King, who was ranked 10th on the heavenly reaching list. It was a tall and sturdy man. He floated down from the sky. Lightning flickered around his body and he looked rather mighty. This Thunder King was rather strong. Before he even made a move, he was already giving off a strong sense of oppression. He looked at Lin Fei and raised his hand. A sky full of lightning bolts came crashing down. These lightning bolts were as thick as water buckets. When they landed, the void trembled. The people in the distance were secretly shocked. The Thunder King, who was ranked 10th, indeed lived up to his name. Under the lightning, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. There was no great path around him. He just allowed the lightning to land on him and wander around his body. Under normal circumstances, if the lightning wandered around his body, his physical body would definitely collapse. Even if the other party showed mercy, he would still be seriously injured. However, after the lightning wandered around, it didn't leave any trace. Even though Lin Fei was drowned in these lightning bolts, he seemed to be fine. As expected of the Thunder King, who is ranked 10th on the heavenly reaching list. This lightning is indeed very comfortable. When you are free, come over and help me relax a little. It's rare to see such enjoyment. Lin Fei said casually. His words didn't make the people present laugh. That was lightning, a tier 1. Although the Thunder King had cultivated a tier 1 great path, it was destructive and overbearing. It wasn't something that just anyone could endure. The Thunder King, who was in the sky, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Using his lightning to relax? He was treating me like a free labor. Bookseller's website. Chapter 45-33. The Thunder King was shocked. Everyone else was shocked as well. That was a powerful Great Tao of Thunder. Just one round of the Great Tao of Thunder was enough to destroy all traces. This was a truly large-scale attack. They had never seen anyone like Lin Fei before. For a moment, they all thought that the Great Tao of Thunder was fake. But the destructive aura of the Great Tao of Thunder was telling them that it was not fake. It was real. Anyone who looked down on the Great Tao of Thunder would be in big trouble. Gue of the Immortal Gang was also watching the Thunder King make his move. He knew that the Thunder King was one of the stronger ones in the Immortal Gang. Even though it was only one Great Tao, it was still a Great Tao. Once the Great Tao of Thunder appeared, the heavens and earth would shatter. That was not something anyone could handle. The news from the higher-ups was right. This guy is probably on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. Gue knew what the people below him didn't know. After all, he had many higher-ups and elders behind him. Previously, Gue didn't really believe it. Who didn't know that the ancient Great Tao of body tempering was too difficult to cultivate? It was really too difficult to have a strong physical body. Up until now, all the body refiners that had attained their current status were all because of various coincidences or the consumption of medicinal materials of the heavens and the earth. It was really rare for someone like Lin Fei to walk step by step at such a young age. I'm afraid that the Thunder King won't be able to stop Lin Fei. Gue was tempted by the billions of mid-grade spirit stones. But more than that, he wanted to test Lin Fei's true strength. Now, he knew that Lin Fei was indeed quite capable. With such a strong and invincible body, he would shine brightly in the spirit realm in the future. Such a person could not be stopped. On Gue Yi's side, Luo Yuan was able to see through Lin Fei's background. On Heaven's Gate's side, Luo Yuan's analysis was more or less complete as well. He was basically the same as Gue Yi, marveling at Lin Fei's invincible physical body. Even a destructive force like the Great Tao of Thunder couldn't do anything to him. Perhaps only a higher-level Great Tao could do anything to him. Then, it was certain that Lin Fei was on the ancient Great Tao of body tempering. Luo Yuan felt like cursing. In the entire spiritual realm, there were very few people who walked the path of body tempering, and there were even fewer who had any achievements. Those who could cultivate to the golden core realm were considered quite good, let alone reaching the insightful emptiness realm. Luo Yuan paid even more attention to Feng Yi. That Feng Yi had probably attached even more importance to this matter. In the future, the three major sects would probably have to make a move. As the leader of the Heavenly Phoenix Gang, Feng Yi naturally had the thought of suppressing the Celestial Gang in Elysium. However, she had never been able to do so. Their strengths were almost the same. However, in terms of overall strength, there was a huge gap. Now that he saw Lin Fei carrying the Thunder Great Path with his physical body, he finally realized that Lin Fei was someone worth roping in. If they had Lin Fei's help, they might really be able to have a head-on battle with the Immortal Sect. The Thunder Sovereign was infuriated, and the might of the Great Tao of Lightning that he unleashed became even stronger. All of the Great Path of Thunder transformed into a Thunder Giant. As soon as the Thunder Giant appeared, it brought with it a terrifying power. A huge axe chopped down. Lightning flashed. Lin Fei spread open his palm and blocked the attack. The huge axe landed on Lin Fei's palm. The endless power of thunder swept over like a turbine, as if it was going to grind Lin Fei's palm into pieces. Lin Fei's palm was emitting a faint radiance, yet it was as stable as Mount Tai. On the contrary, Lin Fei raised his palm and the Great Tao of Lightning was destroyed. This Great Tao of Lightning is useless. Lin Fei shook his head lightly and instantly appeared behind the Thunder Sovereign. The Thunder Sovereign was momentarily stunned. He was in disbelief. So fast. A palm landed on his body. Instantly, the Great Tao of Lightning around him collapsed. His entire body smashed onto the ground, causing a huge tremor. Quite a number of people felt a sense of trepidation. If that palm had landed on them, they probably wouldn't have been able to take it. Even the Thunder Sovereign's body couldn't take it. Junior brother Lin Fei, good move. Our Celestial Gang admits defeat. Gue Yi didn't let the Thunder Sovereign attack again. With a single palm, the Thunder Sovereign retreated with a dark expression. This was the first time the Thunder Sovereign had suffered such a loss. His Great Tao of Lightning was actually useless and couldn't even shake his opponent's body. He already knew who he had met. Thank you for letting me win. That's all I can do. Lin Fei turned his gaze and looked at Luo Yuan of Sky Gate. I wonder who your Sky Gate is sending down. I hope someone strong will come. Luo Yuan had seen it clearly. Lin Fei's body was strong and so was his physical strength. He was able to destroy the Great Tao of Lightning with a single palm. His defense was indeed terrifying. I'm just here to watch the show. Since the Thunder Sovereign of Celestial Gang can't compare to you, the others might not be able to either. Congratulations, junior brother Lin Fei, for making it to the Sky ranking. Luo Yuan had become crafty at this moment. How could he continue to relax? Didn't he see that the Thunder Sovereign had suffered such a huge loss? His injuries weren't very serious, but it was still a disgrace to the Celestial Gang. His Sky Gate also had experts, but even the Thunder Sovereign couldn't do it. Luo Yuan couldn't possibly let the Celestial Gang fight personally. There was no point in that. He might as well not fight. The moment Luo Yuan's words left his mouth, Feng Yi started ridiculing him. Senior brother Luo, this doesn't suit your temperament. Your Sky Gate isn't the biggest in the world. Our Sky Gate is the biggest. You should at least send someone down to spar with junior brother Lin Fei. Feng Yi was even more interested in Lin Fei now. Luo Yuan smiled and shook his head. Forget it. It's so boring. All we need to know is that junior brother Lin Fei is also on the sky ranking. Feng Yi rolled her eyes at Luo Yuan. Lin Fei also felt that it was a pity. He didn't expect the Sky Gate to be so crafty. They actually didn't send anyone up. With just a few words of praise, he knew that the others wouldn't make a move. As for the Sky Phoenix gang, they wouldn't send their female juniors over. They were purely here to join in the fun. Lin Fei sighed softly. Sigh, it's hard to even find someone to spar with. An expert is lonely and invincible. At this moment, everyone started to agree with what Lin Fei had said. The Tongtian sect leader, who was in the void, laughed. This kid is interesting. No one knew this better than the Tongtian sect leader. This junior brother Lin Fei was indeed quite powerful. His physical body was strong enough. His physical body was probably at the level of a sage king. It was indeed somewhat shocking. Chapter 45-34. Lin Fei was really in the limelight, crushing the experts on the Supreme Sky list. Even though Lin Fei's ranking wasn't very certain, everyone guessed that junior brother Lin Fei's strength had already reached the level of the top 10 of the heavenly list. At the very least, it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to be in the top 6 or 7. Unfortunately, this time, Gue Yi of Immortal Gang and Luo Yuan of Elysium didn't make a move. Otherwise, everyone would definitely know where Lin Fei's limit was. Junior brother Lin Fei, congratulations. When are you free? Come to our Sky Phoenix gang and have some tea. We can have a good chat. Feng Yi was quite straightforward. After the two of them left, she took the initiative to come up. When I'm free, I'll definitely pay a visit to your Heavenly Phoenix gang. Lin Fei had some impression of this Feng Yi. Feng Yi smiled and left. Lin Fei brought these mid-grade spirit stones back to the mountain where he was. 3 days later, the Supreme Sky list was updated. Lin Fei made it to the top 10 of the Supreme Sky list in one go. Everyone knew that this ranking wasn't very accurate, but to be able to sit at the top 10 all of a sudden, he was indeed quite capable. As for Lin Fei, he went from a personal disciple to a saint. There were only 100 successors in the entire sky-reaching church. Of course, there were strong successors and weak successors. Lin Fei was a strong successor who ranked 10th among them. The happiest person was Su Tianqing. Everyone knew that he had a powerful junior brother called Lin Fei. Anyone who saw him would be courteous. He was a person who could fight against the 3 great gangs. Who knew when he would be able to build a powerful gang in one go? Everyone had no doubt about this. It was estimated that only the eldest and second senior brothers could deal with Lin Fei. It was a pity that these 2 senior brothers disappeared all year round. That was why the 3 big gangs dominated the world. In addition, the sky-reaching church didn't really care about this, so the 3 big gangs still had considerable influence. Now, with the appearance of Lin Fei, all the holy sons of the sky-reaching church felt that the situation was different. This was truly a ferocious person. Lin Fei did not really care about being ranked 10th on the heavenly list. To him, this ranking did not matter. What he wanted was the effect, and it seemed that the effect was quite good. At least he had become a saint now. As long as he had the qualifications, he would be satisfied. Lin Fei could guess what would happen next. Originally, Lin Fei thought that the sect head of the heavens-reaching church would like to meet him. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. However, Lin Fei was sure that Tong Tian must have come on that day. This could be hidden from others, but it definitely could not be hidden from Lin Fei. He could still feel a powerful aura standing in the void and witnessing everything. Is Saint Lin Fei here? When everyone in the heaven-reaching school knew that there was a holy son like Lin Fei, a middle-aged man came to the mountain peak where Lin Fei was. This middle-aged man was dressed in black and had a strong aura. As soon as he came to the mountain peak, his voice spread out and landed at the gate of the palace. Lin Fei came out with a smile. He knew that his matter had come, and it should not be a small matter. Disciple Lin Fei pays his respects to elder. After seeing this middle-aged man, Lin Fei smiled. He knew who had come. This must be one of the high-level elders of the sky-reaching church, and a very powerful one. Holy Son Lin, you're already a holy son on the heavenly passage list. However, you haven't completed your third training mission yet, so I've sent you your third training mission. This is a mission personally chosen for you by the sect leader, and you should treasure this opportunity well. This middle-aged man was also quite envious of Lin Fei. After becoming a holy son, he could get the recognition of the sect head and be chosen by the sect head himself. Such treatment could be counted on one's fingers in the entire sky-reaching church. Not many people had gotten it. It was said that only the eldest senior and second senior had such an opportunity. Now, there was another one, Lin Fei. In this way, the value of the reward would be completely different, and it would be worlds apart from those disciples who came down from the 3 experience tasks. Disciple thanks the sect head for his recognition. I will definitely complete the 3rd experience task well. I will definitely not let him down. Lin Fei said very seriously. He was a little surprised by the 3rd experience task. He did not expect the sect head to really pay attention to him, and even personally choose the 3rd experience task for him. Lin Fei also knew that the 3rd experience task was definitely not a small one. Of course, this was the effect that Lin Fei wanted. He wanted the sect head to pay attention to him, so that he would have the opportunity to fight for the top 100 Holy Kings battle. If he did not pay attention to him, how would he be qualified to fight for the top 100 Holy Kings battle? He reckoned that he would be far from it. Now, he had finally taken the right step. First, he would become the son of saint on the heavenly list, and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. And now, what Lin Fei was most concerned about was what kind of experience task he was given. This was the most important thing. The middle-aged man was rather satisfied with what Lin Fei said. At least Lin Fei was full of fighting spirit, and with this fighting spirit, it would definitely be enough. The middle-aged man took out a scroll and passed it to Lin Fei. Other than the sect head, no one else knows about this experience task, and I don't have the qualifications either. I hope that Junior Lin Fei can perform well this time. The middle-aged man left after saying this. Lin Fei took the scroll and returned to his room. He opened the scroll. When the scroll was opened, a shadow appeared in the form of starlight. This shadow was none other than the sect head of Tongtian. However, this sect head of Tongtian was formed by a thought. Junior Lin Fei, your performance is pretty good, so I've chosen the 3rd experience task for you. The faint voice was filled with boundless majesty. From this voice, one could tell that the sect head of Tongtian was an unfathomable guy. I'm very happy to be recognized by the sect head, and to be able to complete the 3rd mission, Lin Fei said very seriously. Your 3rd experience task is actually not difficult. It's just to kill a Holy King expert, and it's a Holy King among the fiendish demon experts. As long as you can kill a fiendish demon king, you can become a real son of saint. Such a mission was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. It was definitely not easy for the sect head of Tongtian to personally assign the 3rd experience task. The possibility of him killing a Holy King level powerhouse was extremely high. I will definitely kill a fiendish demon king and return to become the first son of Tongtian. Just being a son of saint isn't enough for me, becoming the first son of saint is my goal.